I survived 1000 days in Minecraft with the goal to create my dream forever world, a place to explore, get into trouble, and of course build the ultimate survival base full of farms and beautiful builds. This took a whole year to make, so I hope you enjoy it, and let's get started. Here we are in this new world, and I have no idea where anything is, but I can see this village, and I know exactly what I'm gonna do next. I will sneak into their village, break into their homes. I mean, technically it's not breaking and entering when the door is wide open, right? And then I will steal everything they have, except they don't have anything. Except this grass illegally growing on cobblestone. Oh look, they're having a conversation. Awkward. Hello. Eric. Why is he called Eric? Ooh, I will steal their beds. Even though I don't want the pea bed, but I'm still stealing it. I shut the door in my own face. Oh yeah! I mean, that is good early game. I will not complain. I shut the door in my own face again. And I will go into their cow pen to safely chop down this tree while also making more space for those poor cows. Great, now they're not letting me leave. I'm stealing your food. Take that. Mwahaha. One village robbery successful. Now let's do all of that early game stuff. Crafting table, wooden pickaxe, and instantly going to stone tools. So now we can get all the coal so we can go caving. I'm so scared. I mean, I'm not. I just mined out this little temporary hole because I needed stone, but also because I can set up a little early game area with this bed, and I'm gonna set my spawn because the caves are calling. And I only have 8 torches and no armor, so let's see how that's gonna go. Kitties. No distraction. Caving. Ooh. Nope, no distractions. Ah. Where's the cave? Come on, I just need a cave. I just found more loot in the village because I'm definitely not looting this village instead of finding a cave. Oh, and now it's getting dark. Oh well, I guess I'm gonna have to go caving tomorrow. Totally not procrastinating. But on the next day, it was finally time to face my fears. Yay, I found a little hole and it has iron. And now it's time to go deeper. Oh yay, there's a slide. Okay, caving done for today. Let's go home. Just kidding. Let's go and find a real cave. I finally found a bigger cave. Why? It's a dead end. Dang it. Isn't it funny how when you want to find a cave, you don't find any good ones, but if you don't want to find one, you're just gonna fall right into one. Like this one. Scary. But it has iron, so I'm gonna be brave. Oh yeah, this one is a good one. Yay, the first monster we can murder. Come here, creeper. Oops. Ah! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this one is brutal. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. I don't wanna be here anymore. Let's leave again. Ooh, I have an idea. I'm just gonna set my spawn. Well, they can just kill me all they want now because I'm just gonna keep coming back. Ha! I killed it. I'm so good at this game. And then I just ran around the giant cave system, picking up all the iron and coal I could find, while also murderizing all the evil monsters. And slightly panicking most of the time. It took me longer to search for my early game area than it took me to find all the 24 iron. Also, Nicola is in my bed. Get out. I'm gonna smelt all my iron and then we can look for a place to call home. And I'm kind of vibing with this area down there. Also because I already lit up half of the caves there, so it's safe. And now we can craft an iron chest plate, boots, and leggings. Wait, and the helmet. Oh, I just wasted all my iron on armor. Yay, full iron armor. And now let's get out of this place to our new home location. If I can find a way down the mountain. Ow. Happy new home times are upon us. Home sweet potential base area. Wait, I hear lava. Why? I want to live here. Ah! How about no? And I'm thinking this little hill by the trees could be a nice starting area. Random pile of early game stuff, check. The next thing on our to-do list is to get food. And since I didn't leave any iron for a bucket, I'm just gonna farm all my crops by this river. And we already have some potatoes from the village, which is a perfect food source. And while I'm waiting for my crops to grow, I've just been running around the woods, chopping down trees, and getting really excited about random land generation. Okay, this is so random, but I really love this little hole here. This could be such a funny build area. I have so many ideas already, which is a good sign because I want to use this world to have as much fun as I possibly can in Minecraft. This is the most cottagecore thing I've ever found. Mushrooms next to beehives, next to puppies. Oh great, I have 1 bone. I'm still gonna try. Hello. No! Why do you not love me? I'm sad. I'm gonna take the roses instead. Haha, take that, dogs. Maybe instead of sleeping tonight, we can stay awake and get some skeletons so we can tame the dogs. Priorities. I see you, Skelly. I'll get you. Oh my gosh, I will die. Yay! No bones, no. Ow! It's rude. No. Oh my gosh, no. Yes, it dropped a bone. No, I will die. Oh, I'm alive. Yay! I'm alive! You didn't get me this time, monsters. And now let's sleep in the trees and then we can tame the dogs. I have 4 bones. Please. Please. Yes! I have a dog friend. I have a dog friend. Let's see if we can get another one. Yes! Okay, I'm really testing my luck. What if I can get another one? Yes! What? We have 3 dogs. Best day ever. Oh, I'm full of arrows. Wait, I just adopted 3 dogs and I have no home and I don't have any food. What was I thinking? But hey, I now have dogs. Also, my crops still haven't grown. Wait, what if we eat pumpkin soup? And can we? Nope. Wait, pumpkin soup doesn't exist in Minecraft. Let's just ignore that happened. Ooh, distraction. Let me know in the comments what I should name my 3 dogs. But now that I got more iron, I can go ahead and make a shield. And then we can go into the big cave. Oh, we also need an iron pickaxe because we might get lucky and see some diamonds and then we're ready. I mean, I don't know if we're ready to survive this. Hi, creepers. No. Oh yeah, I survived the first few seconds of this caving adventure. Go away, little creeper. Oh my gosh, this cave is so deep it gets foggy towards the end. But I lit up this entire upper half so we can go and get all the iron. I just went into a random little cave and I found a mine shaft. Ah, it's a spider! Let's see if we can survive the mine shaft and not get lost in it. I'm not scared of the mine shaft.
A few moments later.
I'm really scared of the mine shaft.
12 seconds later.
I think I just got lost in the mine shaft. I'm scared. How do I get... Ooh. Yes. Worth it. Worth it. Ooh, there's another one. Oh, there's a baby zombie. There's a baby zombie! Okay. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Don't kill me. Shield use. Yo. No. Yes. I'm so good at the game. Diamonds! No way! No way I get my first diamonds from a minecart chest. Let's go home. If I remember the way. I don't. Oh my gosh, I found the way out. I'm feeling so good about this because I'm always scared of caves and especially mineshaft and the gross cave spider spawners. And I just went in, I grinded, I slayed, and I wasn't scared. Okay, I was a tiny bit scared. But hey, this is a big win for me. Also 43 iron. We're rich. Oh my gosh, I found my first diamonds and got 40 iron in the time this one weed took to grow. So I guess I'm gonna have to start rounding up some cows because if I want to build this starter base, I'm gonna have to go on several big adventures, which are very likely to end deadly, but I'm very optimistic that I will only die 5 times. Let's just call this area our ugly early game area and put down a little cow pen and then slowly walk the cows over there. And on my way moving cows, I also got distracted again and found this ruined portal. So of course I had to check out the loot chest. I mean, no thank you. But also wait, silk touch. And now we can breed the cows and once we have tons of them, we can get a much better food source. Sorry, cows. And since I still have some bread from the village, we can already go on one of the not super dangerous adventures. We need spruce, dark oak, and pale wood. Yeah, you can guess which one is going to be the most deadly. So let's go on a very chill adventure and find spruce first because that's going to be relaxing. We can just roam around this beautiful world, pick all the pretty flowers, and take all the resources we want. Speaking of resources, well, hello there. Looks like the summer biomes are ending and winter is coming. I'm scared. Oh wait, also a village that I've completely ignored. Also this structure that looks like a finger pointing to the sky. Hay bales for the win. Now I can easily breed all my cows. Hello, Klaus. I'm gonna steal your bell. And now that I've taken all their food and took all their workstations, we can get back to what we actually came here for, and that is spruce wood. This is such a magical winter atmosphere. I now just got dark and gloomy. Nope. Spruce, sweet spruce wood. But this area is really cool. Get it? Because it's ice. And that also means ice boating! Whee! Polar bears, no! Okay, what is this? Oh, it's a drowned structure. Those structures are only good early game. So good that I'm in the early game because I really need that wheat to breed my cows. Let's go back home. Let's plant a big spruce tree, which means we can check off the first wood type and a really long grind of several real life days later, and I've expanded my crop field and got a massive cow population that we can kill for food. And speaking of food, we're absolutely stacked. We already have over a stack of baked potatoes and almost a stack of with the good old beef, plus so many other random food bits. And I've been cooking this all using the smoker, and I never really used that before, and it goes so fast. Look at this. Which means now we're actually ready to go to the dark oak forest and the pale garden. I'm not scared. Hopefully the monsters aren't actually gonna be so deadly that I have to flip my table in real life and rage quit. I don't want to be that guy. But I think now I have everything I could possibly need, so now let's go and search for the dark oak forest. And I have no idea where exactly I'm going because I didn't even choose this seed. It was my friend Frogcrafting who chose this seed for me. So I don't really know where anything is, which is gonna be a fun surprise for me. Me saying that while also finding the pale garden and the dark oak forest. This looks scary. And now it started raining. Aw, he's taking a bath. Ugh, they're learning how to swim. I'm just gonna dock at this stony shore where nothing deadly is lurking in the bushes, hopefully. And then we can safely approach all the dark oak wood. I got myself 8 saplings and a whole bunch of wood, and I think now I'm also just gonna grab some bamboo real quick. And now I think it is time to head over to the pale garden somewhere over there. I'm kind of scared. Not so much of the pale garden, but having to walk through the dark oak forest. One time I built my base in the dark oak forest and I died every single day. I'm not even kidding. But so I don't get scared, I'm just gonna jump over the treetops, and it's much easier to see the pale garden that way. And it's also gonna be nighttime soon. And at night, someone comes out to play. I don't want to play. There was a noise. I heard it. Why am I staying up for this? Was that my stomach? I don't think it was. Aw, he's so cute. Look at him walk. Time to go down there and say hello because I want to know how this guy works. Hi there. He stopped walking. Oh, when I turn around, he's gonna come closer. Oh, so this is where your heart is. Yay, we're friends. I guess me and the creaking are friends. No, we're not. Ah! Oh, he's fast. Chill out, chill out, chill out! I don't want to hurt you, but I know you want to hurt me, so I'm gonna send my spawn. I'm gonna go get your tree. I'm gonna take your heart. Okay, let's mine up this pale wood. I heard a noise, but also new wood type. Also, what is this? Is that the heart? No, that's the resin. I know things. I found the heart. I want to go and get this resin. Yay, I got it! Resin clump. I don't know what to do with this. But I have a Silk Touch golden pickaxe. I wonder if I can take the heart without killing the creaking. I don't even know how that works. Please. Yay, we got the creaking heart. Wait, but the creaking is gone. I killed the creaking. Well, it started. It wanted to kill me first. But you know what? Since I have literally only iron armor and no good swords, I'm just gonna sleep. And then I'm gonna run far enough away for all the monsters to despawn in the pale garden. Maybe this is fine. Maybe no monsters are lurking anymore. I still hear creepy noises in here. I'm scared. Maybe this is just the ambience of the garden, so you really fear it. It's working. I'm fearing it. Now we need to get a couple things. I want to get all of these weird vines and also all of this weird new moss. It's pale moss. It's basically moss, but pale. And then most importantly, and that's why we're here, we need the wood and the saplings. My axe broke. Also, I just noticed the sky is so gray. And when I leave the pale garden, it's blue. That's such a creepy effect. I kind of love it, but also it's creepy. Now we have all the pale garden stuff except one thing, I think. This garden should also have some weird new flowers. This one here on my cape. So I want to try and find at least 1 or 2 of them. Like these. I think they only open at night, so I'm gonna take them home and then we can watch them open safely from my home. Not that I really have a home since I haven't built a starter house yet. Okay, I keep hearing scary tree noises. I think it's time to go home before we actually die to a creeper or a freaking creaking. I'm back home. I got all the stuff I needed so we can check off all the wood types and we can also put the table back down. Because I didn't even die once. I played it really safe. Now we can plant all of the saplings and then we can have a cozy grind session ahead of us. Wait, do the creaking spawn on all of the trees no matter the biome you place them in? We might have just planted a murder farm, but I'm hoping I'm wrong. Anyway, let's grind. I just realized I'm stupid and you can't just have 1 sapling, you need to have 4 like this. Definitely didn't have to Google it after I waited 10 minutes for them to grow. This is my dark oak sapling experience all over again. Just that back then I rage quit the game and didn't figure it out for hours. But now that it's getting dark, look at the flowers. Look at them, how they all lit up. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I saw that. That was so cool. And now when we pick them up, we have the open eye blossoms. Look, dogs, I have flowers. And they have a creepy name. Wait, speaking of creepy, we have the creaking heart. I want to see if we can bring the creaking back to life without getting the skelly to kill us. I think we just do this. Whoa, it's alive. Where's the creaking? Hi! Ah! No, 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 no. Ooh, wait. Resin farm. Yes, very good creaking. Give me the resin, give me the resin. No, zombie, don't take my resin. That's so mean. I don't even need resin, which makes this even funnier. Look at me just dancing around this. I think... Ah! Oh no, the creaking is after me. Oh no. Oh no, the creepers are after me too! Those monsters just didn't want to let me have my resin farm. And now that it's day, my poor creaking is gone, but the heart is still beating, so it will come back at night. I don't even know what you do with this stuff. Oh, you can make a block of resin. I made a block of resin. Ooh, it breaks instantly. That's so weird. Anyway, back to grinding, and it looks like my tree has grown, and hopefully it doesn't have a creaking heart. I mean, not that I wouldn't want another creaking pet, but having one chasing me into the trees is enough, I think. Oh, look who is here, and he's leaving again. Come back here. Wait, they have a name too? That is so funny. And they're trading things I don't need. So I guess the llamas will go in the boat, and I get the leads. Thanks for your business. Free leads is my kind of business. And of course, now that the trader showed up, we also get those guys showing up. Go away. Oh my gosh, they hit hard. Oh no, 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 don't kill me. I'm just gonna wait for them to slowly come over here. Very slowly. Got him. Yay, I survived somehow. There's an arrow in my eye. Also, take a look at all of this wood that I've already farmed. I think it is building time very soon. After I chop down all of those pale oak trees, the grind goes on. And I've been moving all my chests from this place over to here because this is where I want to build my house. But this platform is too small, so I think I'm just gonna get rid of it. Sorry, doggos, you're gonna have to move. I can't believe I'm actually gonna build my first house soon. Well, after I fixed all the terrain back here. And now it's house building time. And I'm thinking for the walls, we're gonna use pale oak. But not this color. We're gonna strip it and get this nice white wood. And when we turn it into planks, we can mix it up like this. Okay, this shape reminds me of someone, but I don't know who. But also, this is gonna be my wall design. And I mixed in some birch wood, so it's not just a plain white wall. And I think if we're gonna add all the other wood types we have, this is gonna turn into a nice building. But one wall isn't enough for a starter house, so I decided to expand it. And of course, Minecraft randomly decided to make it rain, but I kept going and the build got bigger and bigger, so I'm not sure if you can even call this a starter house anymore. I have made a huge mess. Also, why does this look like a screaming face? This house is unhappy and we need to make it happy, but we already have most of the walls in, even though it looks super messy. So the next step is adding all the other wooden elements, and I think I'm gonna start with all the pillars, because these are definitely gonna mix things up. Okay, we're definitely getting there, even though it's still looking weird. But I also just realized I'm gonna need a whole lot more resources than just the wood in the chest. Next to all of this, we're also gonna need some stony materials. And since I still don't have a branch mine, I'm just gonna go back into the scary giant cave, because I think I lit up most of this part up here, and we can mine out all the cobblestone from here. But next to cobblestone, I also want to get some tuff, because I think they could look really nice together. But I don't think tuff generates next to stone. It's more like down there in the deep side. Oh, I see it. I mean, it's looking super dangerous, but we could risk it, right? I'm gonna set my spawn though, just in case, because I feel like this might end deadly. But I always say that, and I always survive. Yay! I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Die, Skelly! Still have to go deeper, down to deep slate. Okay, let's just take the water down. Whee! Diamonds! Oh, come on! I just broke my iron pickaxe. That's so annoying. But we know they're there. We're gonna come back for them at some point. There are more diamonds. Oh my gosh! Gotta make sure nothing can see me. And then we just dig into the wall. And then we mine up all the tuff we can get. And hopefully it's a lot of tuff. Okay, there isn't a whole lot of tuff here, but I can see the tuff jackpot down there. But how am I gonna get there with all the skellies guarding everything? Aw. Also, this is so mean. I'm right next to the diamonds. Do I just fall down? And run, 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 run! Light up everything, light up everything, light up everything! No monsters can get me when I get this tuff. Whoa, there's a witch! No! Oh no, the witch. Oh no, the witch. No, it gave me weakness. No, it gave me poison! Kill the witch, kill the witch, kill the witch. Stop laughing, you evil witch! Oh my gosh, I always die to witches. Oh my god. No! No! Good that I set my spawn. I guess back down we go. Whoa, I almost died again. I'm not losing all my stone and all my tuff to this stupid witch. I will kill you with this axe. Die, die, die. Yes! Revenge! Revenge! I had 20 levels. That's so annoying. Now let's just ignore this happened and mine out all of this stuff here because we deserve it. Oh no, you won't. Go away. No more monsters. Okay, I don't know how much stuff I need, but it's getting scary and I have so much already, so let's run away and get out of here. I don't even know where I'm going, so I'm just hoping this water takes me up and out of here. Oh, it takes me all the way to the surface. Yay! I'm in a scary ravine, but yay! Hi, chickens. Awkward. And I didn't die. Oh yeah, I died. And after that caving disaster, I just spent an hour silently grinding coal in random caves and farming a ton of food. And now I'm back to 25 levels. Let's go. But now we have all of this stone and tuff, so we gotta turn that into useful blocks to build my house. So let's first make a stone cutter, and then we can just throw the tuff in there and turn it into bricks and polished tuff. And we can do the same with the stone. And now we can use all of that tuff to do something that I wanted to do for a long time, and that is make the entrance. Because right now it's just a gaping, screaming hole, which also looks like a face. So let's add tuff to this and also use all of the chiseled ones, especially those two. I love them with the little wind swirls. Yeah, now that's already looking much better. It's very far from finished, but we have a little entrance now. You know, every house needs to have a tiny porch so we can yell at our neighbors. Get off my porch! Now it's going in my house. I need windows. But first, I need to put a roof on this. And inside the roof, I want to put all of this stony stuff. But first, I need to make an outline of the roof, and that's where the dark oak comes in. And now let's climb back onto this house using water, because why not? And now it's roof time. And while I was building the dark oak outline of the roof, I kept thinking, what if I fall off this house and die again and lose all of my 25 levels that I just grinded? Now what we gotta do is take all our pale wood and fill in all those empty spots between the roof and the building. And of course, there's gonna be a whole lot of water scaffolding involved again, you know, just to play it safe. And every time it gets dark, I hear the familiar sound of the creaking approaching, which is actually a really funny reminder for me to go to bed. Yeah, now this is looking much better, except on this side where I forgot. But now all the tuff and cobblestone comes into play, because I want to make some sort of a roof gradient going from tuff to stone. I mean, it is a very subtle change, but it looks really cool, I think. And I bet it's gonna look even better on a bigger scale. You know, I never thought to put stone on the roof because it's like a heavy material that goes on the ground, but actually it works really well as the roof too. I've made a roof. You know, the house is already looking really good, except this empty, hollow shell of faces screaming at me. Because even though the basic shape of the house is completed, it looks weird without all the detailing. So let's craft a shovel, and then let's go and find some sand, because this house is gonna need a lot of windows, you know, so all the mobs don't just casually walk in and kill me. Oh yeah, look at that. We got a sand mountain and a whole bunch of sand here. And my house is all the way over there behind this weird ugly hill, so nobody is gonna see the mess I will make here. I think I got way too much sand, but let's smelt it down anyway. And while that is melting, I'm gonna use the time to craft up all of my spruce wood into all these detailing blocks, stairs, slabs, trapdoors, fences, and so on, because this build is gonna need sprucing up, literally. And I want to have white stained glass paints, and I don't feel like killing some scalies for it, because I don't want to die again, so I'm just gonna do this instead. And white stained glass. Let's first start with the entrance, so we have a little arched doorway, then tons of stripped spruce wood behind it, and then the pale oak door. And this is looking so cool. I really love the pale oak designs. And now we're gonna make a little overhang over this entrance. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now we need to get rid of this mess of the logs transitioning into the white walls. And I'm thinking the best way to do that is to add a giant flower bed and dirt, and then stairs here so you don't see the pillar going into this wall. Okay, I decorated this whole wall already, and it looks so much better now. Now we just do this on all the other walls and turn this house into a beautiful starter mansion, because it really started turning into a mansion at this point. Oh my gosh, the creaking is in my house. I'm scared. I don't think he can see me yet though, so I'm just gonna sleep. Look, I completely finished the back and it looks absolutely amazing, especially this middle part here. And I've turned this part here into a balcony, so we're gonna connect this up to the roof, then have a really nice safe railing so we don't fall down. And then this space gets really tight, but we're gonna keep going and add the campfires and extinguish them so we don't burn down the house. And I'm not really sure how to get out of this because there's no floor here. Okay, third person bucket clutch. Oh my gosh, I did it. And now look at this swaggy balcony. But now that the sun is setting, I'm realizing this needs lighting up really quick or there are gonna be monsters all over this. Let's turn my iron into nuggets and then quickly craft a bunch of lanterns and then just put them everywhere. Oh no, it got dark at its spot. Oh no, it saw me. I'm scared of him, but I also love my new creaking friend, even though he's hunting me. You can't get me, you can't get me, you can't get me. Look how he's hunting me. Look how he's hunting me. That's so scary. Now I'm gonna go to bed and you can't stop me. No, 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 no. Haha. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. He's coming. Ah! Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm just gonna slowly run into my house. Oh my gosh. Where is he? Oh, he's there. I'm so glad I have a house now where that guy can't get me anymore. But hey, we're doing really good for ourselves. We already have this giant pale oak mansion. Just that it's super empty and ugly on the inside. So while it is ugly and rainy outside, I'm gonna be in here decorating my house, adding a nice, beautiful top floor. I also went back to the caves to mine out tons of copper. And of course I got ambushed by a horde of monsters and almost died again. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. I don't want that almost dying to become actually dying. I have escaped and I'm never going back in there until I need more resources. Wait, I forgot to mine tough. I actually have to go back in there right now. Wait, this is actually the perfect opportunity to get all of those diamonds that I saw in the caves when I didn't bring an iron pickaxe. But now I'm bringing an iron pickaxe. Oh, there's a witch by the diamonds. I'm not getting those diamonds, but I am getting these diamonds right here. Give me the diamonds, give me the diamonds, give me the diamonds. And there are more diamonds, and there's another witch. I'm not getting those diamonds either. I hate witches. Whoa, no, she saw me. Oh no. Please, can this not happen again at the exact same spot it happened last time? Come on, I have 30 levels. I could enchant stuff soon. Oh, she's hunting me. Dude, she's hunting. Wait, I crafted a bow. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's do this. Let's do this. Yes! Pro Minecraft. And now we do go over here and get those diamonds. There's a creature there. And now we do what we actually came here for, and that is get more tuff for our floors. And I used all of the caving resources to create this room here. We have a giant deep slate furnace with all the different kinds of furnaces so we can smelt all of the resources. Then we have a pretty tough ceiling and copper in the floor, and there's resin down here. So it looks like lava, but the safe version. And I've also been dividing up this big room here, and this one here is gonna be my storage room. So we're gonna have chests all over this wall. So now we have a wall of chests, and I labeled everything to have all the basic resources like wood and stone, greenery. Now I just need to sort everything into those chests. 10 years later. And now that it's all sorted into all these chests, it doesn't look like we have that many resources anymore. But I definitely slayed in the food department. And now that we got all the functional parts of this build done, this is where the real fun begins, because we have a whole second floor to decorate. So I turned this ugly empty mess from this into this. Yeah, I'm just staring at a wall. But I've actually done so much more because I just took some time to decorate my entire house. So it's basically all full of interior. I added a little bit of decor down here, but most of it is upstairs because now we have a whole decorated room. My dog is here, and I separated this room so we can go through here, and this is where my bedroom is. We got lots of paintings, a little laptop where my dog is doing my homework, and this is my really cool sleeping area with a double bed, a creepy painting with villagers watching me, my dog shedding fur on my pillows. And I discovered this really cool carpet from the Pale Garden. You just place it and the moss grows up the wall, and you can change how tall it grows. And there's also a ladder here leading up to my secret attic where I put lots of special things, like this little opening where I can look down on my dogs in case they're doing something they're not supposed to. Look at me just standing up here looking down. But the most important thing about this room is this here. So I wrote down when this world was created. Yeah, now you know it took me like a month to get this video done. You saw nothing. And here I want to write down my ideas and goals for this world, so whenever I have an idea I can just put it down here. And my most important goal is just have fun, love this world, and create tons of beautiful things. And here I mapped out this entire area. So this is where my house is, this is my early game area, and the rest is just wide open terrain where we can build. And I want to map out my base every couple hundred days so we can basically see my base building progress through maps. So now I got my whole starter base done. We got tons of resources already. We got a creaking that just spawned. I'm scared. Oh my gosh, the creaking is in my ceiling. Hi there! But hey, the first build in this world is looking really cool so far. And I have a feeling there's so much more to come. I recently started my new Minecraft Forever world, and so far I've made a giant crop field, trapped the local farm animals in tiny pens, and built my first house in this world. Oh yeah, and I died to a witch, but we don't talk about that. And when I come out of my starter house, all I can see is just empty open land. And that has to change. I want to fill this this place with builds, but for that we're gonna need good tools. And I think we can start with a diamond pickaxe because I do have 4 diamonds and first diamond tool in this world. But that's still kind of boring without magic. And I do have 37 levels and a dream and no obsidian. But I have a lava pool right here below my house. Hello, lava. Let's just do this. Bye, lava. And then we just go ahead and dig it out. How do you craft an enchanting table again? No, we need more diamonds! Wait, I need 1 more diamond. Oh my gosh. I guess we're back to the scary caves. I did try my best to light this all up, but I think there are still tons of monsters falling from the ceiling, hiding over there. I just need that diamond over there. Diamond? I have the diamond. Hi, creeper. Hi, zombie. Woo! Going caving with your 37 levels when you're about to enchant for the first time is the most terrifying thing ever. But hey, I survived and now we have the diamonds. Now we just need the book. And I have all of this leather and all of this sugar cane. Oh my gosh, that's so much. So let's make all of these books. Then we can craft the enchanting table. And then we can use all of the spruce wood we own to make tons of bookshelves. That was the fastest way I've ever gotten an enchanting setup. If we ignore the hours I've spent farming sugar canes and breeding cows. And I'm honestly not sure where to put the enchanting table yet, so we could just make a little temporary spot for it. So let's put it right here and then surround it with all the bookshelves. And then we just get our lapis and first enchant. Fortune 2, why not Fortune 3? Do I take this or should I risk it all to get Fortune 3? Let's risk it all. Wait, what if we take the enchanting table away from the bookshelves? Then the enchants are super cheap. Please have good enchants. Efficiency 4. Okay, let's do that. Okay, Silk Touch. I wanted Fortune, but we have Silk Touch. And we have Efficiency 4, which is the most important thing. So now we can branch mine and get 1,000,000,000 diamonds, and then we get a Fortune pick. But first I had to try my best and improvise on building a cute structure around this enchanting setup. And it did take me a while, but I came up with this little gazebo, which is a little bit open in the middle. We have all of those gray mossy vines hanging down. And I moved the enchanting table into the ground so we can just walk in and click on it, and we don't have any bookshelves in the way. And I think this turned out really nicely. And now that we have a good enchanting setup, it's time to finally hit the branch mines. I just need to bring a huge amount of coal and of course a huge amount of sticks. And then we just need to go ahead and find a good spot where we can dig straight down. Oh, this is gonna be so dangerous. Okay, I've chosen this spot here, so let's go ahead. Oh no. Oh, great. I almost died. Wait, there's water down there. I would have survived that! And to make this safe, I always want to place water. Then I'm just gonna dig a little bit. Ooh, iron. And I'll just go back up and take the water again so I don't drown every time I go down. Also, wait, is it raining up there? Because it's raining into the caves. And after a really long dig, we finally reached Y level -53. So now we can start digging out a little room. Okay, we got a nice big room dug out, and now we can place some chests here where we can store all the random stony stuff. And then we just choose one side and let the digging begin. And here's hoping we're gonna find many, many diamonds. Well, instead of diamonds, I just mined into a geode. I mean, I'm definitely not complaining about that. That's an epic find. But we just gotta keep going. There's lava. Diamonds! Yes, more diamonds, more diamonds. Give me all the diamonds. And the good thing about having Silk Touch is that we can get all the deep slate diamond ore. And once we get a fortune pick, we can mine all of the ore. And more diamonds. And it's a lot of diamonds. And I went into this random cave system and there are so many diamonds, but it's also super scary in here. Like, I mined into this wall and then lava came out and it was so scary. Now that I have so many diamonds, I actually have something to lose, which makes this even scarier. I made a really long tunnel and I think I could still go on for hours, but my diamond pickaxe is not looking so good. But we have 24 diamond ore, which is a lot of diamonds. So let's go back and see if we can get some fortune. And I had so much random stuff that my inventory space kept running out, and that's why I brought a bundle, because I just put all the random stuff in there. It's literally so useful. And if you're wondering how I'm gonna get back up here, well, I have a really painful water scaffolding session ahead of me. Hey, I survived the first branch mining adventure. I mean, not that it's scary since you just mine in a straight line and avoid a bit of lava and caves, but I'm still proud of myself for not panicking and dying in there. Now let's take 3 of our diamond ore and turn it into diamonds. Then we make another diamond pick, and then we get to use the beautiful enchanting gazebo again, and hopefully we get fortune 3. No, we don't. We get something bad. Okay, come on, please, please. Fortune 2? Why? I mean, good enough, I think. Efficiency 4. Okay, that's a good pick too. And now we can fortune mine some of those diamonds. And now we have 35 diamonds, which is really good. So we could make a diamond sword. And then we could try that out on the pillagers that just decided to appear. Get wrecked. Die, pillagers. I love my new diamond sword. And I'm also gonna make a diamond axe. And we can get more XP from fortune mining all of these ores. And we can enchant one more thing, so let's try the axe. Efficiency 4 and Silk Touch. The resource grind is gonna be so fast from now on. And then I got a little bit too excited about having new diamond tools that I had to go and travel all around the world to try them out. And I only walked like 10 blocks from my home and already encountered something horrible. And we're just not gonna talk about that because it's way too tragic. Poor villager. But to cheer myself up, I went into this beautiful flower forest. And I think now that we have Silk Touch, we could take the bee nests. Oops, I also mined the tree. I'm not used to fast tools yet. I think it would be great to get some bees so we can wax copper and they make our crops grow faster. And I discovered something cool. When you break the bee nest, it tells you how many bees are inside. I never knew it did that. That's so useful. Okay, I just kidnapped all these bees in their homes. But I think we gotta keep going just a little bit more because I love when you're starting a new world and you haven't seen anything yet, so there's so much to explore. Also, I think I went back in a circle because that's my house over there. Let's go in a different direction then. And over there we have a giant spruce forest and a lot more swamp around us. Oh, look, it's frogs. I wish I could take them home. Oh my gosh, take a look at this beautiful landscape that I just came across. All those jagged mountain peaks. Oh, and a village that we can raid. This world is so cool. There are so many biomes just randomly together. Hi, villagers. I'm gonna steal from your house. I mean, it's not like they have anything valuable. And I'm gonna sleep in their bed. And then I'm gonna go mining in those mountains because there are so many resources where I can use my fortune pick. Let's test my new diamond sword on a creeper. It just blew up. I got so much coal from the cave and there's so much on the surface too. And the best thing is that it's giving me lots and lots of XP. And of course, once you started traveling, it's very hard to stop again. So here I am just running through this snowy biome. And I just found another village next to a giant lava waterfall. I'm gonna take their lanterns. Free lanterns are perfect, especially because we don't have a lot of iron. Thank you, Dodge, for the hospitality. I will steal from you again. Okay, but now back to our base because we have a really big project ahead of us. I'm almost back home, but I just came across this witch hut and the witch is there. I don't know if it's worth it to loot the witch's home. Okay, there's basically just garbage in here. Let's leave again. Stupid witch. Stupid witch! No, she got me. I cannot die to a witch again. And home sweet home is inside and I almost fell into my branch mine hole. But now we can put all of our new resources away and greedily laugh over the riches we now possess. I have so much coal now. And now it's time to get a little bee setup going on here. So we're just gonna do campfires surrounded by trapdoors so the bees don't burn themselves to death. Because they would totally do that. And then we just place the bee nests on top of this. Come on, bees. I have flowers. Yay, we got a bee! Now they just need to do their thing with the flowers and then we get tons of honeycomb, which is gonna be super helpful for our next big project. And I already wrote it down on my ideas board because I want to make a mining outpost and decorate my branch mine so I can have a really cozy time mining my diamonds. And I think it would be really cool if we had our mining outpost be all the way over there and then have a super easy way down into the branch mine and also a way down into the scary caves. And of course I want to use the pale wood for this build again. And the creaking just spawned when I said pale wood. I'm scared. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. Ah! That was so funny. That was so funny. How he was just casually walking up to me. That was so scary. Stop hunting me. No. Bye. Oh my gosh, I didn't see the creepers. I didn't see the creepers. Don't explode my base. Woo, that was close. Well, in light of that creeper scare, we should enchant the diamond sword because I forgot to do that. Fire aspect. Those cows better watch out because I don't have to cook my food anymore. Anyway, back to building. I have to figure out how big I want this mining outpost to be because I definitely want a room where I can walk in and then jump down into the mines. I should also cover this up because at some point I'm just gonna fall in and die. And I want this to be a nice round circular build. I just have to do a lot of terraforming first. Wait, but I do have 30 more levels and I have more diamonds. Diamond shovel. And please something good, please something good. I'm breaking. Efficiency 3, yeah. I mean, better than the stone shovels. Oh yeah, definitely better than the stone shovels, but still very slow. And now we have this nice flat surface and a little hill in the back, and I also lit up the entire area so I don't get ambushed while I build. And speaking of building, since I want to use this pale block as the wall, I need to find another block that goes well with this because I always like to texture my walls and have at least 2 different kinds of blocks on it. But I've already tried all the stones and it just doesn't match this color. But there's one more thing I could try, but that means I have to go traveling again, because I need to go and find acacia wood. But I don't want to use the orange wood, I want to use the log. And all the freezing cold biomes are east from here, so we just go west and maybe we get something warm. Wait, I've actually been here before. This is where I got my pale garden stuff. And this is where a jungle is, which means warm biomes are ahead, hopefully. Wait, that is acacia! Yay, we did it! Well, hello there, acacia wood. And village. Again, we're finding so many villages. Dude, I almost fell in this! Oh yeah, and first, we actually have to test if this looks good, so I brought 1 pale log. I mean, it's still kind of a different color, but I think it could look cool. I'm using it now since I traveled all the way here. I'm also kind of hungry, so cooked food. Dude, I got a cow head for killing all the cows in the area. Moo! Fear me, villagers. I'm a cow on 2 legs stealing all your apples. I'm also taking your bread. Basically, I have a resource pack that when you kill a mob, there is a small chance that it could drop their head and you could wear it and display it. Wait, there's a blacksmith. Let's see if they have diamonds. Hello, Jules. I will take your diamonds. Please have diamonds. Aw, man. I'm gonna take your job. Haha. Wait, there's another blacksmith. Aw, man. Why? I mean, new chest plate. I can switch that out with my old chest plate. Also, I'm still a cow. Moo. I also just saw these sand islands, and I think I'm just gonna go there and take as much sand as I possibly can, because we always need windows, right? And look how fast this goes with my shovel. So satisfying. And I got a little bit carried away and now I have a ton of sand. But before we see any more cool things, let's go back home. I need to get this cactus over there. I get distracted every single time. Wait, this is a giant desert. I wonder if it has those desert monument thingies. Now that would be a real bad distraction. What is that? Oh, it's just a jungle tree. I thought it was a weird structure. I'm just gonna walk into this direction a little bit and maybe I can see a desert temple. I just saw another village. Let's not talk about when I said I don't want to get distracted and go back to building my mining outpost. I mean, the building can wait a little while longer. We have a fresh new world to explore. Hello, villagers. Camel. Oh my gosh, I wish I could take the camel home, but I don't have a saddle. Oh, Roy, the creepy child in his room. Let's close the door. I also just realized this desert is next to a mangrove. This guy scared me so bad. Best day ever. Because I actually need lots of mud because the packed butter mud bricks are so good for building. And I think we can definitely find a good spot for that in our mining outpost. And next to getting all of this mud, we also can't forget to get all of those mangrove propagules. And now we just need to safely find a way back home again. I almost jumped into this lava pool with all my resources. Pro Minecraft. And now we can go ahead and smelt up all of that sand we found. And I'm also gonna smelt tons of copper, because that's also something I need for my build. And that's why it's good that we have the bees, because they've been hard at work and we can get all the honeycomb from them. And then later we hopefully have enough so we can wax the copper. So I'm gonna breed tons of bees so I can get honeycomb as quick as possible. And at the same time I'm gonna craft up all of the copper. I also had to go back to the warm biomes and get jungle saplings because for some reason I never picked them up, but we don't talk about that. I also need to mine a lot of stone and tough and deep slate, and to get that easily without water scaffolding in my mineshaft hole, I want to do something really stupid, because we could make a super simple water elevator. We just need 1 single piece of soul sand from the Nether. So let's just put a portal back here, just a little temporary one, and we can make it pretty at some point. Unless it's a super horrible Nether spawn and we just want to delete the Nether. I have my yellow pants. Let's go. Please no horrible Nether spawn. Ah! No! The worst biome ever in the entire history of Nether biomes. And this is even worse. I almost spawned in lava. Okay, so I just went back home because I have a different plan. That Nether spawn is so awful and I don't want to go there anymore. So what I did instead is look up where Soul Sand Valley is on the seed. And I'm just gonna travel there in the overworld and then take a portal to it, because I'm not traveling in the Basalt Delta. And all we have to do is go north. And it's probably gonna be really far because in the Nether, the distance is way shorter than in the overworld. There's a ruined Nether portal out here. Maybe that is a sign to go to the Nether right here. Manifesting the soul sand. Dang it. I guess we have to keep traveling. But hey, I just found Frostwalker boots in this nether chest, so now we can at least have some fun and run on the ice. The things we do for one singular piece of soul sand so we can make a water elevator to our mine shaft. And now I've just hit the wide open ocean. I think I just gotta run out. And another thing I need is kelp for the water elevator. So good that we found this ocean. I think this is gonna be a really long journey, but hey, I wanted to go exploring anyway, so now I have no choice. I have to explore. I've just been running in a straight line on this ocean and it doesn't seem to end anywhere. There's nothing else here. Wait, there's land. Finally! And it is portal time once more. And please, I've traveled so long in the overworld. Please, can this please be a Soul Sand Valley now? Soul Sand Valley! Yay! I mean, I just need this one thing. I'm gonna take more just in case. Wait, and there's also a fortress. Okay, I don't want to go there because I will surely die to with the scalies and blazes. And I would just run back home. I'm just gonna leave the portal there because that's the only way I'm ever gonna go to the Nether. And after I got home from that really long journey, I did tons of grinding and most of it was just waiting for copper to oxidize. And it just won't oxidize. Copper is mean. But now that we have soul sand and kelp, we can finally make our water elevator. And one of these leads down and has water in them and one doesn't. Let's hope I don't die. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. I'm alive. And now all we have to do is add some glass panes here so the water doesn't spill. Then we place this. And then we have to place tons of kelp upwards. And I think I'm gonna drown. No, I'm alive. And I would just fall down here again. Wait, did I remove the water? No, I didn't. Now we break this, and now this should be a bubble elevator. Yay, it works! We can go all the way up in no time. But before I jump back into the mines and look for more diamonds, I have to finally build my mining outpost. So let's take all of these resources and start building. And so I started building my little pale wood and acacia walls first. And then of course it had to start raining, which is a common occurrence when I build something in Minecraft. I'm cursed with rain. But luckily it stopped after I slept, so I was able to continue building in the sunshine. And right now we just have this weird round looking structure. And I want this place to be some sort of tower, so we need to go higher, and this time I'm gonna use tuff. We got a first layer of the chisel tuff, and now we're just gonna go up with the bricks. And I just had a cool idea to detail this even more. I have some of this pale moss carpet, so we could place it on top of these copper blocks, and then it grows up the walls. I fell. I mean, you can barely see it, but it's right there, and it's looking really cool, especially from far away. And for some reason, all I can see right now is a screaming face with a mustache, which meant I wasn't done building, so I had to add more and more on top of this, and this time I used pale wood, so it matches my starter house. And I think I never used that many different block types in a build before. I mean, this is looking very cool so far. I also just noticed it's not lit up on the inside and there could be monsters spawning. But right now this is just a pretty looking tower. I want this to be a mining outpost. So I need to attach something to this build that makes it look like we're using it to go to the mines and get tons of resources. And my big cave entrance is right here and I almost fell in. So we could have something come out of this and lift something out of this cave. So let's start by having some sort of crane coming out on the side of the wall. A nice curved crane arm. And then we can do the crane going down on a chain. I used so much iron for this. And then below this we need to add something like a wooden barge that is going to carry all the resources we haul from the caves. And basically what I'm going to get from this cave is tons of stony materials. Because I did light up most of this and I can get tons of andesite and diorite and stone. We're just not going to go deeper because there are monsters. At least not until I have diamond armor. So now the whole crane is looking like this and I think it's really cool. But I want this cave entrance to match this crane that I just made, so I need to make the cave bigger and scarier and decorated and have a better entrance going down. No more ugly cobblestone stairs. I want this to be like a giant quarry, so I want to replace all of this dirt and grass with tons of stone blocks. And of course we gotta mix different kinds of stone types. And what I also want to do is get tons of slabs so the transition from one layer to the next is very smooth. And I think with this we're definitely on the right track. We just need to tweak this a lot more and add way more slabs and tons of detailing. And then we need a better looking way down into this cave, so I'm thinking we should use spruce slabs so they stand out from all the stones so we know exactly where we have to go. And it turned out to be a little bit of a wonky staircase leading down, and it's a bit dangerous and you could probably die falling down here. But this leads right into this dangerous cave, which is definitely still not safe. What is that? Oh no, that was an enderman and I looked at it. Water. Do we just run? Ah! Oh no! Ah! Please, I have 30 levels. Please, I have 30 levels. Please, I have 30 levels! I hate caving. I hate Enderman. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. I know it is somewhere and it's gonna find me again when I least expect it, and then it's gonna kill me and I'm gonna lose all my 30 levels. That's not gonna happen! Ah! It's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen! Okay. Ah! Die, you stupid! Ah! 2 hearts, 2 hearts, 2 hearts. 2 hearts! No! Why, I had 30 levels. Great, and half my stuff went into this cave. Just you wait, Enderman. Soon I'm gonna make an Enderman farm and kill you all for XP. That will be the ultimate revenge. Anyway, now we have a cool entrance to the cave. And I'm just gonna silently decorate this area a little bit more. And just think about Enderman dying painfully. I hate Enderman. And now our little stone quarry is nicely decorated and we have a lovely caving entrance. And I'll be forever scared to go back in there because of that Enderman. But I noticed now that we have the crane here, this build is looking very imbalanced because there's nothing on this side. Except this pillager! I don't need any more monsters trying to murder me, thank you very much. Oh my god, just 2. Oh no, go away. Die and perish, die and perish. I'm just trying to live a peaceful life, making some lovely builds and progressing in the game. And the monsters have other plans for me. Just wait until I have full diamond armor with enchants. They're gonna get wrecked. But no more fighting for now because I want to attach another crane to the other side of the build. Okay, now this is a really cool mining outpost. Look at this build! It's perfectly balanced. We have so many layers of color. And another crane full of my precious resources. Now this crane hauls stuff out of a scary cave, but this one here isn't next to a cave. This one is where I'm gonna store all my ores. So all the coal, the iron, and copper. So let's turn this place here into a stony area too. And I'm gonna need a huge amount of packed mud for that. I think roads out of packed mud and mud brick and some coarse dirt in between are one of my favorites. And I got a little bit carried away again and already built the whole thing. I'm just having so much fun in this world, I cannot stop. And what I did is build 3 crates for the 3 ores that I could find. And my favorite part about this is these mini blocks. So basically there's a data pack for mini blocks. And all you have to do is just take one normal regular block and then put it in the stone cutter. And there's the option to get a mini andesite. And now we have mini andesite. Same as the mob heads, like the cow head I had earlier. These blocks are just like for decorative purpose, just to add more detail to my world and give me more ways to add lore or tell stories, especially because you can put them on your head. Hello, I'm in this andesite, can you hear me? I'm in the andesite! Definitely really good lore. But this beautiful build is still not done because we still have the whole interior, which is always a fun part to do. And we also have this part up here, so we can decorate 2 floors. So in here we're gonna have a little bit more decor around our mineshaft elevators and murderous drop shafts. And I have a really funny idea so I don't confuse up or down. So this is up and this is down. So I know I have to fall down this way when I enter the mines. Also, I love the view from the window. Look at my mining storage. And the horrible deadly abyss on the other side. I've also done some real decorations, so now we have storage here when we come from the mines. And we have a little board of precious items. We have my first diamond and an emerald ore for just no reason at all. And the more we explore the scary caves and mines, the more precious things we find, and then we can put it here. And upstairs is my little chill room, because after dying in caves, I need some me time, so I have a little couch where I can chill, my wandering trader friend in the closet. And then this is my favorite part, we can go up here, there's a painting on the wall, we can ring the bell to be annoying. But we go up here, and then this is a little viewing platform. We can look over our entire base, which isn't a lot right now, but the more I build, the more fun it's gonna be to come up here and view my entire base. I've also used my leftover diamonds to repair my diamond pickaxes, so how about we try and get that diamond armor from the mines? We just need to find a few more diamonds, and then we can craft a full set of diamond armor for sure. Last time I mined in this direction, how about this time I go this way? Relaxing mining times are ahead. Oh yeah, it was just 1 diamond. My diamond luck has been so bad, I mined through both of my pickaxes and I only got 9 diamond ore. And with fortune 2, that is 17 diamonds. We can definitely use it to repair our pickaxes again. Now we have 9 diamonds left. Well, it looks like I'm gonna be spending a lot more time in the mines. But that doesn't mean I have to be in a scary, gloomy, ugly mineshaft. I mean, everything is a lot more fun when it's decorated. So let's turn this ugly room into a nice mining hub. The first step is expanding the room and making it way bigger. And the next step is figuring out what to put on the walls. And I'm thinking the stripped pale wood will look really cool. For me, the most fun is when I just take the resources I have and start building without any plans, and then something comes out of that. And in this case, it's a really cool mining hub with tons of detailing. And this is such a cool looking place now. And we have 4 directions where we can mine. And I've labeled them in different colors so I always know where I am. And this one here is the amethyst because there's a geode in these mines. And I think in the future I have plans to make another room here and then we can branch off in this and this direction from so many mine shafts. It's gonna be a really big mine. I also almost broke my pickaxes again, so I guess the diamond armor mining has to continue another time. But that's okay because there's something else I really want to do now. Last episode I asked you all to name my 3 dogs, and I've gotten so many fun suggestions. Let's first make them different kinds of dyed colors, and I want the colors to match the name that I chose for them. But I only have 2 name tags, so only 2 names will always be visible. So first up we're gonna have pumpkin with an orange color. A lot of people suggested that because of the pumpkin soup incident. We don't talk about the pumpkin soup incident. And then this guy here is going to keep their red color and they're going to be called Berry Bush. And once I get a 3rd name tag, I will put it on that dog. Look at how you looked at me in that moment. I love you, Berry Bush. And then dog number 3 is gonna get a light blue color to match the bed. And her name's gonna be Bluebell. So adorable. I love my dogs. And thank you all so much for your name suggestions. They were so good. And I think I need your help again because I want to name all my tools. So let me know if you have any silly ideas for my diamond tools. And I'm really proud of how this mining outpost turned out. Ow. I recently got enchanted diamond tools and made a giant mining outpost with a custom mine underground. But my pickaxes aren't looking so good without mending, so I want to try to get that. But next to that, I also want to make an iron golem farm so I can have infinite iron to make anvils, chains, hoppers, and most importantly, lanterns, because we need a pretty light source to keep the mean monsters out. And I think before we do anything else, we really gotta try and get mending on our pickaxes. So let's make a lectern. And we very conveniently live next to a giant hill with a village on top. So we can just go over there and beg the villagers for mending books. And the sun is setting right now, which is perfect because the villagers will be in their beds sleeping, so we can lock them in their house so they're nice and safe. Oh, hello, golem. Don't mind me. Definitely not gonna farm iron golems later. Hello, villagers. Villagers? Hello? Is anybody home? Dude, there are no villagers in this village. Uh-oh. Okay, could it be that maybe, potentially, the villagers died because I live next to the village, so the zombies spawned and just killed them because I didn't protect their home? Wait, I heard a door. Maybe not all of them are dead. Hello? Hello? Yay! What's your name? Peace! Peace is still here! They already have a job. Perfect. Come on, Peace. Get back in your home. Get back! Let's just move you back into your home where it's safe and there are no monsters. Except me. Now I'm just gonna get rid of all the doors and block this in so Peace cannot escape. Wait, and before I start rolling trades, we need something we can trade with Peace. And I know just the thing. But first, bucket clutch! Bucket clutch! Ow. Yay! Water slide! I have this long line of sugarcane growing by the river, so I harvest that on a regular basis, which means, boom, we're rich with sugarcane. So we could make paper out of that, and once we get a mending trader, we can trade them paper, and then the mending trade is locked in and I can peacefully grind it out. Now we just gotta wait for mending to appear. Please, Peace. It would be my dream to get a mending book. Please. Curse of binding. That villager hates me. Wait, no way! Mending already! That was like 3 minutes. It usually takes so long. Okay, let's make paper. Lock in the trade. And now we just need to get tons of emeralds because I need 26 emeralds to buy this one singular mending book. Oh, it just got down to 25. And while I was waiting for the paper trades to become available again, I was jumping around the village and then I saw this. There are more villagers. Wait, hello? Daisy, Eric, and Edith. Hello? Everyone in the hall? At least they didn't die, but they're in a hole with a cow. Poor unfortunate villagers. Yes, go in your house. There's your bed. Very good. Come on. Yes, let's go in there. Let's all go in there. Very good. Haha. Okay, put these 2 villagers in the same house. So I'm just gonna give them 3 yellow pea beds. And then we can get some potatoes because we also have tons of those. And then we just toss them all the potatoes through the hole in the ceiling. Enjoy. And then we're gonna get more villagers like Annette here. That's so cute. They're born with a name. I love that so much because I'm gonna need more villagers for my iron farm. Look at me working towards so many goals at the same time. I also moved another villager upstairs from here and the other one just went in the boat. Nope. But Edith here just gave me a mending trade that is cheaper. I mean, we gotta take that, right? I'm sorry, Peace. Your trades suck. I'm sorry. And mending. Best day ever. And I managed to get 2 mending books, but I also got back to 30 levels. So we could enchant another pickaxe. And please have something good. Silk touch. Okay. Yes! Oh my gosh, we finally got an unbreaking! So we can combine our new silk touch with our old silk touch and then get this. Efficiency 5. This is so good. And on this, we can also put mending. And now I'm out of levels. Oh, cows. I need XP. And now, mending. Now we have 2 mending pickaxes and one of them is a super OP pickaxe. So how about we jump back into the mines and try and get that diamond armor. And down here I've also opened up this room a little bit more so we can have mines going in these directions and then on this side as well. And maybe later we could go and decorate them so we have a beautifully decorated mining experience. And I found some redstone, so if we mine this with a fortune pick, we get XP, which will repair the fortune pick with mending, right? Easy self-repairing pickaxe. And diamonds, finally. I've been mining for so long. And more diamonds. And even more diamonds. Oh my gosh, our diamond luck is perfect. But my inventory is full, so it's time to get out of here. And we got 23 diamonds. So let's fortune mine all of these. And let's see how many we get. Oh, and we can also repair the fortune pick at the same time using the diamonds. And I think we doubled that to 42 diamonds. That's so good. That means we could actually make our first set of diamond armor. Bye-bye iron armor. And hello, full diamond armor! Let's go! Now we're shiny and the monsters can't kill us. At least not as easily as with the iron armor. And before we get back up there and do the iron farm, I want to decorate this mineshaft room. And I have a special idea for this. First up, we gotta get rid of all of this deep slate stuff. And we have a geode like right next door, so we could harvest some of that calcite. Oh yeah, efficiency 5. Why do I hear lava? Hello? Ah! Oh my gosh! No! No! Oh no! Oh no, 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 no. No lava in my geode. Bye, lava. Okay, so maybe an amethyst crystal wall and then some pale wood stairs over the mine entrances. And then maybe we could add the calcite into the ceiling. Okay, first a trim of pale oak stairs. And maybe we could make some sort of geode in the ceiling. I have no idea how that's gonna work, but I'm gonna try. And then a ring of calcite inside of this. And then the crystals in the middle. And how about we add actual crystals to this? Okay, that looks kind of cool. I like that. And I think tough blocks would look really nice as the floor for this. And I want to get some of those smaller amethysts. And then we can put a couple of them on the walls. I think that looks really good. And I think it would be really funny if we had doors leading to the mine shaft. So it looks like there are rooms behind this, but it's actually just a scary mine shaft. I also kind of don't like how this wall is looking. It's just temporary anyway. If we want to expand this further, we can just mine in this direction. But I think we still gotta make this look pretty. And I really like this side, so let's just do the same thing over here. I feel like pale wood has become one of my new favorite wood types. Next to spruce, of course. Nothing beats spruce wood. I love spruce. Okay, that definitely looks better. And look at this room. I love it. But I wanted to do something else with this because I recently reached 100,000 subscribers, which is so wild to me. So I wanted to do something silly and label the mines with the milestones I reached. It took like an hour of going through old social media posts, but now I have all the milestones. My first 100 subs in 2020. Ah, that's 5 years ago. That's creepy. Then my first 1,000 subscribers in 2021, then 10,000 in 2022, and then 50k last year, and then I found this one, 77,777, and then this year, 100,000, the coolest milestone ever. And now when I go mining, I'll always be reminded that I've been making Minecraft videos for 5 years. But I want to thank you all so much for watching my videos, because without you, these milestones wouldn't be possible. But now back to the iron farm. And I think it would be funny if we displayed my first iron armor here on this armor stand with the sword. Now that is looking good, and that is not looking good. Go away, land spider. Go away. What did I call the land spider? Let's prepare for the iron farm, and I think we just need a chest and of course some lava so we can burn the golem. But we also need to decide on a location for this. I mean, we have all of this space here, but it's also looking really messy with all the holes and the ugly terrain. Like, what is this? I hate it. But I'm thinking this place could become our iron farm area. With a little bit of terrain work, of course. Okay, a lot of terrain work. So let's start swinging our shovel and make this place look good. I mean, the iron golems have a certain kind of standard, you know? It needs to be perfect. And you know what's super funny? I really wanted to make an iron farm this episode. And then I asked you guys in the comments what I should do this episode. And almost everyone said iron farm, which is kind of creepy. How did you guys know this was the plan? I'm scared. This definitely looks much better than before, even though this hill is still looking ugly. But I think for now we can work with this. So let's get right to it and start building the iron farm. We just need to make a little dirt box. And we also need to dig a little hole next to it And if you want to build this iron farm yourself, there's a tutorial by Voltrox, which is really good. And then we just add the chest and the hopper in the floor. And I think before we do anything else, we gotta get the villagers in there. I need to get 3 villagers into this little box, but I also need to somehow get them off this mountain because they're in a little box up there. I set up a really bad villager breeder in this house. Oh my gosh, there are so many new villagers. We just need 2 in there so we can move more of them out. Oh, Daisy, I'm sorry you will be in my iron farm. We just need to get one of them to go in this boat. Yay, we did it. Hi, Golem. Don't mind me. Just stealing the villagers. And I've already moved 2 of the villagers in this box here. Yay, they're still alive. Okay, we have Annette, Hugo, and Daisy. They're gonna be in my iron farm. And I would just ride them off the mountain. Let's go! Wait, will we die? No, we'll be fine, right? Yay, we're alive! This is just so much fun. Let's go! Whee! Oh, there's a cat down there. Sorry, little cat. We scared it. Oh no, we scared the little cat. And now all of the villagers are here by the shore. We just need to move them into this box. This is gonna be so annoying. I'm gonna make them 3 barrels because they love barrels. And then we can use the barrels to lure the villagers to the shore. Come on. You see this barrel up there in it? Go get the barrel. Good villager. Come on, get the next barrel. Look, there's a barrel. Get the barrel. Get the barrel. Come on, get the barrel. Come on, villager. I know you don't understand me, but can you understand barrel? Barrel. Yes. I know you can do it. Come on, get up there. Yes! Okay, we got 1 villager up here. Hey, maybe this isn't gonna be frustrating. I definitely said that too soon. Don't go back in the water! No! And now they're all here. Now we just gotta wait for nightfall. Because when the night comes, they will just move into those beds here. And I don't have to worry about them running away. Hopefully. They do look like they're up to something, especially because they got a pig in their boat. I've got my eyes on you, villagers. I fell in this hole. And I'm definitely not just gonna wait for the sun to move behind this hill. I'm just gonna prepare this iron farm even more because everything here needs to be a path block. Iron golems can't spawn on path blocks, which means the only place they could possibly spawn would be in this little hole here. And that's where the lava will be. Okay, night is here. Villagers, get into your beds. Yes, they're doing it. No, they're not doing it. Villager, no! Come on, this was supposed to be easy. You evil villager. Ah! Yes, go there. There's a bed for you there. Come on, listen to the other villagers. No, 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 no. No, you... Dude, there are gonna be zombies. Where is this idiot going? In the water, apparently. I think this has to be the most frustrating thing in Minecraft. Especially because the villager is walking towards the creeper and the skelly. Why are you so stupid? Let's see if this guy's gonna listen at least. Yay! This is how it should work. But this guy doesn't listen. This guy's in a boat with a skeleton. I'm still gonna try though. I'm not giving up. I still want to try to get this villager. Stop shooting underwater, you stupid skelly. Yes. And there's a zombie. No! Not yet. It's too soon. It's too soon. Come on, come back later, guys. Come back later. Come back later. Come back later. You don't come back at all. Go to the bed. Go to the bed. Why? Why does this not work? Why are there so many creepers? There's a squid in the boat now. Where's the villager now? Where did she go? Hello? Oh. Seriously? Why? By all the monsters. Yeah, run from the zombie. Villager? Hey, villager. Why are you in this cave? There are monsters. Come on, Daisy. We gotta get out of here. Yes! No, 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 no! No! Oh, great. Great. Now they're both on fire. Daisy, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Daisy. No! I swear, if she's gonna die now, it's gonna be her own fault. Come on, Daisy. I don't want you to die. Why, Daisy? Why are you like this? You're literally running towards a zombie. Why? Dude, I don't understand villagers. Dude, it's gonna be daytime and I still haven't got the villager in the bed. Oh, now you're going up there? Seriously? Now that it's day, you're just going in there? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, you... Well, that was just horrible. I'm just gonna spend the next 10 minutes peacefully farming sugarcane to calm down from all of that. This is not very calming though because this is so loud. Let's see if we can get ourselves some more mending books from those nice villagers in here. Mending. And we can put that on my axe. And then we can repair it by getting XP from breeding cows. Oh, and also from XP from killing cows. Ah, time to make a little bit of space for my rage. This is fine. But hey, it's nighttime again, so we just need to get the zombie to go through here and into the boat. Wait, no, 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 no! What? Okay, that's the last straw. I'm getting a new villager. You're really mean, Daisy. Or maybe really smart because she doesn't want to spend her life imprisoned in an iron farm. I guess you're gonna spend your life on the ocean. Enjoy. Bye! Revenge. Hopefully this will go better than with Daisy. Whee! This is what happens to villagers that don't want to go in the iron farm. Come on, get up there. Yes, 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 yes! And now no more escaping and I'm never gonna go back in there. And since I had to wait around again, I used that opportunity to get another mending book. And then another one. Let's put the mending on my shovel. And my anvil just broke. But hey, we're gonna make an iron farm, so it doesn't matter if you just use all our iron on the new anvil. And mending on the sword. And the sun is setting again, so it is zombie time. Again. Ah, the creaking just spawned. Dude, he's going up to my house to see if I'm there. Sorry, friend. No movie night tonight. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. Hi, zombies. Wait, is this a thunderstorm? Yeah, this is a lovely boat. Yes, there you go. Perfect. Thank you very much. Not two zombies, not two zombies, not two zombies. In the boat. Only one. We did it. It's a thunderstorm. And the golem is here! Dude, the farm is working! Now I just need to properly set up this kill chamber. Get a sign here. Don't mind me, golem. Just burn to death. Thank you very much. Now lava on top of this. And water in the corners. It's working! And now we get all the iron. Oh, yes. Thank you, villagers. You're doing a great job. Unlike some other villagers. Oh, I feel so bad for her. Wait, actually, this is too mean. I need to help her. Okay, Daisy can be my farmer if she wants to. If she doesn't want to, then there's no hope. Okay, yay, she wants to. All the potatoes. Of course, the trades are more expensive because I beat her up. Whoopsie. It was an accident, Daisy. Stop picking up my potatoes. Yay, we're trading. We're doing it. Now we're friends. Now don't run away again. And don't die to zombies. I'll give her 2 minutes and then she's probably gonna die. But now that we have this dirt path box of a farm, we actually need to make this look pretty. And we can only achieve that by putting a giant build around this. And since this is next to my early game farm area, why don't we put this in a nice barn? It's chopping time! Because today we're gonna grind. Also, Daisy has done it. She let my bees out. I knew she would cause chaos here. But I have a solution for that because she's gonna go into this bed and she's not gonna leave again. It's for her own good because she constantly gets into trouble. Aw, look, me and my creaking friend are watching. Ah! No, we're not watching anything. I'm getting hunted again. I hate this. Bad creaking. Nope. Bye. So of course I got distracted from building my iron farm build and farmed tons of crops, but I can trade all my potatoes with Daisy even though it's super expensive, and then we can unlock new food trades. But we can't get distracted with villager trading for too long, so it's back on the grind. And next to the pale wood I also want to get more dark oak. And of course the good old spruce wood that is hiding somewhere behind here. Found you. And I haven't just grinded out tons of wood. I've also spent a lot of time trading with this villager in here, getting Daisy to the master trades. And she's also forgiven me and made the trades cheaper already. Thank you, Daisy. I also just realized I'm wearing the wrong skin. I look like a rat. But while I was chopping wood, I've had a lot of time to think, and I got a really funny idea. I want to build a home for my creaking friend because this looks ugly, it's just in the way. And he constantly spawns in front of my door. He needs his own home. And my starter house has a little secret because I never decorated this entire wall. Awkward! But this is gonna change today because I want to attach a little extension for the creaking here. Don't mind me getting completely sidetracked instead of building something around my iron farm. But hey, it's for a creaking friend. Of course we need to take time for that. I also need to make time to sleep because that guy just spawned again. Sleep, 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 sleep. And he's running towards me. That was so awkward. Sorry, Mr. Creaking. Ow! I've added a little bit more space over here, so now we can make a little shed for the creaking. And of course we gotta use the pale logs because that's the color of the creaking. But I think it would also be fun if we mixed in some deep slate. I don't know if that's actually gonna fit, but I think it would be funny. And I literally don't need this deep slate for anything else because I need the cobbled deep slate to make deep slate variants. So we put that block to a good use as well. And that's the basic shape of the build, and now we just need to make a roof going all the way up there. And for that roof I want to use all sorts of different deep slate blocks. I hope the creaking will like it. And now we have this nice deep slate roof, and there's still a very empty wall, which we're gonna ignore again, because we have this little creaking shed to decorate. Let's tear out all of this grass, and let's add some mud on the floor instead. And let's get some dead bushes from the nearby swamp, and then we can add some of these around here too. And of course the most important thing is getting the creaking heart. Let's make sure we have silk touch, and let's get it. And then we can put it right here in the middle. Okay, now this looks like a really cool creaking shed. And now here's hoping that the creaking won't spawn in my storage room because it's so close to it. Why did I do this? But now let's get back to what is actually important, and it's not watching that golem slowly burning to death. And I'm gonna spend some time crafting up all of my resources into useful building blocks. And it just got nighttime so we can test where the creaking spawned. He didn't spawn in his shed. Where is he? Please don't let him be in my house. Oh no. He's in my house. He's in my house. He's in my house. Haha, he cannot come down the stairs. Sorry, creaking. You're stuck up there. And I've also just learned a really cool thing. You can place resin on anything, which could be a really cool detailing. Like having a bit of resin down here, like I've been smelting it and something spilled. But now back to the grind. It's always nice to watch a golem burn as the sun is setting. Okay, that was horrible. But now I also have a whole barrel full of resources, so now we can start building this. And I'm thinking I'm just gonna use all of this pale wood, and then I'm just gonna wrap it around this entire farm. And building around a giant square dirt path perimeter is always hard, so I decided to turn this into a giant barn. The iron barn. Made of wood, not iron. And the iron barn is giving me tons of iron. Oh my gosh. We're gonna be rich. And we're also gonna be here a while because I only built the front of the barn and I haven't done anything else yet. I mean, the back of the barn is easy, it just has to be exactly the same as the front. So I'm just gonna have to run to the front, remember all of this in my brain, and then run back here and build it. And of course I forgot everything that I just saw. Oh wait, I can just see it from this side. Dude, I'm so stupid. Pro Minecraft. Also, that zombie is breathing way too loudly in there. Be quiet! Oh my gosh, he keeps breathing into my ears. It's so annoying. And I would just connect the top of the roof slab to this one here. Of course, in the pouring rain, as always when I build. But hey, the backside looks good even in the rain. And we could basically just do the same thing on the sides, just add these nice arched windows. And then we can watch the iron golem burn and the villagers panic from every single angle. And a lot of zombie growling later, and I built both of the sides too. And I also improvised and added a cool roof overhang kind of thing. Stop eating grass so loudly when I'm speaking. Now we have pretty much the basic structure of the barn done. We got a really cool front area, lots of windows, and a cool roof design. And I've basically just used wood for this, so for the roof we gotta use a different kind of material. And no, definitely not iron, that would look ugly. And now that we have an efficiency 5 pickaxe, there's one resource we could easily get tons of. We're back in the milestone geode room, and I'm gonna look for some tuff on the walls. Tons of tuff we can get so much of because we can just mine it out so fast. And the best thing about mining this stuff out is you find some nice ores in between. I wish those had been diamonds though. Oh yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Diamonds. Yes, it's more than 2. And that barn looks so cool when I come out from the mines. Let's turn all of that tuff we found into bricks. And now we just have this very chill and repetitive task of connecting all the tuff bricks from one side to the other, and we don't need to do any thinking. My favorite kind of tasks. But of course I also had to do more than just placing tuff bricks, because when a build isn't interesting in shape, it has to be interesting in detailing. And our build is basically just a box, so next to the unique roof shape and detailing on the sides, I also had to add 3 little roofed windows on top of the roof. You didn't see that. But now look at how cool this barn is right now. We finished the entire roof. Wait, we did not finish the entire roof. I'm definitely not making up excuses, but it's totally that zombie growling that distracted me and I forgot. Poor little zombie in there gets blamed for everything today. He just wants to chill and scare the villagers. And I just want to get iron rich. Oh yeah! I never make an iron farm so early in the game because it's kind of intimidating. At least it was, because now I realized how easy it is to make an iron farm. But it's very hard for me to not make my builds look like a face. This is a dog. Can you see how this is a dog? Look, the eyes right here. A big nose and the mouth and the nose up there. And then the little ears. It's a literal dog. Dude, it's a dog. I will call him Barley. The Iron Farm barn dog. House. Barn. This just got weird. But the barn wasn't done yet, so there's still a chance to make it look less like a giant dog and more like a sophisticated build with a murderous unethical farm inside. I started by building a little porch or decorated entrance in the front part of the build, allowing me to easily enter and exit the iron farm. But it somehow still looks like an animal. Now it looks like it's even more of a nose up there. Then I took some time smelting lots of sand into glass, while also crafting pots and lanterns, you know, the usual decorative building blocks. At least now we have so much iron that we could just make a billion lanterns and it wouldn't matter, because we're iron rich. I also got distracted again and spent some time resin farming with the creaking in his new little shed. But I think it would be funny if we gave this guy a little name. He has his own shed, so he needs a name. So let me know in the comments what I should name him. Speaking of naming things, I asked you guys in the comments to name all of my tools, including... Where's the pickaxe? I lost my pickaxe. Oh, it's right here. Why did I not see that? Anyway, I got some really fun name suggestions, so let's go ahead and name them all. Starting with a sword called Enderman Slayer, because last time I died to an Enderman in the most embarrassing way possible, and it's not gonna happen again. Then the axe is gonna be Woodpecker, because I love birds, and the shovel is gonna be the Magical Soup Spoon. I also like soup. But now I'm out of XP, so I'm gonna trade with Daisy a little bit so I can name my pickaxes. My fortune pick is gonna be named Jeremy, for like no reason at all. And a lot of XP farming in the laggy cow pen later. And now we got 16 levels to name the last pickaxe. And another cow head, Moo. And the last pickaxe is gonna be Drift's Crocs Destroyer. Gotta love being an Infinite Drift fan. But all that getting distracted must have left enough time for my glass to smelt, right? Yes, let's go. But now we've got all the resources, so the grind is back on to make this barn look less like a little dog. Let's put windows behind all of this. Which one is my silk touch? Okay, Drift's Croc Destroyer is the silk touch. I gotta remember that. And since the barn has a lot of empty walls, there needs to be way more decorating, so lots of spruce wood. And then we can add leaves. Then we can add the big pots and the small ones. And I thought it would be a fun touch to add the poppies to the small pots, you know, because the golems die and drop them. Yeah, this just got awkward. And I basically decorated every single side, and I also decided to add these window shutters because the pale oak trapdoors look really cool. I've also been hearing way too many mob noises down here. I think there's something in the floor. Oh, there is. Hello? Dude, there are zombies in my floor. Hopefully there's nothing else. Ah! Creeper! Go away. Oh, there are so many creepers. They're all lining up to kill me. What is going on? No. No, no, no. Go away. Okay, that was hopefully the last, right? Right? Okay. This will be a lesson for me to always light up these little spaces underground. But hey, all the struggling with the monsters was worth it, because now we have this beautifully decorated barn. I even decorated the back. Now, does this still look like a dog? It looks like an overgrown dog now. This is fine. And I've also been decorating the inside of this a little bit. I mean, there isn't much space to decorate because we can't put anything here or the golems will just spawn somewhere else. But in here I have a little decorated ceiling. We got a crafting table and all the barrels for storage on the walls, because this here is filling up fast. And this build is looking so cool in the sunshine. We literally pulled it off to make a cool iron farm that also looks pretty on the outside. But now there's just one last silly thing I need to do. Let's get ourselves some bones, and then let's go and search for another dog to be my barn dog and the barn dog. And we do live pretty close to a jungle, so I just went over there, and there's a sparse jungle, I think that's what these are called, without the big trees. And this is where some nice rusty dogs spawn. We just need to find them. But after walking through the whole biome, I realized the dogs must have not spawned, or they're hiding from me. But I decided I won't give up and kept exploring. And then I gave up on finding dogs and went into random caves and literally found a skelly spawner, like on the surface almost. Free loot. Ooh, don't kill me, don't kill me. And when I emerged from the scary skelly spawner cave, I literally saw a normal woods wolf standing there. I mean, we already have 3 of these kinds of dogs, but I think this one would be a perfect Barley the Barn Dog. Please? Yay! Barley the Barn Dog, who's gonna live in the Barley the Barn Dog barn. It's just gonna get weirder and weirder. I'm full of arrows. Oh my gosh. And let's get Barley inside of the barn, and then he can sit here and guard the iron. Barley, do not go in the lava. I also went and maxed out my mending trader Edith, and now we can get name tags from her. And then we can give Barley a yellow color and the name tag. And we didn't have a name tag when we named my 3 dogs in my house, so here's number 3, Berry Bush. And now that we have 3 big builds in my base, it's really coming together, and hopefully soon I can connect it all and make more space for new builds. Because I don't just want the builds to look cool, but also the surrounding area should look cool. And the landscape is really bad right now. So let's not look at it until we have time to fix it. I've been doing a lot of chilling and cozy building in my forever world, but that's gonna change today. I want to go to the Nether and slay, and then I want to go to the end and slay, and get an elytra so I'll be able to fly all over this world, explore new biomes, and gather tons of resources from places I've never been before. But before I can fly, I actually need to be ready for the Nether, because I need to go and get blaze rods so I can actually go to the end. And I also need to get ender pearls. Oh, this is gonna be bad. But I have a really good plan so that I only have to go to the Nether for the blaze rods and not for the ender pearls, because villager clerics trade ender pearls. And another thing I need is XP, because I need to enchant all this armor, and I also need to get a good bow, because when you kill the ender dragon you definitely need an OP bow or you will die. But I discovered something that's gonna help with both of these things, because if you want to unlock more traits with a cleric, you're gonna need tons of rotten flesh, and if you want to get good enchants, you're gonna need lots of levels. And there's one thing that can help with this, and I'm sure you can hear it growling. I've been hearing so many zombies growl, and that's because there's a zombie spawner here. So many zombies, and they're all in there trying to kill me. Perish. Perish! Ow! They set me on fire. Let's see if we get any good loot. Yes, name tag. Iron, rotten flesh. So now how about we just dig out this room and then turn it into an XP farm, so we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I hate that expression. Poor birds. They need to live. And the best is when you find diamonds while making an XP farm. So first I almost broke both my diamond pickaxes while I was digging out the spawner room. And now I just need to do a fall shaft so the zombies will go up here and then they will fall down the other side, where I will wait with a sword. I'm in gravel! I'm in gravel! I'm alive. I hate digging straight up. I dug into a cave. I hate this even more. I don't want to be in a cave. There's a chicken in the cave with me. And it laid an egg. And I literally blocked myself in, so no more scary cave. And then we can make the drop shaft for the zombies. And now this is where they're gonna land, so we need to dig this out even more. And we also gotta make sure there are no baby zombies escaping. And now we just need to turn the water stream into a bubble elevator. And soul sand, and now it should work. I don't want to test it on myself though, because I would die. But the zombies shouldn't die, because when they fall down this water elevator thing, they're gonna be on 1 heart and I can just kill them with my fists. Hopefully it works, because I'm gonna go ahead and release them now. Let's go, zombies! Yay! Oh, they all took my torches. And now they all end up here and they're growling a lot. Die, give me XP, thank you very much. Now I just slay all of those zombies and repair my poor, almost broken pickaxes. And then later I can also get tons of XP so I can get back to 30 levels, and then I can enchant my bow and all my armor, and then we're gonna slay. And I was already like an hour into slowly grinding out my XP levels when I realized I don't need to use the farm to get to 30 levels, because I can just take my rotten flesh and get out of here. Ugh, that guy's here. So this is a slime chunk. Go away. I guess we have slime now. That's very useful. What I was going to say was that we can get XP from trading with the villagers. We need to get more villagers too, so we can actually get a cleric. So let's harvest all of these potatoes. Also, this pig has been following me around because I'm holding a potato. Since when was this a thing in Minecraft? I thought they only follow you when you hold a carrot. I keep learning so many new things about the game. It's wild. Now let's go and see if those stinky villagers up there want to get a job. Also, look at our base from up here. We have so many cool builds already. Oh, villagers, I have a job for you. I need you guys to eat all of these potatoes, please. And then we just wait out here with a boat. And there's the villager child. Hello. Come on, little child. Bo. Oh my gosh, he's called Bo. It's Bo from Brawl Stars. Come back here, Bo. Bo, get in the boat. In the boat. Yes. Now we need to get that guy to safety. How about we just row him up here on this roof? I think I'm gonna move this guy into this room with the villagers unless they escape. Oh gosh, please do not escape. Please do not escape. Please do not escape. Now we just need... Oops, I just punched peace. Now I just need to wait for this little villager child to grow up, and then he can become a cleric. And while I was waiting for little Bo to grow up, I was literally just running around this place picking flowers. I could have done something useful with my time, like stock up on resources, but instead I picked an entire stack of flowers. But look, Bo has grown up and he's a cleric, and he trades all of this disgusting rotten flesh. Thank you very much. Please take it, please take it. I've been trading and the ender pearls are not coming. Oh my gosh, I hope this is actually true and there are ender pearls. Maybe they're just at a really high level. I'm throwing everything I've got at the villagers. I'm hoping these emeralds will be enough. Please, ender pearls, be on the next level. Please, Bo. Yes! Dude, they're so expensive. I'm gonna buy them all. And we're also at 30 levels. So let's go. Let's enchant the first thing, and I think I want to get a bow. That's the most important thing you need when you're fighting the dragon, because you gotta shoot all of those crystals. Please give me something good. Power of 4. Let's go. It's just power 4. Oh, come on. Well, it's gonna have to do, and hopefully we can get more arrows. I only have 7, but I have so many feathers from my chicken farm. I've been killing a lot of chickens. I usually never make arrows because I always have the infinity enchant, but I think you need these 3 things. Yes, I managed to get 14 ender pearls, which I think is enough. So now let's get back to doing something relaxing, because the next step in our adventure is going to the Nether and getting blaze rods. So we need to build up a Nether portal, and I think we gotta go to the Nether in style. So I'm gonna make a beautifully decorated portal. I've had this idea to build a giant fallen tree out of spruce and oak wood, which I've luckily grinded tons of, so we don't have to chop anymore. We have so much. Also, it's nighttime and look who's here. It's my creaking friend. He's creepy. Ow! He hit me through the door. But that reminds me, in the last episode I asked you guys what we should name this weirdo here. I love you, you're my bestie. I don't know if name tags work on the creaking because they're always gonna disappear, but I think it's a fun test. And I found a really silly name in the comments. Barkley. Because he's a tree. Can I name you? Wait, I cannot name him. No! Why, Barkley? Why must you be like this? Go away! He's so mean. So what we're gonna do instead is just take a sign. Stop hunting me. Let's put the sign above his heart and dye it white. Perfect. Bye, Barkley. Stop punching me. Where is he? Ah, he's behind me. Oh no. And now it's day and Barkley has gone into his heart to, I don't know, play the Xbox or whatever he likes to do. There's a creeper behind me. It's coming for me. Oh, there are 2 creepers. Let's test the new bow. Get wrecked. But now let's get back to building the Nether portal tree stump kind of thing. And we gotta find a good spot for it. Also, I'm paranoid that there are more creepers lurking. I just saw another creeper. No, 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 no. Leave. Hopefully there are no more creepers showing up out of nowhere while I build here. That pig just showed up out of nowhere. I'm scared. But I was able to adjust the terrain to my building needs without any more incidents. I love having a nice flat area to build, and the best is when you can walk up to it and there's no ugly terrain. Let's ignore all of that ugly terrain. Another reason I want to defeat the dragon is that I can fly to the mangrove swamp, get shulker boxes full of mud, and I make beautiful paths all over this. No more ugly terrain. But we're still very far away from that, so let's continue the grind, and the next step is getting lots of obsidian so we can set up the portal. There was lava. I'm so glad I have an efficiency 5 pickaxe now, because look how fast this is going. And this log I'm building is gonna be big, so the portal has to be big too. So this could be the size of the portal, and then there's more space on this side to make a big log. So let's put the obsidian in the floor, because I want the log to have an entrance to the portal, and I don't want to see the obsidian. It's not very cozy cottagecore, more like creepy horrorcore. I hate the Nether. And I'm not even done, and I'm already out of obsidian. But after a lot more boring obsidian mining and almost falling in lava, I finally got enough. This is very wide. But let's not go to the Nether just yet, because first we built the beautiful fallen tree, and I don't want to hear loud Nether portal noises while I build this. And I placed down some blocks so you can see what I'm actually trying to do here. So I want this big log going all the way across here. Then this is the entrance where the portal will be waiting, and the log is going to be really wide and really tall. So let's make sure we grab all of our resources, and then it's time to build something cool. Building a giant oversized fallen log tree kind of thing is what pro Minecraft builders would call organic building. I just call it, ooh, I made a pretty log on the ground. And of course it had to rain while I was building, and now this looks super cursed in the gloomy weather. Kind of like an abandoned structure. Not that it's abandoned, because the wandering trader is here. And he's invisible. Ah, that means it's nighttime. Sleep. And now the weather is beautiful again, and the trader sells garbage. Please give me your leads. I'm so sorry. It has to be this way because I want it to be that way. We now got ourselves a nice big log, and the reason it looks like a big square is because it was inspired by this log right here. So it's like a big Minecraft tree trunk that fell over and started rotting on the sides. And right now this build is still very messy and I haven't detailed any of it yet. We could detail it by adding some slabs here to make this curve a bit more. And I also added some fences like roots growing down. And I've also added lots of holes in the back, like something ate this block, like a little mouse nibbling on the wood. I don't know if they do that. But we can try and add the same thing in the front, just a teeny tiny bit more detailing. Of course, this build is still far from finished. There's a lot of detailing I want to add to this, using resources I do not yet possess, something that is probably very far away and that I don't want to walk to, so we have more motivation to get the elytra. But first, let's go to the Nether so we can get blaze rods, and then we can go to the stronghold. I mean, we've been to the Nether before, and that was when we realized that this Nether spawn is horrible. On the other side lies a horrible basalt delta, and you know what? I don't want to go in there with all my diamond armor and enchanted diamond tools, so I'm gonna put all of this in here. But of course it would be stupid to go to the Nether without anything. And that's when my beautiful iron farm comes in. Because now I can just craft tons of iron armor and iron tools. And if we die, oh well, that's fine. We only have all of this garbage that we can lose. So let's go and let's slay. I'm not scared. Wait, there's a warp forest. Okay, we could have easily gotten ender pearls instead of going through all that villager ordeal. But it's fine, I didn't know. And now I have infinite ender pearls. I also have infinite fear. I hate this place. Okay, we just pick a direction and then we just go and not die. The objective is to find a fortress and survive it and get blaze rods and then also bring them back home, so we need to make sure we have a safe path. And now this is where it gets dangerous because over there is a big cube kind of guy. Okay. Die, just fall down. Bye, loser. It feels like this Nether is just basalt, lava. Here we have another cube. Oh my gosh. I won't let those small things scare me. I'm not scared. Oh, I'm not scared. Let's just bridge over this giant lava lake and nothing is gonna go wrong. Oh, look how cute. There are mushrooms on the other side. I want to use those for my tree. Imagine getting distracted by mushrooms in the Nether. Now let's just dig into the wall, hope there's no lava, and hopefully we dig into the fortress. Also, by the way, have I mentioned I hate the Nether? Oh, we made it to the other side. I hear more magma cubes. Why? No. Yes, the fortress. How about we just drop down? Yes! Now we find a blaze spawner. Hopefully this fortress even has one. Yes, blaze spawner. Hi with the scaly scales. And now the real fun begins, because after I murderize those wither scalies, I have to go kill blazes. Oh, there are 2 blaze spawners. 1 and 2. Hello. Die. Yes. No blaze rod. Okay, let's try this again. Die. Still no blaze rod. Give me a blaze rod. Dude, they're not dropping blaze rods. The Nether is so mean to me. I will live. I will slay. I will die. Please don't kill me. Come on, let me live, little blaze. Please give me a blaze rod. Dude, they're not giving me blaze rods. Okay, I'm making barriers so they cannot see me. No blazes can get me in here. No, aghast. Dude, why? And I still didn't get blaze rods. No, it's above me. Ghast, see me. See me, Ghast. See me. Ah! Yes! I'm raging. There's a blaze behind me. Give me blaze rods. Yes! I got 1 blaze rod after killing like 10 of them. No. Oh no, I will die. No! I burned to a crisp while fighting a blaze. I will set them ablaze. Stupid blazes. I hate blazes. Are you kidding me? I leave for like 1 day and they take over my base. I hate them. Don't even talk to me. Don't even look at me. I'm very angry from the Nether. Don't look at me. Let's grab more food, and good that we have so much food, so it doesn't matter that we die all the time. No. Just no. Okay, bye. Losers. I also forgot to make a shield. No, now I have to go back to the pillagers. Lovely, you're still here. Die. Those losers. Oh, I was the loser. Awkward. That's even more awkward. There are creepers over my build. Dude, that guy has a flame bow. Why? Everything wants to set me on fire. This is the worst. And after I got rid of the pesky creepers, it was back to the scary Nether. No! 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 The flame bow guy is here! Are you kidding me? Going here for the second time isn't as bad as the first time because I've already done all of the bridging. Ah! No! Not again! Let's see if we can get any of our stuff back because I'm sure half of it burned. Please, please, blaze rod, please be here. Yes! We got the blaze rod! But there's one thing I need to do before I launch myself back into danger, and that is put all of my stuff away. So that blaze rod is safe, and now we get more. Yes! Another blaze rod, and put it in the chest. Die! Yes! Yes! I will die again. Not with my 2 blaze rods! Come on. Please spare me. Please spare me! Oh, this is bad. Ah! The Nether, Chapter 3. I hate this. Why? No! No! Every single time something stupid happens. And we... I was doomed to fall by ghast. The Nether, Chapter 4. I still hate this. Oh no. Ah! No! There is a skeleton. Oh, my stuff. Stop staring at me like that. Your eyes are full of judgment. Well, one eye, the other is a hollow shell. Let's go back. Why? I cannot die again. I cannot die again. But it looks like all my other stuff has literally burned. Oh no, I will die again. Oh no. Making it back to my stuff that hopefully hasn't burned. Yay. No more. No more. No more, I said. Why? I mean, I'm literally out of space in my chest. I have 8 blaze rods. That's a lot, right? Now the most dangerous thing begins, bringing all of the 8 blaze rods safely back home. There are so many wither skellies, and this is my way up, and there's a ghast. Maybe we put them in here again, just to keep them safe. Just ignore the wither skellies, ignore everything. No! No! Ah! Good that I put the blaze rods in a chest. Oh my gosh, we're doing it. We left the fortress. It's funny, I've walked this way so many times, but I've never walked backwards. Dude, I'm almost there. I can see the portal. It's right there. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I made it. Blaze rods are here. Oh my gosh. Also, look at all the death messages. That's so embarrassing. I've literally died 10 times. That's so sad. And after all of that horrible mess, I needed a relaxing break from all the dying and the screaming. So I decided to decorate my fallen tree a little bit more. And since monsters literally walked in and out of that, I decided to block it off from both of the sides. So the only entrance is through the middle. So now when you walk in, the portal is nicely covered up and kind of embedded into the tree, and this is what it looks like on the sides. Like it's a full tree log, but it was carved out on the inside to make room for the portal. But I think something else is missing because the tree needs to have 4 sides. These are just 3. There's nothing here, so it has to look like the tree somehow sunk into the ground a little bit because it's been here a really long time. But let's also make tons of coarse dirt and add it in between because the ground is already coming through and the tree is starting to rot. Okay, yeah, this is looking much better, but I think we need something else to add here because just coarse dirt isn't enough. We need another brown earth kind of block. And I was thinking, why not concrete powder? We have sand and gravel. And we have many beans. I mean, they don't really look like beans. They look like something my sheep would drop. Let's craft this into brown dye. And brown concrete powder. Let's just add a little bit in between. Oh yeah, I think this is perfect. A nice transition from the logs to the coarse dirt. I think what I'm gonna do is take out all the grass around this log and then add tons of coarse dirt and concrete powder. The Nether was just constant stress and now I just have to dig out dirt. It's so relaxing. Definitely what I prefer. I hate the Nether. And the traders here again, actually trading some cool stuff. Not that I have any more emeralds after getting all of those ender pearls. Sorry, trader. Oh. Hello? Oh, I guess the trader went to the Nether. Thank you for the free leads. I wasn't gonna kill you this time. You don't have to run to the Nether. Anyway, let's get some dead bushes and grass. And then we can add all of this on top of the coarse dirt, even inside of this, like it's growing everywhere. Okay, now this is looking much better. I mean, hey, it's still far from finished, but it's a really cool build already. And I have so many plans for what I want to put on top of all of this. But first, why don't we go and kill that dragon? Well, first we gotta prepare even even more for it. Let's go back down to the mines. And let's try and get more XP from the zombie XP farm. I thought I would never be back here, but I was out of things to trade with the villagers. And I've been AFK here for so long, I basically just did chores while I was waiting for the zombies to spawn. It's kind of wild that it's faster to clean a toilet than it is to get 39 levels from this. And honestly, at this point, I don't care if the enchants are good or bad. I just want to get them. Protection 4 leggings and unbreaking. That's very nice. Protection 3. And respiration helmet. And unbreaking and protection. And I also need to do something really important, and that is craft rockets. Now we need to craft those eyes of Ender. I think you need to make blaze powder and the eyes. It's a beautiful day, the sun is shining. Perfect time to kill the dragon. We gotta throw this and see where it goes. Oh, it's this way. I'm just gonna start hiking into this direction and then throw it again. But if all goes well, I don't have to walk back. I can fly back. Still this way. Oh my gosh, there's a cute wolf! It's vicious. Dude, it just got mad. Ugh, that guy's angry. Hello? No, don't kill the sheep. Oh no. Oh, poor sheep. I wish I had brought bones to tame them. Sorry, cute puppies. We're on a mission. We gotta kill the dragon. And still this way. But while we're here, let's loot this pillager outpost because I still need to get my revenge on those stupid pillagers because they killed me earlier. Let's just run to the top and let's loot this. Yay, goat horn. And after I stole the pillager's most prized possession, I kept on traveling through the snowy biomes. I also just realized I didn't bring a shield, which is so stupid. Why am I like this? Wait, it's this way? Oh, I think we're going in a circle, so it's somewhere over here. So let's start digging down. And look what I just mined into. Stronghold times. I'm scared. Oh, loot chest. Yes! Oh, we can make a shield. Oh my gosh. Okay, shield. And I'm safe. Okay, we have this cool library here that has armor trim, so let's go. But having all these bookshelves would be really cool, especially because I have a silk touch axe, so we can just take them all. I got a whole stack of bookshelves, but now let's no longer get distracted. We have a portal to find. Hello? Monsters? Anyone here? Nope. Hello? Let's hide in the ceiling. Yay, another loot chest. Garbage. Ah! The creeper was there. Ah! It can go up the stairs. Since when can creepers go up the stairs? What the heck? Also, why are these here? Does that mean we're near the stronghold portal? I'm not scared. 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 Break this. Yes. No! You released the lava! You monsters! No thank you. Bye, lava. And let's set our spawn right here. I also put down a barrel full of stuff I don't need to be taking to the end. And now we go... Oh, come on. There's just one. Okay. We need 1, 2, 3, 4 more. Good that we brought all of this. 1, 2, 3, 4. The end is near. Let's see who dies first, me or the dragon. And jump! We're here. Ah, I see the dragon. Let's just ignore the dragon and shoot all of these. Shoot. Yes. Yes. And then we just scaffold up to these higher ones without the dragon seeing me, please. And boom. Boom. And ah! No. And boom. Boom. And let's clutch. And boom. Come on. Yes. And after I flexed my archery skills, it was just a whole lot of die little dragon, die little dragon. And then of course we also had this. I looked at an Enderman. And then even more, I'm killing the dragon. I'm so cool. And then of course there also was this. Oh no, and clutch. Dude, I'm so good at this game. And it just got even more cringe with this. Die little Enderman, Enderman. Oh, it died. Okay. Dude, there's an Enderman head on the floor. And after some more stress singing, it was finally over. Yes! Yes! Yay! We did it! Yay! Look at all of this XP! 70 levels! And dragon egg! Yay! Now let's get out of here. Okay, we're back here. Let's store all of our valuables here. And we should also make one more Eye of Ender and then mine out all this obsidian down here. And then we can make an ender chest. Now we can put everything in there. And now we take that ender chest and now we go back because now it's time to get our wings. So I located the portal, bridge to it over the void. And then I made a trapdoor and crawled through it to the other side where no end cities were in sight. But I had brought tons of deep slate blocks so I could start bridging. And then I finally saw a city. It has a ship. We just have to go there and get the wings and then get out of here. And now let's destroy everything that stands in the way of me and my wings. I mean, I can also kill a couple of these because I really do want shulker boxes. Yes! Oh gosh, it's the big room. You guys get me all the way to the top where the loot is. Come on. Thank you very much. Oh yeah! Ha 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 ha! Oh yeah! Mending, nice. Okay, I see the ship. Let's hope we can get there without dying. And then I just had to bridge over to the ship where my wings waited. Elytra! Elytra! Only this guy's standing between me and my happiness. Oh, he left. Oh well. Yay! The sky's the limit. We'll see about that. Look at this, we got the beautiful wings with the pale garden flowers. Oh, let's also check all of this loot. Ooh, Curse of Vanishing. And a saddle. I mean, that's kind of cool. And one last thing I need to get is the dragon head at the front of the ship. Dragon head, yay! And now we can fly. Whee! We're flying. I mean, I could loot more end cities, but I think I've done enough scary things for today. And there's the portal. Let's see if I can fly in. And pro Minecraft. Goodbye, horrible, scary end dimension. And we're back here in this scary place. How lovely. Wait, I have an idea. How about we go back to the end? And then we go back through this portal, and because my bed is broken, I will arrive at home. Well, the word spawn. Yay! We're home! We can fly home! Now we can fly anywhere and do whatever we want. And I brought some of my end loot up here in my little planning room. I wrote down when I killed the dragon. And I put the dragon egg right here. And I also noticed we still have the 70 levels from the dragon. Because we didn't die, so we can put them to good use. Let's make another diamond shovel because this one is bad. I'm breaking 3. Why? Let's make another diamond shovel. Efficiency 4, yes! Yes! Now we can combine them both, and then we have this cool shovel. We can also do the same with my helmet, because now we have protection 4. And we can also do that with my pickaxe, because now we have efficiency 5 fortune pick. And now all the XP levels are already gone. Now we're back at 27. And we also own 5 shulker shells. I know that isn't a lot, but we can still make 2 shulker boxes out of that. Yay! Another thing we need to do is get mending on my elytra. And I'm so glad I don't have to walk up this mountain anymore. I can just fly. And now give me mending. And I can just fly out of here. Oh yeah. And let's rename it to Sev Lytra. Because why not? And now we put the shulker boxes in the ender chest. Then let's make a diamond hoe. And now let's go and find a lush cave so we can decorate my tree thing. And when I visited the Pale Garden, I saw a cave with a lush cave nearby. So we can get our moss from there. Oh, I see it. It's right here. Oh, there are so many monsters. Oh no. Oh no. We just keep flying. I just keep flying. Land here where it's safe. Let's pick up some drip leaves. And of course, let's get all of this moss. Let's also get some glow berries. Come on. Come on, glow berries. Give me glow berries. Yay. Okay, we got a stack of moss. We got some moss carpet. That's enough. Let's get out of here. And another thing we need is some mushrooms. So let's take all of these. I've also just discovered a really cool thing. When you fly, you can go above the clouds. Look at this, we're above the fluffy clouds and we can look down on the world. And of course now it's raining. Thanks Minecraft, it ruined the moment. And now look at my great haul. We got, oops, that was water. We got so many cool resources in here. And these are gonna help us build something really amazing on that tree. And I need some more decorative things like this pale hanging moss. And some glow lichen from the scary caves. We also need to repair my wings because they're almost broken just from flying around a bit. But hopefully Daisy is gonna help us. And because we still have 1 blaze rod left, we could actually craft something really cool that I want to use in the build. The waxed copper bulb. They're so cool. And what's even cooler is that you can make them glow and they're actually lights. That's gonna look so great on this build. And now I think we've got all the resources, so let's start decorating this. We start with some small fungi growing out on the sides and moss taking over some bits of the wood. Then we have much bigger red mushrooms growing out of the top of the fallen tree. surrounded by tiny mushrooms and leaves. But the most important part of the build is a cute owl statue sitting in the middle with the copper bulbs making its eyes glow magically. And all of these things combined create this beautiful fallen tree portal. Adding all of these details really transformed it. And I decorated the inside too. I added tons of pale garden stuff in the ceiling and some normal mossy stuff on the ground. And I found out you can place mushrooms on wood. I don't know why this works, but this is so cool. And look how cool those glowing eyes look at night. It's so magical and kind of creepy. I'm not scared. Now we have a beautiful decorated portal. We died tons in the Nether. We slayed in the end. And the best part is that we can fly anywhere. I've reached that stage in my forever world where I have many builds in my starter base area, but they aren't connected and the terrain is a mess. So today I want to transform my entire base and add all the things that make the world feel alive. This is going to be a really big project and something I've never really done before, so we gotta work on some ideas first. Let's make ourselves some signs, and then let's put up a temporary good old idea board so we can do some brainstorming. And the first thing we need for the big base transformation project is terraforming. Basically making sure this terrain doesn't look ugly. I also want to connect everything with paths and then some other smaller build elements. But before we throw ourselves into the big transformation project, we need to first do something else. When I started this world, I created this map of my base area, which was just the early beginnings when I made my starter house and my little resource grind area, and nothing else was here. So now I want to make a new map and map out the base area as it is right now. And now we have all of these maps of all of our builds. Now we just need to make some item frames and we need to find a spot where to put them because this space here is kind of full already. I mean, we could get rid of this painting and just put it up here. So now we have an updated version of our map so we can see the progress we made. And we're already over 200 days in this world, so it's a good time to make another map, especially because now the base is gonna get transformed beyond recognition. And when I went to the end cities, I got myself this really good efficiency 4 unbreaking shovels, so now we can actually terraform this entire base without any slow dirt digging. So we gotta get rid of some of these grass layers and cover up all the scary caves that are everywhere. And most importantly, make it look lovely and smooth and pretty. The most important thing to remember when you're changing up the terrain is that it doesn't have to be perfect, because it's basically just breaking and placing dirt blocks in a way that it looks nice on the eyes. And I always kept my plan in mind so that the terrain matches my vision for what I want to do with this area later, which is going to be really complicated. Now my poor shovel is almost broken, but it lasted long enough for me to transform all of this terrain. And if you're wondering why I made this really ugly dirt wall over here, that's because I want to try something new. I want to make some sort of a retaining wall and then have a staircase up to the house. So it's a much bigger platform up here and then a path going underneath it. I just don't know what to do with this enchanting gazebo. I might have to tear it out and put it somewhere else. But first let's test how this retaining wall is gonna work out. Let's craft a couple of tough variants, and I think I have an idea for this. So we could have the chisel tough bricks, then the normal tough bricks, and then have a 3-block gap and then do the same thing again, and then have some tough brick stairs going around like this. And behind it we gotta add something else. And I think I'm gonna try some deep slate. Yeah, I think that looks nice, but I think we gotta lower the whole thing 1 block downwards so we can have something nice up there and we don't have the weird strips of deep slate on the top. Okay, but now my shovel really is about to break. I'm just quickly gonna breed some cows. Easy XP. Oh no, I fell in the cow pen. This is so laggy. And now the shovel is looking a tiny bit better and I got another cow head. Moo. And I've made the staircase leading to the house 2 blocks wider. Then I started placing in the walls, but I still don't know what to do with this, so let's just ignore it for now and build up a nice, pretty retaining wall. Now that I've put all of them in there, it's starting to look really cool. It's gonna be so much fun to walk past this on a lovely path. And now we also gotta work on a pretty staircase leading up to my base. And I think some packed mud would fit my retaining wall pretty well. Ew, now it's raining. I hate this. Yeah, this definitely matches the tough and the deep slate. I just need to find another similar stair block because I do want to get some texturing in there. I don't just want to have one singular block. Let's maybe add some jungle wood. And I think it looks kind of similar. It is hard to tell in the pouring rain though. And while it rained, I've also added some tough blocks to the side of the staircase so there won't be any ugly dirt visible. Now comes the tragic part. We gotta get rid of this. I'm sorry, beautiful enchanted enchanting gazebo, but hopefully it won't be goodbye forever, because once we terraform this area, we can get a good idea of where something like this could sit. And now it's all gone, but I'm gonna put all of the resources from it in this shulker box so I can basically just rebuild it. But now let's expand this retaining wall and hopefully the shovel is gonna last. Ah! And of course this just got creepy. He's here. Go away, Barkley. Go back to your house. Go away, let me build in peace. Ow. Poor Barkley. He just wants to hang out. Sorry, my dude. I gotta sleep. Yay! Bye, Barkley. Poor creaking. They will never see the sunrise. That is so sad, actually. Let's not think about that and keep building. Poor Barkley. Now we have the same amount of arches on each side of the stairs with a house entrance right in the middle. Now we just have this problem of this horrible mess over here. I think we just gotta mine this out again. Usually I'm a planner, so I have some sort of idea what I'm supposed to do. But for this entire thing, I've just been improvising. But even though I'm fully winging it, this is turning out really nice. Now we've got ourselves a beautiful retaining wall, and it's going around the corner on both of the sides. But I've grown kind of tired of all my tools constantly getting close to breaking, and I still need my axe and my shovel to mine out tons of blocks so I can decorate this entire landscape behind me. So we need to do something to get XP faster, because I'm not gonna use the zombie XP farm. It takes ages. So let's make an Enderman XP farm. We just need to get a whole bunch of building blocks and a whole bunch of leaves and tons of carpet. And then when I turn around, this guy's just there watching me through the window. Awkward! And then I crafted up some other technical redstone resources. And I also need tons of ender pearls, so I need to buy more from Bo. And a long grind later and I got myself 18 ender pearls, so let's grab this ender chest and let's go back to the end. Also, something really weird is going on. There's a wandering trader here, and then there's another one here. So there are two wandering traders at the same time. I'm scared. I think the entrance to the portal is somewhere over here, but the snow is making it so hard to see. Oh my gosh, I found it. It's just this tiny hole here. Wait, what is that? Hi, little bunny. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. Hi, bunny. And back to the end we go. I'm not scared at all. The only scary part about building an Enderman farm is falling into the void or accidentally looking at an Enderman. But now that I have an elytra, I can just fly away from my problems. Literally. To build this Enderman farm, I use a tutorial by Mortings, and I'll link it in the description if you want to build it yourself. The only hard part was getting an Endermite to spawn, but once I did it, the farm was basically done. And now look at all of these Endermen just waiting to be slain. And they're all a one-hit kill. Oh my gosh, this is so satisfying. Oh my gosh, and we're getting Enderman heads too. That is so good. But it also has a setup that when I don't want the Ender Pearls or the Enderman heads, I can just flick this lever and it will all be dispensed into the void. And then I spent a really long time in the Enderman farm, killing all of these Endermen until I had 69 levels. Nice. Okay, I've got 70 levels, now let's get out of here. This farm is gonna be so good for repairing my tools and also getting XP so we can enchant things. And now that we have so many levels, we can definitely enchant my diamond hoe and maybe even get some backup tools or better armor. I also got so many Enderman heads from this farm. Rah! That was the worst Enderman expression ever. But before we enchant anything, the most important thing we need is unbreaking. And I desperately need that on my elytra because it breaks so easily. So I have a little box up here in the village again. And this is where I put another villager. This is Rhea, and she's gonna be my unbreaking trader. Please, Rhea, give me something good. Unbreaking 1 for 17 emeralds? Forget it. I wish there was a way to just give the villager a stack of emeralds or a diamond, and then it immediately goes to the trade you want. Because this is taking so long. I've been here for like 10 minutes. Please, Rhea, please. It's so annoying. Oh my gosh, finally. It's so expensive, I don't care. Let's lock the trade. Yay! We just need to get way more emeralds. I will be back. Ew, it's raining. Please, Daisy, give me many emeralds. Oh my gosh, she's so greedy. I have 30 emeralds, so we can at least afford one unbreaking book. Thank you, Rhea. I will be back in like 10 years when I get more emeralds. Let's put it on the elytra. And now let's do some enchanting. Wait, I just realized I removed my enchanting gazebo. I guess now's the time to rebuild it. It doesn't really fit on this side anymore, but I think it might fit right over here in this corner. At least I know exactly what I'm doing since I've already built this before. It is back and looking just as beautiful as it did before. And now let's enchant our diamond hoe. Unbreaking 3 and efficiency 4, but no silk touch. This is the worst. Go away, wandering trader. they love my enchanting gazebo. Let's just make another hoe and maybe we get luckier. Efficiency 4. Again? Why? Let's make another one. Don't mind me wasting all my diamonds just because I want silk touch. Yes! Now we have 3 hoes and only 1 is useful. This is fine. Now we can use this to get infinite leaves just like that. No more breaking shears. And I've also been hoping to get a better sword because mine doesn't even have sharpness. Let's see if we get lucky. Knockback. Looting 3 and sharpness 4. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is perfect. Now we can combine them both together. Oh yeah, dude, look at this sword. Look at this. This is how we will slay. But I think we gotta slay another day because we still gotta transform this entire area. My to-do list is still full of things and we gotta do them all. But first we need a plan because I have no idea how to do this. So I took a screenshot of my base from high above and then started planning in whatever this painting program is. I wanted to plan out where I put paths and fields and lakes and custom trees, and in the end it looked like a really terrible child's painting. But it gave me a pretty good idea of what I need to do. Alright, painting session over, we gotta grind. I need to make a big path connecting all of these builds together, and for that we gotta use mud, because I used mud on the stairs, so now I want to use it everywhere. But we only own this much mud and nothing else, which is why I got choco boxes and elytra so I could fly to the mangrove swamp and easily pick it up. All of this grinding has just been so I could make mud paths. Not really though, but still. There is something so peaceful about flying into the sunset. And now it just got dark, I'm scared. And here's the mangrove swamp, let's dig in. I hope monsters don't spawn here, but also I don't care, let's just mine it all. Ah, there's a zombie here! Ah! No! Oh, wait, my new sword is so good. That was just like an easy kill. Anyway, back to satisfying mud breaking. It is so calming and I don't care if a creeper is behind me. Dude, there was something lurking. OP sword! Ha! I mined out this entire area and made a huge mess in the mangrove swamp. But it gave me a whole shulker box full of mud. So let's go and take that home. I think that's gonna last forever. Unless I die because I forgot there are trees above me. I'm so stupid. Okay, there's an opening. Bye, mangrove swamp. I will not die here. And since we're gonna convert that mud into packed mud and mud bricks, we're gonna need tons of wheat. So I'm just gonna pick it up from a nearby village. Then we also need some other blocks to go with my packed mud. So I went down to my mine shaft to grab all of the gravel down here. Okay, this is stupid, but let's see if I can fly back through the mines. And whee! Oh my gosh, it works! Yes! No, it stopped. It was good while it lasted. And we own tons of dirt, so we combine that with the gravel and then we get coarse dirt. So now let's work out how exactly we want to make this path. Of course, the primary blocks are going to be the packed mud and mud bricks. And because we don't have infinite wheat, we could just use the brown mushroom blocks in between. Because it basically looks like mud. It's like almost the same block. But of course, we want this path to be a little bit organic and overgrown, so we could get some coarse dirt in there. And to mix up the coarse dirt, we could also add some brown concrete powder, but I think that's a really good palette so far. First I need to figure out where exactly I want my path to go. So I'm gonna look at my child's drawing to figure it out. And now it is all dug out. So like a painting, we just need to fill it with color. Hopefully this won't look like a child's painting too. And just by placing the mud blocks, we now have a road connecting all of my builds together so we can walk everywhere and have the coziest time. Now we have a beautiful path leading to my house and all the other builds. Well, except this one, I haven't connected it to the path just yet because I want to put something special there later. But first let's finish the path we already have, because a path looks way better if we have grass and fern growing on it. That's why I love to have some coarse dirt on my path, because it's the perfect spot for greenery. This is beautiful. And now that everything is connected, we need to figure out what to put in between. You know, something like crops or flower fields. And let's start with these little spaces in front of my base. I think this space here should be a tiny little pond. That will be so adorable. This looks like a creeper explosion, but this is gonna be a cute pond. Eventually. Let's craft a bunch of stony slabs, and then we just add them inside and outside of the pond. This looks super messy, but once the water is in, it's gonna look good. And this guy's gonna get wet. Wandering traders are so weird. I think the only annoying part about this is that we got so many slabs and we gotta waterlog all of them. But with every bucket I place, this becomes more of a pond. Come on, trader, now you gotta take a bath. Oh, now you don't want to anymore? Well, I'm just gonna go and enjoy my pond all by myself then. Yay, swimming pool. Okay, that was weird. Now we can make this a little bit more overgrown by bone mealing the ground, and then we have tons of seagrass. And we can also add a couple lily pads here. I wish lily pads had a chance to come with a flower. That would be so cute. And I got a little bit carried away and added all of these greenery blocks, and they truly turned the pond into what I wanted it to be. We got small drip leaves inside and outside of the water. We have tall ferns and little pebbles, lanterns and moss carpet on top of blocks, and a random boat in the middle. I think this just needs one more thing. Someone who can swim in it. And no, I don't mean the wandering trader back there. You had your chance. Let's go and catch some fish in the river. I think there are only these big salmon spawning here though. Yay, my first time catching a fish. And I'm just gonna add 2 of them in there. And hopefully they won't go in the boat. Do not go in the boat. It's gonna be fine. They're gonna be happy. Be happy. Be happy in there. I made you a beautiful pond. They're pushing the boat. They're gonna cause chaos in my pretty pond. They just broke something. They're breaking my lily pads. I guess the boat has to go. Now be happy, fish. Be happy. Or else. That guy's going in too. Dude. No. No. Now they went invisible, so I don't see them swimming. What a creepy little trader. Now we have one pretty pond, and I'm thinking we need to go bigger. Because down here I was thinking to have another pond or lake going all around this area. And maybe have like a bridge across it so we can go to the portal. Let's do it. And to separate my lake or pond from the rest of the landscape, I made a big stony wall around it. And then all that was left to do was dig out the pond and then flood it with water. Now we have this big lake and a very decorated shore. But we need to make something so we can get to the other side, and I have no idea how to make a good bridge. Let's do what we've been doing this entire time. Let's wing it! Pool party! What I know is that I want to make it out of spruce wood, so let's just make a bunch of slabs. And now I'm just gonna figure something out. How about a shape like this, just going up a little bit and then going down the other side. And then maybe some tough pillars on the sides to support the bridge. And to make it safer, some stairs and then trapdoors and then some fences on top so we don't fall off. And this is the finished bridge. It's just like a very simple kind of bridge, but I think it looks cool and it gets the job done, which is getting me to the other side, to the Nether. I'm not going there, I'm scared. And now this looks so good. And my shovel is almost broken again. But we still have 30 levels, so we could just try and make another one. Because even though we have the Enderman XP farm, I always have to waste so many rockets to get there. And we don't have a creeper farm yet. It's just gonna be farm after farm to make my life easier. Please give me something good. Fortune. No. Let's just take it anyway. Okay, it's really good even though it's fortune. I don't care that it's fortune anymore. Pro Minecraft. And I've been doing some thinking and added some signs with ideas in other building locations. And I think we should do this one next because this one is going to be cool. Because I don't just want to have random decor, I want this to connect to my builds. So here we have the barn dog barn, which is where poor iron golems sacrifice their lives so I get iron rich and I also get poppies. So how about we make a tribute to the iron golems and let's make a poppy field here. And maybe also an iron golem statue. So I always feel really guilty when I walk past. Let's first make a little platform and then the golem can sit on top of it. Me just building this under the creepy stare of the owl. Dude, why is it so scary in the dark? Let's see who's gonna be bigger, the owl or the golem. I'm so glad that we have pellwood now because it makes building a golem statue way easier. So here we have Iron Man, Minecraft edition. He looks really cool already, but I think we just gotta add some more detailing. Because I gave him this outstretched hand so I could put a little flower pot and a poppy inside, like he's holding it. And iron golems are overgrown with vines, so we could put some on him. Perfect, the overgrown iron golem monument. Now we just need to make a giant field of poppies. Let's do another stone wall to mark off the area where the flower field is gonna be. And now we got this nice stone wall, and what I like to do is break a couple of these blocks and replace them with the stone bricks so we have a little bit of variation. And now we bring in the poppies. I hope I'm actually gonna have enough. Every single poppy represents a dead golem. That's so sad. And I'm just gonna spam them everywhere and then make it pretty later. I was worried I wouldn't have enough, but I still have so many stacks. And they're literally everywhere, but I think we need to switch it it up a little bit and just add a couple tall roses in there. Next to the roses, I also added tall ferns and small ferns, and I think it looks beautiful now. Now the iron golems have a garden. You know, there are burned souls living on the poppies for all eternity. Why did I have to make this creepy now? Look at how cool this area is looking now. I'm just so excited that we're making so many cool things. Next, I want to work on this little spot over here, and I want to make something useful, so I decided to make an herb garden. We don't really have herbs in the game, so I want to use it for bone mealing glowberries maybe, or getting tall flowers. So my base isn't just pretty fields, but also functional things. And of course it started raining again. Why Minecraft? We've got this oversized table over here, and this is where we're gonna grow the glowberries. And we got 2 of those now, one for the glowberries and the other one for those pale roots kind of thingies. I still can't remember the name of new update blocks. And we also have this wall here where I put glow lichen so we could bone meal it and shear it. And we could also grow normal vines on there. And we also need to go and find the 2 other tall flowers because for some reason I only have those 2. But we have a flower forest right here and I can already see both of them. Okay, perfect. Easiest adventure ever. And now let's add both of them here too, and we can bone meal them whenever we need them and don't need to search for them in my base. I also didn't know what to put in this spot, so I added some herb garden aesthetics. And this is me trying to do the fancy Latin names of plants. It's so bad. It's so bad. But it looks pretty as long as you don't read the sign from up close. Now I need to do a little resource grinding break because I'm out of anything. Literally anything. Except dirt. I have tons of dirt. Like for real, I have so much dirt. But we also have lots of flowers, and I think now it's time to make another flower field. This has been the longest project I've ever worked on, not just because it's a big grind to build it, but I also had one of the worst things happen because first my headphones broke, and when I got new ones, my microphone broke, and I didn't notice until I was editing this video, and it was an absolute nightmare. But after screaming and crying a lot, I sat down to fix it, and it took a whole day, but now it all works again, I hope. Now we have this beautiful wildflower field that we can walk through, and then right below it we have a wheat field. It still has to grow, but once it does, it's gonna look much better. Right now it's just a green mess. And I also made a little water well right here, and it's also an infinite water source, and we can take as much water as we want. I just accidentally flooded my area. No! Now all the wheat has to grow again. Anyway, moving on from that, look at this view. Ignore the shulker boxes, but look at this view. Imagine opening your door in the morning and just seeing all of this. And I want to have a reason to sit down and look at all of this, so I'm gonna try and make a little seat, like a swing kind of thing, where I can look over my base. Let's attach some chains to this, and then we need to somehow get under it and place the trapdoors. And this is the swing. Oh, I fell. Anyway, we can sit here and we can watch our beautiful world. And look, my glowberry farm is working too. We're getting the berries without having to use any bone meal. I also want to add a cute little thing in the flower field. I want to add a bird bath, and it's gonna be a kind of big bird bath, but I think it's gonna still look cool. Yay! I didn't flood my flower field. And we have a bird bath. Or a nice foot bath. Ew, gross. I think now we did almost everything on the to-do list. We did terraforming, paths, crop fields, lake, and then some detailing. Oh, but there's still this. Trees. And I don't want to just plant trees. That doesn't fit this decorated area anymore. I want to create trees. Building my own fancy trees with branches and tons of detailing is so intimidating. It's way scarier than facing the warden. But I'm not scared, so I'm gonna do it. Not the warden, the custom trees. And where all of these markers are, I want to make custom trees. And I've been thinking what kind of trees could fit this area, and I think I want to do some custom birch trees. I feel like that could look really cool. So we gotta collect tons of birch leaves and tons of birch wood. And I filled both of my shulker boxes with lots of building materials and lots of leaves. And now it is custom tree time. I decided to start simple and just build tiny little birch trees next to my crop fields. And they were actually pretty easy to build, and they add so much to my area. This little scenery here of the little pond and the tree is just so good. And this too. But we're not done yet. I need to add way more trees, and this time I need to go bigger. But first, I need to go deeper because I need way more diorite. Hello, scary caves, and hello, beautiful diorite. Hey, so hopefully I won't look at an enderman like last time I went into this cave. I mean, if I die to an enderman again, I can just slay hundreds of them as revenge in the enderman farm. Now, less sinister talk and more custom tree building because we got 2 sacks of diorite. Let's put another tree next to the iron farm barn. This time the trees aren't going to be made out of walls, but full blocks instead. And we're going to have tons of these bigger trees behind my flower and wheat field as a nice backdrop view. And lastly, one of those trees next to my starter house. Okay, but how about now we go even bigger? Well, after I gathered more resources because I'm out of leaves. So I just built 2 enormous birch trees right next to my house. And now I can definitely say building custom trees is hard. I mean, they do look kind of cool, right? And it's even cooler to sit under the swing now because there are those big trees behind me and a beautiful landscape in front of me. Wait, let's try and get Barkley to sit on the swing with me. Yay, look at this! We can watch this beautiful base together. Ow! No! Don't look at me like that. Come on, look at this beautiful view. Barkley, why? Ow! Okay. Cozy time is over. I'm going to bed. I see you in the window. Ugh, I see an enderman, but it can't see me because I'm behind a window. I hope that enderman didn't just steal my blocks. Oh, it's still there. Oh no! So many monsters spawn because now this place is no longer spawn-proof because I removed all the torches. So how about we make some custom lantern designs with these waxed copper bulbs? But I only have 2 of them and no more blaze rods. So we can make 2 lanterns. Yay. Okay, that enderman just took one of my blocks. I'm going to destroy it. What? It just left? Come back, let me fight you. I don't want to fight you. Go away. I mean, wherever that enderman is right now, I'm sure he's having the worst time ever in the pouring rain. And let's add some hanging plants to this, and it's perfect. You're ruining it, you evil pillagers! Go away. No, they will trample all my crops. This is the worst. And now we have 2 beautiful lampposts lighting up the way. And until I get the courage to go to the Nether and get more blaze rods, I'm just gonna be spamming lanterns alongside this path. And now we've basically done everything on our to-do list except one thing. And that's gonna be a really cool one. So I left this space here because I want to map out my area once more. And now this is gonna be looking so cool. Oh my gosh, look at this. It's nighttime, I'm scared. Now it really looks like somebody is living here. And I have another plan for this, and I'm not really sure how to do this. Basically, there's a thing that when you make banners, you can name them and then somehow get them to show up on the map. I have no idea what I'm doing. I got 4 banners and gave them the names of the 4 builds we have in this world. Let's hide the home banner in my home, and I think we need to click on it. Yay! It works! It says home now. Dude, that is so cool. Let's hide this down here. And mark it. Fallen tree portal. And this can go on the wall of the mining outpost. And we got the last one in the barn dog barn. So now this looks incredibly cool. We have everything labeled. This has been the biggest grind ever, but now our base is completely transformed. Everything between our builds is decorated and connected by a path. I tried so many new things today, and it's been so much fun. The new Minecraft update is here, bringing a lot of new plants, but most importantly, new farm animals. And I want to find them and build a beautiful farm for each of them. And to find all of the new things, we need to travel a little bit further away from my base, where the new update has loaded in. And then we can hopefully get all of the new decorative plants. I want those bushes. So let's get some shears so we can pick all of them up. And then we should also get ourselves some leads, you know, in case we find the animals. And I'm counting on it that we do find them. We're gonna get cool new cows and chickens and pigs. And they're actually gonna be cool because there are cold versions and warm ones. Let's fly to where I've never loaded the chunks before, so that should load in the new update. Give me leaf litter. Yay! Oh my gosh, it's here! It's here! The leaf litter! Yay! Dude, this is gonna be so cool for decor. Gimme, 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 gimme. Wait. And the falling leaves! I didn't know that was a thing! Look, the leaves are falling! That's so adorable! Okay, maybe I should save some inventory space for all the other things, because I think there are also new flowers. And that's a normal cow. Give me a warm cow! I guess because this isn't like a warm or cold biome, it's just like a normal one. Bushes. I think you need cheers, right? Yay! New bushes. Don't mind me getting excited about bushes and leaf litter. It's so cool though, I love it. Is this like a colder biome? Are we gonna get different things? Piggies! Piggy! Is that the cold pig? It's like a woolly pig. It has hair. I love you, pig. Me and my new pig friend are just gonna travel through these woods a little bit and see if we can find any more cool new stuff. Also, why is there one singular log right here? These are new chunks. I've never been here before. Did they add Herobrine again? Not Brian. I'm scared. Ah, there's another one. Well, hello there. Dude, the firefly bushes. I thought they were only in swamps. There's one right here. Yay! Firefly bushes, dude, they're gonna look so good next to my pond. I love that they're also spawning in this random taiga forest. Wait, it's getting dark. I need to know what they look like in the dark. Are they gonna do something cool? Yay! I saw one fly. There they are! Look, there are the fireflies! This is such a cool effect. I'm so excited. I'm also gonna be dead if I don't sleep the night away. Aw, the pig is creepily watching me while I sleep. I'm not scared of the pig. The atmosphere of this forest has changed so much now that we have all the leaf litter. Wait, that's no leaf litter. That's a doggy. Wait, was that always a thing in the game to have fallen logs? I think that's new. Or it's Herobrine. I can't find any more animals, so I think for now we just gotta take this little piggy home before it accidentally falls down a cave or something. And now we gotta try and find our way back home. I literally have no idea where it came from. Why is the pig nibbling on my hair? Not my hair! Traveling with a pig is definitely way harder than just flying the elytra. Oh my gosh, here are the normal pigs. Wait, we gotta take them too. And I think if we breed them with a cold pig, maybe we get another cold one. I don't know how exactly it works though. Yay, my base. Oh my gosh, we've made it. I usually use a world map mod, so I always know where I am. But it hasn't updated yet, so now I'm completely lost every time I fly somewhere. Alright, I got the pig in my base, but I don't really know where to put it yet. I haven't built them their little farm yet. So I think for now we're just gonna put them in our ugly early game area. Let's make them a really tiny, ugly little pen. It's only temporary, I promise. There we go, the ugliest temporary pig pen you've ever seen. Don't look at it. But let's see if we can actually get another cold pig. I think pigs like potatoes. You like them? Yay! Give me a cold pig. Yes! Oh my gosh, it worked! Now we can infinitely breed them and get more cold pigs if we wanted to. And we can put this around my little pond. Yay! It's magical! Look at them sparkling! And we could even add the leaf litter under my little custom trees. So it looks like all the birch leaves have fallen down and now they're dried. I love this so much, I love this so much. I'm not obsessed with leaf litter, I'm not. Wait, I had 2 stacks of leaf litter and now I'm out. I'm gonna need so much more. How about this time we fly in a different direction and see what else we can find? Because I know there are new flowers too, but I have no idea where to find them. We just gotta discover it as we fly through this world. Ooh, warm biome, warm biome. Give me warm animals. No, not the lava, that's too warm. That's an armadillo. Oh, okay, they're cute too, I love them. And here we have a jungle. Maybe this one has some other animals. Okay, no, they're normal. Maybe I've loaded these chunks before. We need to keep going further. Yes! The warm pigs! But before I run back home with my new pigs, I need to look out for some chickens too. Because there are also warm chickens. Wait, and cows. I'm not sure if they all spawn in the same biome, but maybe we can find them. That's a normal chicken. Wait, okay, that's definitely a new update. There's just a giant log just fallen. That is so cool, but also it makes me question who was here and cut down this tree. I'm not alone in my single player world. And I see the warm chickens. Look at this chicken. Oh, it's so cute. Dude, I love these chickens so much. It would be so cool if we got lucky and got all the 3 warm animal variants straight away. I tied them up here so I can keep looking without them getting stuck in trees and me losing tons of leads. So now we can look for the cows. Wait. Dude, they're red. Dude, they look so funny. Oh my gosh. I love them. Oh my gosh. Hello. Maybe I should just take one of each animal. Otherwise, it's gonna be a huge mess. And we can just easily breed them at home. It's fine. Wait, we got a new egg? It's a brown egg. I love you, chicken. Okay, one of you guys can go in the boat. The others have to swim. I'm very sorry. Oh, it looks like the pig made it first. Wait, now they're all in there. Oh, come on. I need to go in there too. Wait, unless I can lead the boat. Okay, lead on the boat. Me in the boat. Ah! Me in the wall. Yay, it's working! And it's not painful to transport them at all. And we made it, but I also have no idea where to put those animals, so they can also go in the temporary pen for now. I'm truly sorry. I promise I will make the most beautiful home for them all. Eventually. There is still the cow and chicken we gotta find, but I think for now we gotta start looking for a home for those animals. And there is still so much space around my base that we could build a beautiful sanctuary for all the new farm animals. And of course the old ones too, so we have 3 animal variants for all 3 farm animals. And we got these hills here next to my iron barn, which is already a nice farmy area. So maybe we could add some more farm builds right around here. Good that I repaired my shovel because I have to do a lot more digging now. Also, since when is the grass sound so quiet? Usually the grass mining sound is so loud and it's so annoying, but now it's quieter. Is that also the new update, or am I just imagining things? And I was also thinking, since there's this weird hill over here, look, it is super weird, but why don't we bring it around here and have a nice elevated area here, and then we build the farm on top of that. So let's just bring a line of dirt across here and see how this weird hill could look. Oh, somebody is here to check out my new hill. Thomas? Thomas, does this look good? Tell me it looks good, Thomas. He's turning away. I feel like he's ashamed of what I created. Well, it's not finished yet, Thomas! No need to judge me like that. Oops. I forgot my sword was this strong. I deserve that. Okay, I did some hill planning. It's not as boring as it sounds, but for now we gotta focus on filling all of this in with dirt so we can build a beautiful animal farm on top of this. A lot of dirt placing later. I'm not even 10% done and I already used all of the dirt that I mined out over here. Well, good that I have a bunch of chests full of dirt. I didn't know where to put all of that dirt anyway, so finally it's going into something good. Unless the hill looks ugly. Even more dirt placing later. And I emptied a double chest of dirt and now we have this giant platform. I mean, beautiful hill. And I started planning this, so I'm gonna have a staircase leading up here. And then we could have a really big kind of farm animal pen kind of thing all around here. So basically this entire area is gonna be the farm. And for the build I want to use sandstone. And you know where you can find that? The desert. And you know where you can find some of the new plants we haven't found yet? The desert. Well, it looks like we're going on a trip to the desert. Okay, I'll stop saying the desert. And while flying to the desert, I found this on my way in the jungle. Hello? I swear I never explored these, but I think they have new armor trims. I need to check it out. Oh, there's a trap here, right? Yeah, there is. That's so mean. Armor trims! That's so cool. And I think there's something somewhere in the walls. Some gold and a saddle. I won't say no to that. Anyway, enough distractions. Let's go find the desert. I've been to a desert before, but since I loaded all the chunks there already, it won't spawn all the new update blocks. So I just need to keep looking. And also, what is this cool cliff? Also, there are snowy, cold biomes next to warm biomes. But warm biomes are good because it could mean desert. Wait, there's a ruined nether portal. There can be a new thing in these too. Please? Yes! The lodestone! These used to be so rare because you needed a full netherite ingot. Now you can just find them in these portals. And I think that's a really good change, especially if you need to find your way back to your base. And you're completely lost, you know, like I am now. And sneaky flyby steal from the pillager outpost. Take the goat horn and run away. Get raided, stupid pillagers. Okay, the good news is I found my base again. The bad news is I must have gone in a circle. Ah! And he just spawned. Hi, Barkley. Bestie's hug. He is so creepy how he's staring down at me. Okay, I'm going to my base. I'm sorry, I don't have time for you, Barkley. I should find him a friend one of these days. But also, do I want to get hunted by 2 Cree Kings? I'm not sure about that. I mean, now that we're home anyway, we can make use of the lodestone so we won't get lost again. I think we could just bury this in our base, or maybe even display it somewhere. And there just went 5 minutes of my time trying to decide where to put the lodestone when I could just put it anywhere. And I think I'm just gonna bring it upstairs to my attic full of rare things and my weird list of accomplishments in this world. I'm just gonna put it in this corner and... Country load, take me home. Yes, please. Now we just keep this with us at all times. And then we can go back to finding a desert. No, wait, I meant the desert. And I still haven't found the desert, but I found this birch forest, and look what I see over there between the trees. The new flowers! I finally found them! They must only be found in the birch forest, which is why I never found them before, because I was just in the oak forests. And somebody has chopped the trees again. But I don't care, because cute flowers! And I have picked a lot of flowers. Let's keep looking for the desert. And it looks like I might have found some sort of a desert. But it has the new things. I can see them! I can see them! Look at these cool new plants. I don't even know what they're called. Probably some dry grass, right? Yeah, it's tall, dry grass. And then this is short, dry grass. As always, I will take all of this under the scary stare of the pillager outpost. But I know they can't hurt me because they're so bad at shooting their crossbows. And my shoes just broke. Why did I not bring more iron? I'm so stupid. Almost as stupid as the pillagers. But I just found something else. I forgot these were a thing. Cactus flowers. They're so cool. And I think you can place them anywhere. Oh my gosh, the sound. Ah, it's like this heart-breaking sound. It's creepy, but it definitely matches this flower. But the sound! I also need to pick up a huge amount of sandstone so we can just dig into this wall, and then the sandstone will be here. And then we can just dig it all out. Oh, this is gonna be so easy. I love digging out sandstone. It's the most satisfying thing ever. This was the fastest resource grind ever and the fastest time I ever dug out a giant room. And now we have so much sandstone. I don't think we're gonna need more than that for our build. But I think now we got everything from this desert, so country load, take me home. I hope I know how compasses work. But let's raid this stupid pillager outpost first. Wait, there's iron. Well, thank you, pillagers. I know what I'm gonna do with that. I'm gonna make shears. And then before I go home, I'm gonna get all of these things. Okay, I take it back. The pillagers aren't stupid. They were actually a big help. And thanks to the compass, it was so easy to fly back home and I didn't waste any rockets looking in the wrong places. I love the new update so much. And take a look at my great desert haul and wildflower haul. And I'm gonna smelt some of the sandstone into smooth sandstone so we have a nice block palette. And maybe another thing that could look good with sandstone is birch. It's definitely a color difference, but I think I can make it work. I've also just made myself some work because now I have to chop down a bunch of birch trees too. And even though this isn't visible from my base, I always want to make sure I can replant all the trees here so I can come back and destroy them all again when I need them. That turned dark quickly. And now I just need to grab some— Ah! He's in my house! And with all of those resources, I think we can make a start on the build. Because I don't just want to make animal pens, I also want to use the sandstone to make some sort of a barn kind of thing. But we already have a barn, so I decided to do something more fancy this time. And the layout is gonna be nice cow stables and a big manor for the cool person who built this for all the animals. Or maybe I'll just put a villager in there. They deserve it more than me. So I started working on the walls of the manor. And of course somebody wanted to ambush me straight away. Stupid pillagers. Go away! Die, die. That was lovely. Back to building. I wanted the walls to have a trim of sandstone, then the cut sandstone, and then the smooth sandstone on top. And that should mainly be the blocks that are gonna be on the wall. But I still have my birch wood, so I got rid of a couple patches in the wall. And I filled it in with birch planks and stripped birch logs to make it look like a worn down part of the wall. Maybe the colors have peeled off or something. Either way, it's a cool texturing detail. And of course it started raining just when I finished the walls of the house, so now it's looking very sad and gloomy. Kinda seems like there's gonna be an apocalypse. I'm also gonna add a nice spruce floor inside of this, which is definitely not me procrastinating on building the roof. And I already worked on the entrance, so we have a little door leading to the inside. And then I'm gonna add some windows one block inwards. So when you look at the windows from out front, it has these nice arches. And I've been thinking about which color would fit this roof nicely, and I was thinking something red. But maybe not mangrove, maybe something like bricks, which of course is a huge grind, so I'm gonna be spending a lot of time in the swamps because I think they have tons of clay. At least I hope. Oh yeah, they have tons of clay here. Yeah, I'm just gonna be in the river mining this out. Also, I got this new cape, which looks really cool. But when you put the elytra on, it has like a sus face on it. I am Steve. But I don't want to waste all my precious coal to smelt all of this clay. So instead I'm gonna make a bunch of buckets. And then I'm gonna fly over to this lava pool here. And I'm just gonna take all of this, And easy smelting times. I have so many bricks now, but of course I don't need those brick things. I need the brick blocks. I have so many stacks, but all the bricks are gonna be much less. But maybe we'll still get enough to build the house. Maybe, potentially. I just broke something. Spoiler alert, it wasn't enough and I had to spend even more time smelting bricks. Let's start by adding a couple stairs. And then after a couple rows of stairs, we can use slabs to make this a nice arched barn roof. Because even though this is gonna be a fancy manor, it's also gonna be a very nice farmhouse. And I think this is gonna look really good. And of course it was raining the entire time while I built this. I hate the rain. And to save on bricks and to add a little bit of texture, I also added some granite here and there. Just a couple patches to make this look better. You just made this look worse! You stupid! Dude, why do they appear every single time? They can't kill me, I'm too good at the game. Not really though. But I don't think this is looking terrible. This is the perfect start to a beautiful farm for all my animals. We just need to decorate this a lot more, maybe by adding a couple lanterns. And definitely some bushes growing all over this. And I did different windows at the back. I used the pale wood trapdoors as window shutters, and I'm thinking it's looking so good. And don't look at this part that I never finished terraforming. Don't look at it. But now comes the fun part, working on the cow pens where they can relax, eat grass, enjoy their day. Whatever it is they like to do in their adorable cow lives. But this is a very fancy, well-established cow manure. So we need a beautiful wall around this, and I was thinking to use some stripped pale wood and then maybe a bit of diorite and the planks. And then we put diorite walls on top of this and normal spruce fences in the middle so the cows can't escape. Hopefully they won't be able to jump here and then up here. I hope not, or I'm gonna have to rebuild this entire fence. And then a nice entrance gate, and I think now this is looking really cool. Look at this beautiful piece of real estate. We have all of this grass here, but we gotta decorate it all and make it look better. The first thing we're gonna have is a nice pathwalk path leading all the way to the house. Ignore this cow head on the porch, by the way. And then we can add some coarse dirt on the side of the path. Oh my gosh, I realized there's nothing under this. At least nothing is spawned here. And then we can take all of the plants, old ones and new ones. And then we can just experiment with all these new plants we have. Maybe we can have a little flower meadow right here. I think that would actually be so cute to have a cow pen that is full of flowers. But I forgot I was out of leaf litter, so I need to go and find some again. Which means I have to travel to new biomes again. And we haven't found all of the cold variations yet. We only have the cold pig. Aw, mushroom. But we still need the cold cow and the chicken. And I think these spruce woods could be good. Yeah, there's the pig again. Maybe we can find the chicken or the cow. Wait, I just picked up a blue egg. The chicken is near. Chimkin, where are you? There it is. The chicken! It's so cute! Look at this chicken! It has hair on its head. I love this chicken so much. I'm gonna put the chicken in this hole here on the beach so that I can easily find the cow without the chicken getting lost. Maybe it's easier to find the cold animals when it's like a plains biome, but like a cold, stony... Ooh, gravel. I actually need gravel. Wait, cows! I found the cows. The woolly cows. Or cold cows. I will call them woolly cows. They're so cute. They're coming with me too, but first they gotta watch me mine all of this gravel. I need more coarse dirt. I can't believe it. They find me even all the way out here. Run away, cow. I'll handle this. Losers, losers. Get wrecked, get wrecked. Die in this cave. Ooh, more bushes for me. The pillagers were here. Well, not for long. I don't know why, but it's so funny to have this giant cow in the boat. Now we got the chicken and the cow in the boat, so we can lead the boat again and then travel home with the animals in the back. And you can even travel like that on land, which is even more hilarious. And now they can also join all the other animals in this horrible pen. But the cows won't have to wait much longer. Just a little bit more decor in these pens and then it's gonna be ready for them. We can have like a water drinking, I forgot the word, whatever this is. You know, where they're gonna drink water. And they can have a place where they're gonna eat all their hay. I think it would be good to also put that in the stables. And my flower meadow is still very empty, so I chose a spot for a custom tree. So I can put leaf litter underneath, because I love leaf litter. Totally not obsessed. And I think it looks so cool. I also just found out you can place the cactus flowers on fences. That is so cool. So we can place them on top of these walls. And it looks like a real party entrance. But I think now the place is actually ready for the cows. I just need to get all the cows out of here without having all the other animals escape. Can I lift them like this? Come on. Yay! Oh my gosh, it's working. That's so funny. But next to those variants, we also need some normal cows. So we gotta release a couple. All of those cows will have a beautiful life at the farm. And it's looking so cool already. Look at this giant manor. And by the way, this whole farm design and especially this flower field was inspired by a movie I watched. Let me know in the comments which one it is. Just think of a peaceful bull sniffing flowers instead of fighting. You know what's not cute? Being watched by a bunch of cows while you sleep. Look at that, they're just staring at me! I think they're enjoying their new life on the farm. And the baby versions of these animals are just so cute. Look at this tiny cow. Now we got all the cows enjoying their happy new farm life. And we got all of this room in here that we can decorate. And I have a really cool idea in mind. And it took some time to come up with some good interior designs. So now I can give you a little tour of it all. I also gave this entire place a beautiful name. And I entirely blame Ren Dog. He's a bad influence. But here we have all the beautiful cow pens, all the cows being super happy. Then inside the stables we have all three variants, going from the warm cow to the normal one and then to the cold one. And then when we go inside, I decorated everything. And I hid tons of things in this interior because I wanted this to be some sort of a museum of all the new plants in the update. So you can find them if you just go and look around the place. There will be the new update blocks somewhere on the walls. So this is like the main hangout study room. And then when we go through here, we have a little bedroom with a big bed and even more of the new update things. And my favorite one right here, the leaf litter. Let me know in the comments if you think this interior was good. I just broke this pot. But so far, this is just the home for the cows. There are 2 more animal variants, and this wouldn't really be a farm without several buildings. So to the left and to the right, we could put a chicken pen and a pig pen. Let's start with the chickens. And to make this match my cow manor, I'm gonna use the same blocks again, and I still have so many of it. Oh, and while I did the interior, I smelted all of the bricks, so now we have so many stacks. I will never need bricks in my life again. Let's first work on the chicken pen, so I'm gonna make a nice round, maybe egg-shaped, fence in this area. That should be enough space for the chickens to roam freely. And then for the chicken coop building itself, I want it to be elevated by 1 block, so it's sitting on stilts and the chickens have to go up a ladder to get inside. And then the walls are gonna be sandstone again. And this one is a little bit more worn down than this manor, so I'm gonna add some signs here and there. So it's a nice old chicken coop that's still missing a roof. So we're gonna add all of the bricks again. And I started working on the inside, so this is where the chickens can sit and lay their eggs. And I just found another use for the leaf litter, because when you put it on the ground here, it kind of looks like chicken feathers, at least of brown chickens. Or it looks like their poo, actually. No, it is their feathers, and it is a cool idea, and it's cute. It's the feathers. This is looking very cool so far, but it's missing something very important, because the chickens desperately need nests, you know, where it can put their eggs. And when I was out looking for a desert, I found a coral reef. The problem is I need to find it again, and you know how terrible I am at finding things in Minecraft. But I think if we just look in the area of all the warm biomes, we might get lucky. I think we're getting lucky. That's a coral. And that's my Silk Touch pickaxe that I luckily brought. So now we can look for the ones I need, because I only need specific ones. And I think I like this one the most, the bubble coral fan. And now we just get out of here again. And now we just get some item frames and the eggs that the chickens have laid. And then we can add some of the item frames in here and put the eggs inside of it. And then we can add the corals. And then we just need to wait for them to dry, just like that, because there's no water, so they're gonna turn gray, which looks much better and looks much more like a nest. And now look at how cool this nest is. You can barely see the item frame, so it looks like the egg is lying in the nest. And then I decorated the pen around the chicken house, adding all of the new plants and some cool things for the chickens to enjoy. I basically tried to make this some sort of a realistic chicken enclosure. So we got some food inside and of course the nests. But sometimes chickens don't want to lay their eggs where we want them to. Sometimes they choose their own spots, so maybe they want to lay it outside. So we have these little outdoor egg-laying huts. Then we have more food for the chickens, and it's all enclosed in here because they like to make a mess and dig in the food. And then it goes everywhere, and then here come the rats. And chickens also like to bathe, so they bathe in sand instead of water and get it all between their feathers so they don't get any gross bugs crawling on them. But now let's get the chickens into their new home, and let's jump out of here. Come on, chickens, you can do it. Imagine a bunch of chickens watching you while you sleep. Welcome in, chickens. We're gonna have some nice free-range chickens in here. And we have all 3 variants too. And I bred them and now we have a baby cold chicken with all the feathers. It's so adorable. The farm is growing and now we just need the pigs. We're gonna need tons of bricks again, but since it's pigs, we're also gonna need some mud. Please tell me I have more. Please. Oh my gosh, I have a whole chest full. And I was kind of thinking I should do an experiment. I've built so many houses, but I never built a diagonal house. So it could be funny to have a square house, but it's diagonally square. So this is the building. It's diagonal, so we can have diagonal windows. And the walls were pretty easy to make, but the roof was a big challenge, so I spent a long time breaking and placing bricks. Wait, I think I did it. I made a diagonal house. The roof still looks a little bit weird, but it was my first try, okay? I've never made a diagonal house before. Now we just need to make a pig pen, and I think I'm just gonna make a stony wall. In a nice round circle, of course. And this wall should be tall enough so the pigs cannot jump out. There's no escape for these piggies, but they don't want to escape because they're gonna have a beautiful muddy floor, because I think pigs like to bathe in mud. Or just like exist in it. I'm not really sure. Then we can add some of the dry grass in here. We also have the muddy mangrove roots that look kind of like manure. And then we have the leaf litter, which this time aren't chicken feathers. It's poop. And let's grab all of the piggies. They've got all the mud to play in. That one wants to play in the water. And we got some food in here. And this is where we could store some potatoes. And take a look at this amazing farm. So many beautiful builds for all the 3 animals. We should make a path going all the way down here because there's a path by the iron barn that I never connected to anything. So it could go up here and then connect to my new farm. And now when you walk past the iron barn, there's a path leading all the way to the new farm. And it's looking so magical, and this was such a fun project to build a home for all the new animals. Let me know which farm build is your favorite, and please subscribe if you want to see me do more fun stuff in my Minecraft world. I love flying my elytra, but I constantly run out of rockets. And then I stay up all night and fight hordes of monsters while desperately trying to unalive creepers before they explode. They usually explode. So I want to make a creeper farm so I can get all the rockets I could ever want. And since creeper farms don't look very pretty, I want to hide it in a beautiful pale garden temple. Let's first start working on the creeper farm. We also need to find a good location for it, but also keep in mind that we need to put a beautiful pale garden temple there. And I want it to be very close to my base, so I was thinking maybe we put it right here because I have this stony, ugly kind of thing here. And the grass color is also kind of desaturated like the pale garden, so this could actually fit the vibe of the temple. And then the creeper farm can go under it. Oh, we're gonna have to do so much digging. Let's get our shulker boxes, and then let's get rid of all of this grass here. Sorry, little wolf, I'm destroying your home. I feel really bad now. I want the creeper farm to be underground, so I'm only gonna destroy a little bit of the terrain so I can reach the layers below, where I want to hollow out a little cavern where the farm can be placed out of sight. And now we've got a nice hole in the shape of the creeper farm, and I'm just gonna light it up so I don't have any creepers creeping up on me. I mean, I want them to show up, but in the farm and not behind me. I'm not scared. And digging that hole also got us 2 shulker boxes full of resources. I have so much dirt at this point, I don't even know where to put it anymore. But I think one day I might need it, and then I'm gonna be so happy that I have it. I know all of this stone is definitely gonna come in handy when we build the ruins. But before I can start on the creeper farm, I need to go and repair my tools in this super messy enderman farm. The ender pearls might be everywhere, but at least repairing my tools is super fast. And now everything is repaired. Ow. And now we can start grinding resources for the creeper farm. And the creeper farm doesn't actually need any redstone or scary stuff that is hard to get. But one thing we need is stacks upon stacks of trapdoors, so I'm just gonna chop down a bunch of spruce trees. Let's see how many trapdoors we can get from all of this spruce wood. And 4 stacks. I don't even know if I need that much, but it's always good to have many spruce trapdoors. We're also gonna need a couple hoppers and chests, and we also need campfires to burn the creepers alive. I mean nothing. And I found out that soul campfires are actually faster than normal campfires, so we can make those instead. And then the creepers will burn even faster. Teehee. And these resources are basically all we need. But there's one more thing that we need to put in this farm. Cats. We need to tame 4 cats and then sit them down in the creeper farm. So the creepers will be very scared and then fall in a hole and die. Why is everything so tragic? First we need to get tons of fish so we can actually tame cats. Of course I'm getting fish heads. Hello, I'm a fish. I almost have a whole stack of fish. So now we just need to go and find a cat, and I have this mountain village next to my base. And I haven't really seen cats here, but I also never really looked. I mean, there's a horse in a cave, so there could be a cat here too, right? Kitty, kitty, that's a sheep. Cat, cat, that's also a sheep. I feel like this is gonna take a while. There is a cat. It's hiding over there behind the sheep. And I would just stand here and wait for the cat. Hello. Don't be scared. Yes! First try! Okay, 1 cat done. 3 more to go. And there are no more cats in that village. Oh my gosh, I wanted to sleep and the cat is sitting down. That's so cute. Ah, the cat is sleeping on me. That's so cute. What the heck? What? It killed a bunny! I went all the way to the acacia biome to see if I can get a cat here. Psst, 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 psst. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Psst, 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 psst. There's a kitty! Oh my gosh! I called it and it answered. Come here, kitty! Come here! Please! Yes! Let's just bring this one home and then we can breed them together and then we get more cats. Hello, cat. Meet other cat. And now have many children. This is so awkward. Yay, we have a little cat baby. I think I'm gonna dye the colors of those 2 cats because they're the first cats that we tamed in this world. So I'm actually gonna keep them and not put them in a horrible industrial farm. But their children can go in that farm. I'm so horrible. And a long time later, we got ourselves 4 cat babies and one of them has grown up already. There's gonna be a lot of orange cat energy in my creeper farm. Look at them all running behind me. Look at those tiny little cats. It's so adorable. Let's make the creeper farm ready for the cats to move in. I'm gonna put up some walls and I'm just gonna use the deep slate because I have tons of that. And then we can split the creeper farm into 4 diagonal rooms. And every room is gonna have this little trapdoor thing where the cats will sit. It's gonna be their cozy little cat beds. And we're also gonna have carpets in every room so it's even cozier for the cats. Well, it's actually so the spiders won't spawn, but don't tell the cats. I also just thought the cat parents teleported because they have the same color. But when you breed them, they're born with a different colored color. That's so weird. This orange cat was born with a color. Minecraft is cursed. Every cat has their own little chamber. And I would just need to dig down and make another kind of chamber. The kill chamber. We're gonna have some chests here and some hoppers going into it. And on top of that, the soul campfires to burn the creeper toes. And I made a little viewing window so we could watch the creepers. But now I've boxed myself in, so we gotta find a way out of here. But I brought ladders so we can easily access this part of the farm. And now for the farm to work, there needs to be total darkness so we can get rid of all the torches. And to make sure that it's only creepers that spawn, we need to cover everything in trapdoors. And I think now the farm is pretty much done. We just need to cover it all in stone because we don't want any monsters spawning on top of it. Now no one can tell that there's a creeper farm here. Now we just have to make an AFK platform. Let's make a bunch of scaffolding. And then I just need to spam tons of scaffolding on top of the farm. But I'm so glad I have an elytra so I can just fly up. Look, you can see my entire base from over here. And that part where I still haven't decorated the wall. Don't look at that. Now let's make a little glass platform and then we can stand on top of that. And I'm gonna box myself into so no monsters can spawn. And we're gonna have a little door. Nothing will get me in here, hopefully. Let's close the door and let's go AFK. And I was AFK in my little box for maybe like 2 hours or something. Let's see if we actually got any gunpowder. Ah, there's so many creepers out here! No! I think one thing I'm definitely gonna have to do is light up the terrain around it because when it gets nighttime, the monsters will all spawn up here. We got 7 gunpowder from killing the creepers out here. Let's see if we get more from the creepers that were inside. Let's see what we got. Oh, we're rich! Also, why are there so many bats in the creeper farm? Let's take all of this gunpowder and then we can farm all of the sugarcane by the shore. And then we can turn all of that into paper. We're gonna have so many. Oh my gosh, I can't even craft them because my inventory is full. I crafted up almost all of the gunpowder and we have a whole chest full of rockets. We can fly wherever we want to now. And we're gonna have to do a lot of flying because I need to go to the Pale Garden. Because now that the creeper farm is done, we can start working on the abandoned temple kind of thing. Which is gonna be made out of Pale Garden blocks. And we have a Pale Garden right here, so I think I'm just gonna dismantle it and just steal everything. It's so creepy how the sky always changes to gray when I'm here. I brought my silk touch hoe so we could get all of the leaves. I've actually never used the leaves for building before, so this is going to be really cool to try it out. And I also want to use all of this pale moss. Oh my gosh, and we should also get those eye blossom flowers kind of thing. And I also want to get all of these hanging vines. And I found out you don't need to use shears. You can just use a silk touch tool like my silk touch axe. And then we can get all of them just like that. Well, the gardening in the Pale Garden has gone really well and I took tons of resources from it. Look at all of these nice things we can use for building. I didn't chop down all the trees though because I would rather do that in the safety of my own home because I have tons of trees growing over here. And we're definitely gonna need lots of stacks of pale wood too. And I want to try and use as many of the white blocks we have in the game. So not just the pale oak blocks, we also have diorite. So I just need to find a diorite vein in the scary cave. Please nothing kill me while I take all of this. And while I was digging out all this diorite, I saw all of this glow lichen on the wall and it gave me an idea because that's also a very pale kind of plant. So it could go really well with all the Pale Garden stuff. I'm just not gonna get all of this lichen, not because I'm scared or anything, but I have this really nice herb garden and this one has a lichen growing wall. We can just bone meal this wall and then we can shear all of the lichen. I also have the hanging moss here, so if I need more, I can just bone meal that too. I'm also gonna go down to my branch mine, because I have a geode here, so I could get tons of calcite from it too, just in case we need another white block to go with the pale wood and the diorite. And look, I found diamonds under the geode! It's a sign. It was just one diamond. It's a scam. And I also want to try and see if I can find a tough vein so I can get some more resources. Found one. So let's take all of this too because I think this could look well as a nice contrast to all the white blocks. And I have so many resources that they don't even fit in all of the shulker boxes. I mean, to be fair, I only own 2 shulker boxes. And then I had the grand idea to procrastinate on building the ruin and go back to the end and try and find more end cities and slay more shulkers because now I have infinite rockets. So I don't have to save them and I can just fly around. And the best part is that I can get another elytra so we can always have a backup elytra. You can never have enough wings, right? And really good loot. Look at this armor. Oh my gosh, I think I just found the diamond jackpot. I've just been looking for the exit, but I keep finding giant end cities. Look at this thing. I'm literally gonna have to fly back all the way to the spawn island because I can't find a portal. I think it's the scariest thing ever when you're just flying over the void and you don't see anything. My Enderman farm. I made it. And now we can finally get out of this scary end. Goodbye, creepy place. But this little distraction was worth it because now we have over a stack of shulker shells, 2 new elytras, and a bunch of random armor and tools. We're rich. And I always forget that you can actually dye the shulker boxes, so we can have a red shulker box, which is of course going to be the permanent box for all of my rockets. Now that I have so many shulkers, I could be a lot more organized or make a huge mess. I'm probably gonna make a mess. And now I've got all of my resources ready, so we can get to work and build a beautiful temple. The first thing I gotta do is get rid of all of this scaffolding though, because I never use it anyway. I could just fly up there. And now I just have to get rid of all of this stone and dirt because I kind of want to hollow out this mountain. I don't want to fully destroy all the natural terrain though, and instead just carve out a little bit for my build so it fits in with the landscape. It's still looking like a huge mess, but I think I'm starting to get an idea for what I want to do here. I want to put a nice pond of the creeper farm, and then have a staircase going up to this platform, and then this is where the ruins will be. And I actually found something super cool, because when I dug into this wall, I found this random cave, which actually leads to the outside. And then to this side, it actually leads down, but it doesn't really lead anywhere yet. Because what if we dig a tunnel over to the creeper farm? And then this cave is the only access to the gunpowder chest. So now we have a nice tunnel leading to the creeper farm, which I'm definitely gonna decorate later. And now we just need to plan out the layout of the temple. We're definitely gonna put a door right here as the cave entrance. And then we can center this and have some water elements right here. I started working on a little pond kind of thing in the middle, so we could add some water to this. And now it's flowing all the way down here like a little waterfall. And around the pond I want to have a nice stony floor out of stone and stone bricks and some pale moss. And now we've got the floor in place, and another thing I want to do is to incorporate this pond into the ruins. So I want to build a little wall surrounding the pond. But since this is going to be in a pond in an ancient ruin that has been around for ages, I need this to look super weathered. So I'm going to add tons of diorite and polished diorite, and maybe even some calcite and oak planks. And I also want to connect both walls together with a little arch, which is going to be centered right under this little water pond. So now we can finally release all of the water. And then we can fill our little pond with it. Now that all the water is in, it's looking so good already. It's gonna be a really magical ruin. And I'm thinking I want to add in some secrets. I haven't even finished building and I'm already thinking about lore. I just want to add a little bit of something mystical, magical behind this waterfall. I'm gonna add tons of those pale leaves and those hanging moss vines. And now we have this dark, overgrown little cavern back there. And the little secret is that there's a lodestone. It's on a chain, almost hidden underwater, so the people who used to live here could always find their way back home. Okay, this is so cursed, but imagine a creeper civilization lived here and now I'm farming creepers in their home. That's so mean. Let's not make that the lore. I'm so bad at lore, I should stick to building. So let's make this wall a lot more overgrown. And now this is looking really ancient and magical and overgrown. And the next step is working our way up to the upper layers. So I want to make a nice little messy staircase on both sides going upwards. And I got really carried away, so after finishing the staircases, I started working on the floor on the upper layer, trying to make some nice old marble floor kind of thing. I've made so much progress on the temple. This is looking so cool already. And I put some markers in place for where I want to put some pillars, and of course the door is going to be in the middle. And maybe later we could add some stuff around it, like in the terrain. But for now I gotta go back on the grind because I'm already out of pale wood and I'm gonna need so much more for all the pillars. And what I also like to do is strip all the wood before I chop it down, because then I don't need to strip it later. Now I have tons of resources again, so now we can start working on the door. I think it definitely needs to be 3 wide and then have really tall pillars. And I want this door to be grand and super fancy, so I'm gonna add tons of little details using stairs and slabs and trapdoors. So everyone knows this is a mighty door and whoever goes through gets burned alive. I mean, goes into a cave to go to a nice creeper farm. And now this truly is a mighty door. And I've added something really funny to it. You can't really see it from up close, but from far away you can see there's a creeper face at the top of the door. Adding to the weird the creepers used to live here and now I found them here lore. Why do I keep talking about this? It's not the lore! Or is it? Just kidding. And I also added these smaller pillars, which are gonna hold up the mountain, because I think I want to add some more stone over this and maybe have some hanging down. But I'm not really sure how to do that yet, so I think I need to add the other pillars and then I can do it. I want to have 2 bigger pillars next to the door, which are also gonna be kind of like broken down in places. And then I also want to have the stairs at the top, and I'm gonna try to connect them to the door. And then I'm gonna do the same on the other side, this time in the pouring rain. I hate the rain. Now we've got the big pillars in and they're all connected. And I'm just gonna add some small ones right here, but I'm not gonna connect them because they're gonna be really broken down. And I also wanted to use tough blocks to complement all the white blocks, and I'm thinking we could just add them in between everything. So we're gonna have this nice chiseled tuff here, and I love those so much with the little wind swirls. More lore. Just kidding. And on top of that we can add bricks and maybe the polished tuff, and then more towards the top we can add the normal tuff. And I'm thinking we should also make this really worn down. Everything is broken and ancient in these ruins. And I've been having so much fun spamming all of these leaves and vines onto this too. Especially all the lichen. It was such a good idea to bring that. And also remember that the pale moss makes this growing thing on the walls next to it. So when we place it, it grows up the walls and it looks so cool. And now we have this really cool temple, and it's definitely looking like it's from a black and white movie. Everything is so desaturated, which also makes this kind of mystical and magical. And now that we have all the structural stuff in place, we gotta work on making this messy terrain match this and kind of like curve around this. I'm gonna need so much stone. Good that I saved all of my stone and put it into my shulker boxes. Look at me, I didn't make a mess. I was organized. I realized there's way too much green terrain around the ruined temple, and I really wanted to have that desaturated, pale garden look. So I used all my stone to build over the grassy landscape, and in some places I altered the terrain just a little bit to make the rocks look more sturdy and organic. I feel like we're in the final stages of making this ruin look more complete. The first thing I want to do is work on the stony sides here next to the stairs. And I want to add tons of pale moss and make it look super overgrown in here. Maybe this used to be an ancient garden, and it turned into a little tough wall that kind of broke towards the end, which is overgrown with pale garden plants. And I like that wall so much that I want to do the same thing on the other side. But I think something is still missing because these walls aren't super overgrown yet, because there's nothing on the moss, because we don't have pale grass. Only this pillager that's watching me. Creepy stalker. Bye. Oh my gosh, I hit him. Oh, now he's leaving. Bye. Anyway, we have the normal grass and it does look kind of pale because we're in the spruce biome, but I think it's still too saturated for this area. So we need to think of something else that is gray that we can use. Oh, he came back with his friends. Well, I'm leaving because I'm gonna go to a coral reef because the dead corals are exactly what I need. So we just have to go here with my silk touch pickaxe and then just pick out a couple of these coral fans. And I love how beautiful the coral reef looks at night. And my favorite ones are these corals because they look like little bushes. And they're gonna dry and then they're gonna be gray and it's gonna look so good. And the best part is that we can add them on every block. It doesn't have to be moss or grass, it can be stone or anything. I think now the decorating part is done and everything is super overgrown and the corals add so much to it. But the ruin isn't done yet because we gotta grab all of our pale wood again because I want to build more things on top of the hill. Are you kidding me? They're waiting for me to go up there. I'm just gonna ignore them and hope they don't see me build here. Because I want to build some kind of round temple, kind of like a gazebo up here. These are gonna be the pillars, and on top of that we're gonna have a nice mossy roof. Just that I didn't bring any moss. Pro Minecraft. I've never had such a hard time finding my resources because they're all the same color. The moss spamming can continue. And moss wasn't the only thing I spammed, I also added so many pale garden leafy things. And now we have this really cool temple on top, and I added another creeper face on it. I think we need to add more little structures on that hill. So that's exactly what I did, and I made tiny little ruined buildings dotted around the mountain. And now here we have our pale garden temple. This is kind of giving me creepy, scary temple vibes, like something is gonna attack me. But luckily nothing is gonna attack me because I lit up all of these caves. Now we just need to decorate them. I want to have some mossy bits that leaked into the caves. But I also want to add some of the tough walls that we have outside of the temple. And I'm having so much fun just spamming decor in these caves. And I think they turned out really well because when we walk in we have this ancient kind of corridor and it's all super creepy and overgrown, and then when we go down we have some amethyst crystal areas here. So there's at least a little bit of color in these ruins, even if it is hidden underground. We have more crystals here, and over here's the ladder down to the creeper farm. I've actually been AFK again and we have so much gunpowder. And coming down to these caves to collect the rocket fuel is gonna be so fun every time. And then there's still the exit to the cave, which I also decorated. And I made some little steps leading up to my round gazebo temple thing. So we can actually walk up here and then enjoy the view of our ruin down below. Now we have this beautiful ruin that's hiding the creeper farm, which is gonna give us so many rockets. Now there's just one last thing we need to do. We gotta plant all of these eye blossoms. And then we gotta wait for nightfall. And now as the sun sets, they should all open. Yes, it's happening! Look at them, and... hello? Every single one is open except this one. Hello? It just doesn't want to, it's lazy. It's okay, little flower, I get that. But look at all the other ones, it's glowing everywhere. And now it's raining everywhere. Thank you, Minecraft, for ruining this beautiful moment. I guess I'm gonna sleep. I live a pretty good life in my forever world, but I can't say the same about the villagers living on this hill. So I want to build a beautiful village where they can live peacefully and I get resources from their trades. I live next to a cherry biome, so I'm going to build a cherry blossom themed village here. And this cherry biome is on a big mountain, but it's almost an island. There's a river all around it. It's only connected to the mainland over here. And we have this beautiful grass color and all of the petals and the beautiful trees. So this is a great spot to build up a cherry blossom village. You know, if it wasn't for all the scary holes, there's a skelly in there. This is definitely not safe right now. Die. We gotta light all of this up, and more importantly, we gotta cover all of this up. I don't want any zombies or this green guy over here creeping on my villagers. Go die. I slayed. There's an arrow in my brain. And yeet the child. Ah! It set me on fire. This went really well. But even though it's fun to beat up all of the monsters, we actually have to make this area safe and terraform it because it's a mess. So let's first get a better overview of the area by chopping down all of the cherry trees. And I'm gonna need cherry wood for building anyway, so this is a win-win situation. I got a bunch of saplings, but I think for the rest of the trees, I'm gonna use my silk touch hoe and just mine all of the leaves. I think using the pink leaves as decoration around the village would be really cute. A lot of leaf cutting later. And now all of the trees are gone, except this one leaf floating in the sky. Leave now! It's just not going away. And we also got 2 shulker boxes full of cherry leaves and some of the wood. And we're definitely going to need that later, because once the village is built, we can use those leaves to maybe bring some trees back. Now we have a good overview of the space we have for building, but it's still pretty much a mess full of uneven terrain, so the next step is terraforming it all. And of course, covering up all of the nasty caves by creepers. And so I spent the next 2 hours of my life flattening the terrain, and it turned out to be a lot more work than I anticipated, because I didn't only have to add tons of dirt, I also had to remove stuff and push back the hills, so I could actually fit a couple houses in the area. And this entire area is looking so different now. I honestly didn't expect it to take 2 hours of terraforming to get it this way, but we did it, and we have a whole bunch of resources. We even have a whole box full of the cute pink petals, and I terraformed this in a way that we could fit several buildings in a circle around this area. So now we just gotta plan out where exactly they're gonna go, and I'm just gonna place some andesite pillars where I think a good house location will be. And so far I have spots for 5 buildings. I guess now we just gotta bring Cherrytown to life. So we gotta gather all of the resources we're gonna need. I think for the first time ever we're actually not going to need spruce wood, and that's pretty much the only wood I own. I only got this much cherry wood from chopping down the trees, so we gotta grow some more trees, because if all our houses are gonna be made out of cherry wood, we're gonna need tons of it. Oh no, I grew it into my custom tree. No! Yeah, this is bad. Pro Minecraft. I haven't built with cherry wood in ages, and since then the pale garden stuff has been added. So we could combine both of these blocks together and get a really cute pastel block palette. But that means I'm also going to be chopping pale oak trees for the next hour. But having these 2 shulker boxes full of wood isn't going to be enough, because I like to texture my builds like I've done on my house here, where I textured the roof and the walls. So we need to find some white and pinkish blocks that fit in with the pale oak and the cherry wood. And the first block I want to get can only be found in the dark oak forest, because I want to pick up these white mushroom stems. So we're just gonna take those and then leave the mushroom floating. You saw nothing. And the next thing I want to get is white terracotta, but we don't have a mesa anywhere nearby in my world. But there's an alternative way to get terracotta. We just need to mine out a bunch of clay in the ocean. But instead of smelting the clay balls into bricks, we craft them into clay blocks again, and they will turn into normal blocks of terracotta. And while that is melting, we gotta go and get the next block that we need, because I also want to get white concrete. And that only gave us concrete powder, so we gotta convert it into normal concrete. And what I like to do is just dig 2 blocks and then spill water in one of them, and then just add a slab on top so I cannot destroy the water source. And then I just place all of the concrete powder in here, and all of the blocks are flying everywhere. And our terracotta is done smelting too, so we can turn that into white terracotta. And it has this kind of pinkish look, and I have some really cool ideas on how to use that. Now there's one more white block we need, and for that we gotta go to the Nether. I hate going to the Nether, so I made this beautiful owl portal to motivate me every time I go in. Why is there a llama in the Nether? Hi pigs, you smell. And the thing I need from the Nether is quartz, because they make really nice white blocks. Must not look at Enderman. And after some painful quartz mining, I actually realized I don't even have to be in the Nether to get this block. I can just trade with a mason villager. I'm so happy I realized that. Let's get out of here. I'm scared. I hate the Nether. Let's see if we have any unemployed villagers left here. I have this really bad villager breeder here where I just put 2 villagers and beds in a house and blocked all the doors. I'm so horrible. Make a little child villagers. And now we have a little villager baby. And now we just let the baby escape out of this hole. And now we just steal their baby. And we can toss these guys more patads, because we're gonna need a lot more villagers if we want to build a whole new village. And now we just go down the hill with a villager. Whee! And the best way to transport villagers is just have a lead on the boat and just pull them after me. I have a mod that gives all of the villagers names, so these ones here are Eric and Gloria. And their little baby is called Owen. And our little Owen is grown up and he can become a stonecutter guy. He doesn't want to. He's slowly looking at me. He's creepy. I'm just gonna put him in a little hole for now. I'm really sorry, Owen. Yay! We got a stonecutter guy, aka Mason. Unfortunately, the quartz trade is the last trade he's gonna offer, so we need to go through all the other trades first. So it looks like we're back in the river mining clay. But today might be the last day I ever mine clay in the ocean, because Owen here also trades bricks. You're the best, Owen. He just blocked the trades. You're the worst, Owen. But now we finally unlocked the last trades, the blocks of quartz. And they're going to be so expensive. How dare you, Owen? I've already crafted up a bunch of resources for the first building. And the first house I'm gonna build is a farmhouse right here. This is one of the rare times where I don't use spruce wood to build a house. And because I'm only using lighter pink and white blocks, this is going to be a super different build style for me. But hopefully it's gonna look good. And all of the white texture blocks I worked so hard for really came in handy. Because I used the pinkish white terracotta under the roof to make it look like it's a roof shadow. And on the rest of the wall, I tried to make it look like the paint has come off in some places. But this is just the hollow shell of a building, so we gotta decorate it. And since it is a farmhouse, we're gonna make a big porch in front of it. And of course, every porch needs a roof on top. And in this case, it's going to be a very pink roof. So when it rains, the villagers can still stand out here and yell at their neighbors. You know, classic villager things. And now this is really giving farmhouse vibes. And we also need a door, so we're gonna make a little arch out of trapdoors and stairs. But for the door itself, I want to use an iron door and then get a button to go in and out. And we're gonna have a little doormat at the entrance so I can easily walk in, but the villagers cannot escape. So I can have trade-specific villagers living in this house. And of course, they're gonna be farmers. And then I went on to decorating the rest of the house, mainly adding in fence gates as windows and spamming tons of cherry leaves everywhere. And I also added these little curly swirls at the top of the roof, and now it's looking like a really magical fairy house. And look, I even decorated the windows on the back. I wasn't lazy this time. So all the zombies sneaking up behind the house will have a really good view. Now we just gotta work on the inside and make a really pretty interior where the villagers can live happily. I want to have several villagers living here, so we're gonna give them 3 green little beds because they're gonna be farmers. And then they're gonna need 3 composters as their workstations. And I'm gonna make them really pretty and modern looking. And I also added in a bunch of plants and storage, a little flower growing desk area, and then the cozy bedroom. And when they sleep, they have to look at this painting. Oh yeah, it is really creepy to have them watching while you sleep. And then we also have a ladder leading to the upstairs room, but I didn't put anything here because I want to try and fit a farm in here. Once I get the villagers, we're actually gonna need something to trade with them. And the easiest thing to trade with farmers are melons and pumpkins. And I just realized it was actually good that I went to the Nether and got the quartz, because for the farm we're gonna need observers, and you need the Nether quartz to craft it, and you cannot get that from villagers. And I have all the other resources ready, so now we can craft observers, pistons, and a lot of hoppers. We also need melon and pumpkin seeds, so good that I have this really ugly manual farm right here. And that reminds me, in my manual farm area, we also have a farmer villager. This is Daisy. She likes to run away and hug zombies a lot, which is why she's in this box, but she's gonna come to our farm later, and then she's finally gonna have a good home. So now we're just gonna try and squeeze a farm in here. I put hoppers all over the floor, so now we just need to add dirt on top. I also added some water and some light sources so the crops can grow, so now we just have to turn every other block into farmland. And then we just need to plant the seeds. Then we add observers on top of the farmland, and then pistons in the spaces in between, and then redstone dust on top. And I actually managed to fit the farm into this tiny little attic. We only have this room left, so we can go up and down the ladder and collect the stuff from the chest. And hopefully soon we're gonna get tons of melons and pumpkins. Ew, it's raining. And now we can try and get 3 farmer villagers into their new home. Of course, starting with Daisy in her little hole. Yay, Daisy in the boat. I trampled my own crops. Now we just put her on a lead, and I'm actually wondering if I can fly with a boat on a lead. Let's get this sheep here as our test subject. I'm terribly sorry. Please go on the boat. And then we can put the lead on, and then we can fly. Yes, we're pulling the sheep. Wait, we're doing it. What if we use the rockets? Or we lose the boat? We're not losing the boat. We're not losing the boat. Oh my gosh, we're doing it. Wait, this is so funny. Now we just need to carefully land this. Come on, sheep, don't die, don't die. Yes, this actually works. I know it doesn't work when you just launch from the ground, so we gotta go higher up. I got Daisy. We got her, we got her. Now we fly. No, I lost her. No, Daisy, I'm sorry. Let's try this again. This time from higher up. Come on, Daisy. We can do it. We can do it, Daisy. Come on. It's going to be fine, Daisy. Come on. Okay, let's fly. Yes. Yes, it's working. Yes. Daisy, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it, Daisy. We're actually doing it. Now we just need to carefully land this again. Okay. Very slowly. Don't die, Daisy. Don't die, Daisy. Don't die, Daisy. Yes. And I would just break the boat, and Daisy, you can go into your new home. Yes, very good, Daisy. Yay, we got our first farmer in here. And I also added a sign on the porch naming it Daisy's Farm. Daisy's our OG farmer villager, so it's going to be her farm, and she's gonna live here with her 2 siblings. We just need to get them first. Don't come out the door. She's watching me through the door. Kinda sus. And let's see if Daisy's siblings have been born yet. Okay, one of them has. Her name is Sadie. That's so cute. And she's jumping instead of going in the boat. Come on. And since the villager breeder is in the old village on the hill next to this hill, we can just fly over just like that. without even using rockets. We're flying with a little baby. This is so cursed. And now she's in her new home, jumping on the bed, as they always do. And a little while later, their brother Gordon was born. So we can also fly him over to his new home. Sadie, meet your brother. And now go back inside. And Daisy's trying to escape. This is going really well. Come on, Daisy, get back inside. She's just leaving. Look at her. She's literally walking away. You're going back in the house and you're gonna be a farmer. Wait, where are their hearts? Hello? I don't even want to know what they're doing. But while the villagers are doing their thing, we can already start working on the next house. I want to build one right here in this area, but this is a diagonal area. So we gotta build a diagonal house. I've built a diagonal house before when I made a stable for my pigs, and it is looking kind of cool, so we can try and do that again. But this time it's not gonna be a house for our pigs, this time it's gonna be a house for Owen, the stonecutter guy. And now we just gotta place a square but diagonally, so the blocks only touch on these corners. And now that we have a diagonal square, we just gotta build it up. And we can also decorate the windows, but in a diagonal way. So it looks very different from my usual windows. And next to building a diagonal roof on top of the walls, I also tried building my first ever diagonal tower, using a bunch of stone bricks to hint that a mason lives here. And this isn't looking too bad for my second ever diagonal house. I think especially the tower turned out really well. Now we need to do diagonal interior, and I have no idea how to do this. So I'm just gonna put slabs on the side of the wall, like we have one big table or something. And then the bed can go in the corner. And I added the workstation and some bricks because Owen likes bricks, and Owen also traded these weird blocks so he can have those too, because I don't want them. And now it's time for Owen's flying lesson. Yay! Look, he's having the time of his life back there. I also just realized I cannot make a diagonal door. Let's actually try if the carpet and slab trick works. So you place a carpet here, and then we place a slab here, and they shouldn't be able to go through this, but I should. I just broke my wall. But I know baby zombies could still get through this, so I can only do the carpet entrance when I lit up the entire area. And then I encountered a little surprise at the farmer's house. Wait, hello? There are 4. LeMay? I don't even know how to say your name! Hello? You're not supposed to be a farmer! Gordon's supposed to be a farmer! You leave. Get out of the house. This is not your farm. Weird villagers. Now they're just multiplying randomly. And we have a new villager, so we can just have them move in with Owen. Come on. And now Owen and LeMay, however you say it, are now known as the Stonecutter guys, aka Masons. Masons are good for quartz, farmers are good for emeralds and golden carrots, and another important trader are the librarians. And we already have a couple here. This is Ria in her box, and she trades on breaking. And in this house here, I also trapped my mending villager, and I want to build a giant library for them. And next to the mason house, we got a big hill, so I think this could be a nice spot to put a grand library. I think we actually need to get rid of another layer on this hill, because this library has to be really big. So I started by marking the corners of the build, then I took all of my resources and used the stone bricks as the foundation of the house. And on top of that, I added the stripped pale wood and the planks, and of course mixing in all of the other blocks, trying to make the same texture that I did for the other houses, just on a much bigger scale. I also added a big stony entrance, and I filled in the windows with pink glass pane instead of fences like I did for the farmhouse and the mason house, because the library is a little bit more fancy and sophisticated. Then I started working on the roof using cherry stairs and planks, but I didn't want to make a full A-frame roof, so I decided to make a round barn roof, so it would be a cute little book barn. I also filled in the roof with pale oak blocks and decorated the windows on the walls. And this build is really cute, but it's still super tiny and doesn't look like a grand library. So I attached another building to the side of the house, trying to make it as cute as possible, which was very easy since it was very pink. And for symmetrical purposes, I added the exact same building on the other side of the house. It very much looks like a grand building, but also a cozy little barn, the book barn. And my favorite part about this building are these little curved roof trims that I added on both sides. And I also discovered a cool new thing about the cactus flowers, because you can place them on top of the big pods so they look like they're growing out of them. It's so cool. But we still got a lot to do on the inside, and we have 3 big rooms to decorate. So let's add a little stone brick floor in this room. And I'm also gonna do the floor in different levels, so we're gonna have a little staircase going down to the room on the side. Now we just need to fill all of these rooms with a bunch of books. I have all of these bookshelves, but I don't think they're gonna be enough. And I also want to craft the chiseled bookshelves, because you can use books to actually put them in there and choose where they go and how many you have in them. So we're gonna need lots of sugarcane, but I already have tons of leather from my many cow killing sprees, so we can already craft tons of books. And we might also still have some bookshelves in the stronghold, because they have these big libraries. Well, not as big as my library is going to be. So So we can fly down through this little hole that I have here. And it goes right down to the end portal room, but of course we're not going to the end. We're going to look for some bookshelves. I found it! Oh yeah, I never looted this. Oh my gosh. And I have silk touch, so I can just mine this. And we also get some cool stuff. What? Dude, we're getting some cool enchanted books. I basically stole everything and emptied out the entire library. But now we have tons of bookshelves. And I love big libraries that have these giant tall rooms and the walls are filled with bookshelves. So we got this big wall of books where 2 librarians can work. And we also got these chiseled bookshelves, so we have to manually fill them with books. And now this is looking really cool. We also got some big lights in the ceiling so nothing can spawn. And we also got some more books on this side. And I want this room on the left to be a big study and reading room, so it has to be super cozy. So we got a big shelf leaving this cute little corner where we can sit with a little lamp, so we have a cozy little reading nook. We got 1 lectern here, but I want to fit some more in here, so let's build a bigger table, which is going to be a little study table so we can have the lecterns inside of it. So the villagers can sit here and work really hard on thinking about potatoes. That's what they usually do, right? And there's also another cool detail we can add to lecterns. We just need squid ink and we also need feathers. Looking at that chest always makes me realize how many animals I've actually murdered. And then we can craft book and quill. And we can take those and we click on the lectern and then they're going to be displayed in them. And we can actually look at the book. We can also take it and also write weird stuff in it. This is the book of E. This is a super educated, sophisticated library for sure. And now this room is looking really cool. I want to chill here and read, but there's no time for that. We got the last room to decorate and I want this one to be fully covered in books so you can't even see the walls. It took so long to manually fill all of the chiseled bookshelves, but now we have a whole room full of books. Literally the whole room. We have all of these lecterns here so we can have tons of librarians working in this room. And we have a ladder going to the top shelves so we can reach all of the books up here. I love all of these rooms so much. This is such a cozy little library. Now we just need to move all of the villagers into their new home. I have 10 lecterns in the library, but I think we only have 2 librarians in our houses here. So let's first get our mending villager over to her new home. This is Edith, and she's going straight to the lectern. Perfect! The most important trade is secured. And then we also got Ria, the unbreaking villager. And then we can get even more, and for that I already prepared and I made a villager breeder, and I think it's actually working. We got Gloria and Joel, because Eric died to a wall. And we already have 2 villagers in this hole down there. I don't know how to get them out though. Hello, Jasmine and Steven. Okay, maybe I can just flush them up. Yes! I flushed them up! Flying with 2 villagers is even funnier than just 1. And now these guys can unlock new traits for us. We just have to roll traits a lot. And I turned Jasmine into a silk touch trader, and Steven has efficiency 4. But I don't just want to take more villagers from the villager breeder. I also want to rescue some more, but the hill village is kind of empty now. But we have this village nearby next to the icy snowy area. And there are tons of villagers living here, like Klaus. I wonder if we can fly with 4 villagers in a boat. I guess there's only one way to find out. I really hope this works. This would save so much time. Let's do this. Please work, please work, please work. We got him. We got him. We're flying. Yes. Oh my gosh, it's working. I bet they're having the time of their life back there. But now it's a library life for you guys. And now we got a library full of librarians. And this one guy who wants to be a farmer and I cannot change his mind. He's weird. And we got Fortune 3, Aqua Affinity, and the coolest one, Feather Falling 4, and I'm gonna buy one of those. Now I won't die to falling off my builds anymore. Oh yeah. And thanks to Aqua Affinity, I can also mine underwater way faster. We still have 2 or 3 spaces left in the library, so if I ever need more librarians in the future, I can get even more trades. But for now, I think I'm satisfied with the trades I have. This farmer is annoying though. He's ran away! We already have 3 buildings in our village, and we also got a cat that I put in a boat, and it's so cute. And the next house I want to build is for a villager I already have. They've been living with my mending villager, and this is my cleric called Bo. And I really like the redstone, lapis, and glowstone trades, so we're gonna build him a beautiful home too. So I built a tiny little magical cottage with another stone tower next to it. And of course it had to rain the entire time. This is looking so magical, especially because I placed a bunch of crystals all over the roof. Now we just have to add an interior and not fall down there into the underside of the terraforming. I also added a little desk surrounded by books, and then we can add a cute little chair and a little flower. Then the bed can go in this corner with more flowers and a mossy carpet. And now we have this cozy little study room. But the problem is this one doesn't have a door, this one just has this little arch. So until everything is zombie proof, Bo has to be locked up in the tower in front of his workstation. I also just broke my wall. Another cute little villager house is done, so we're gonna move on to the next one, which is gonna sit right here. And that one is gonna be a house for not just one villager trade, but 3 of them. The armorer, toolsmith, and weaponsmith. And I have no idea which workstation belongs to who. And I still have a bunch of cherry wood and pale wood left. So let's craft that into a bunch of different materials. And of course we need more stony blocks than usual, because it's going to be a blacksmith forge kind of thing. So we can't have any wood near the fires and the lava. And let's start with our stony blocks and build up a little box that's going to be our main building. So this here is going to be one of the rooms where one of the villagers is going to trade. And then on the left and right I want to add a little porch kind of area, similar to the Plains Village blacksmith, where they have this little outdoor smelting forge kind of thing. We need to keep the villagers safe in here, so we can add some walls and then some fence gates, so there's no escape from this forge. Let's add some real lava into this area, but cover it up using iron bars so the villager cannot just walk in there, because they would do that, and then they would die, and I would cry. And I think this is the workstation for the armorer. This is looking like a really nice working area. Ignore this ugly part without a roof, because we still gotta add the cherry blossom vibe. So let's first start with a pale oak wall, and then the cherry fences in the windows, and another cherry roof on top of this. It's really funny, even though I'm using the same block palette over and over, I try to make every single build look different by adding towers or making different roof shapes. So we have all of these buildings, but every single one of them is totally different. And now we have another cute little cherry building, and now we can connect the forge parts to it. And the best way to do that is to add a couple fences and then use slabs to go up towards the roof. But I don't want it to go over this part of the roof, so we're gonna have to make some really wide slab rows. So now this is looking really cool, and the atmosphere under it is really nice and gloomy. I also want to add a little chimney on top. Ow, ow, ow. And I burn myself on these every single time. Wait, Minecraft made it rain because I just burned my toes and it wants to help me. I love Minecraft. Minecraft is so cool. And I also want to decorate this area on the other side, this time for the toolsmith, I think. So they're gonna have an anvil to work on and some lava pouring down. I hope they can't burn themselves. I mean, if I can't burn myself, they can't burn themselves, right? They always find weird ways to die. Like, literally, do you want to know what my librarians have been doing? They've been climbing up this ladder, and then they've been falling down, taking tons of damage. So I removed the ladder so they cannot jump up here anymore. They ruined my library aesthetic, bad villagers. Anyway, no more distractions, so let's decorate the rest of the house. And if the grindstone is the toolsmith, this one should be the weaponsmith. I bet it's the other way around and I'm just dumb. So let's add a little work table here and some more storage on top, and I really hope they won't choose the barrels instead of these workstations. And now we just have to add in the iron doors so the villagers cannot escape. Then let's add some cute cherry leaves in the front. And now the cherry forge is done as well. So now we just need even more villagers. And of course the villager breeder decided to break at this exact time. So we don't even have any villagers. But if we fly past our village, we see this acacia village. And I think the villagers here actually look different. Yeah, look at those outfits. This is Neil. I like Neil. You're coming with me, Neil. And this guy over here is Nicholas. They're gonna get fired from their farmer job. I'm so sorry, Nicholas. You're going to be my toolsmith or something smith. Oh my gosh, and this guy here is called Curly. You're also fired from your job. I'm so sorry. And then it's time for more flying lessons. Come on, take the job. Look at this beautiful workstation. This guy doesn't care. This guy is now my armorer. Look, we both have red outfits. Yay! And Nicholas wants to be a fisherman. I forbid it. You're the weaponsmith. Wait, I got it wrong. I knew I got it wrong. This wasn't the toolsmith. I'm stupid. And of course, the last guy we're taking is Neil. Whee! How he bounces. No! I bounced him in the river. And Neil's going to be the toolsmith. And the best thing is that I can trade iron with all of them. And I do have this giant iron farm right here. And while I've been in my base gathering resources, this farm has been producing tons and tons of iron. My inventory is full. And we also have tons of iron in our storage here. And now we can finally use it for something. But iron isn't the first thing they trade, so we have to spend emeralds on some garbage that we don't need. That's why I have all these barrels here, because we can just dump all these iron boots that we're never gonna use, ever. They don't always unlock the iron trade, like Curly here refused, but Neil has been the best and unlocked the iron trade straight away. And now we can get emerald rich, and then we can unlock diamond armor and diamond tools. And a lot of trading later, and I maxed out all of their trades. We got diamond shovel and pickaxe, and this guy trades sword and axe. And the coolest one is Curly, who trades a full set of diamond armor. So if I ever happen to die in lava or lose all my stuff somewhere, I can just go to the cherry forge and buy everything back. Now we have 5 houses for 5 useful villager trades in this village, and I added a sign to all of them, so you already know Daisy's farm and the stonecutter guys. The library is the book barn, and of course this one here is the cherry forge, and this one here is Bo's magic abode. Abode. And now that we got all of the houses in place, we actually need to connect them together and actually create a village. Because right now it's just 5 houses in a circle. So I'm just gonna spend some time figuring out where to put a path and how to connect things up and what to add in between. So I started spamming the ground with my shovel, creating a path in a round circle, connecting all of the houses together. And we also need to figure out where to put a giant wall, so I'm just gonna mark some spaces using stone blocks. I want some of the villagers to be able to free roam this area, so zombies cannot spawn. So we could have a stone wall all around this, and now we know exactly where the village ends and begins, which means we're gonna have an easier time figuring out what to put in between all of the houses. We could have some flower fields, or maybe a little pond. And there's one I'm super scared of, because in the middle of the circle, I want to build a big tree, aka a custom cherry blossom tree. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. I'm so glad we have these shulker boxes full of cherry leaves, because we're gonna need all of them. Another thing we're gonna need is dark oak wood, and I have lots of it, because I think dark oak wood and cherry leaves go really well together. I also want to add more details to the leaves of the trees, so we're gonna get some pink stained glass, so we have a little bit of a texture difference when you look up into the tree. And now we can take all of those resources to our little circle here, and then it's tree time. Building a custom tree is scary, especially on a bigger scale, so what I like to do is find inspiration online, and if you ever want to build a cherry tree, I can recommend the Cherry Blossom Tree Guide from my friend Mr. Mad Ranger, because it was really helpful for me, and it gave me so many ideas on how to texture it and figure out how to make it look like a tree. I also added a bunch of these lanterns hanging down from chains, and it's looking really magical. We're standing under a giant cherry blossom tree, and we can also decorate the little circle underneath. And of course it just started raining again. Why? I want to dig out a bunch of the grass around the tree and then replace it with coarse dirt, because a giant tree like this casts a giant shadow, so the grass doesn't have an easy time growing here. And then we can also add some fallen cherry leaves, like they fell down from the tree, and then some petals around it for some more texture. These pink petals could just be the flowers, or they could be fallen cherry leaves. And then we can also add in some taller grass patches here and there, because we can't make everything pink, we need to get some green in here. Oh my gosh, this is looking so cool now. Look at this tree and all the other things underneath. This is just so magical. And I also want to have a little picnic under the cherry blossom tree. So first of all, we're gonna need a picnic blanket. And to keep the cherry vibe, we're gonna need some pink wool. Thank you, sheep. Bye, sheep. Do you guys think I should build them a nice home too at some point? They look kinda unhappy in there. And I also want to bake a cake, but I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna buy one from Gordon. Thank you very much. We should have the picnic right under this leaning branch. So let's make a little checkerboard pattern with the white wool and the pink wool. I did it wrong already. I'm so bad at this. I did it right now. Pro Minecraft. And some of the carpet can be replaced with wool, so we can place a cake on top and a little flower pot with a tulip in it. And of course, it's a pink one. And I always like to make a picnic basket out of 2 composters and then placing trapdoors on top and have one open. And it kind of looks like a picnic basket. And now we can have a cozy picnic time under the cherry blossom tree. Or we could get stuck in the picnic basket. But just having one big cherry blossom tree in the village isn't gonna be enough. We need more. But no more giant ones. But how about some tiny trees instead? I'm taking inspiration from the Minecraft cherry tree, but giving the branches way more details by adding fences and slabs. And then we just have to add the leaves around this. And now we have a really nice custom cherry tree. And I also added 2 more of these little trees around the area. So now we just have to decorate the spaces in between the buildings. I want to put a crop field next to Daisy's farm because that kind of makes sense. But I want it to be a pretty crop field. So first let's turn everything into farmland, and then we can plant the crops. I planted carrots and potatoes in little rows next to each other, so now we have a vegetable field. I also added leaves and flowers everywhere, and now it looks really nice. And if you're wondering why there's this random scaffolding, well, that's because I want to add a beehive on top, because bees make the crops grow faster. Yay, there's a bee! Now do your thing, bee, and help the villagers get the patates. And I added a second beehive, and now this little farm area is finished. And to the right of the farmhouse, I added a little flower garden and a well so they can get water for their crops. leaves. And I'm gonna detail the area around the well using a bunch of different pink flowers. Now this well area is done as well. Haha, get it? And we have a cozy decorated flower path. The next part of the village is the space in front of the book barn, and this village is lacking one important thing: water. Ignore that I just built a water well. So I'm gonna add that in form of a pond with water flowing down from one level to the one below. And of course I decorated it with a bunch of plants. My favorite part is making these cattail plants using brown candles on top of tall grass, and it actually looks like the plant, which is so cool. And I also added a little duck nest hidden in the bushes. And of course we recently got firefly bushes in a new update, so I added them by the pond too. And when night falls, we have a beautiful light show. And in this part I want to build another villager house, but just a tiny one that's simply gonna serve as a home for them to sleep in, because I want to have some more villagers free roaming in Cherrytown once it's all zombie proof. I added a tulip field in front of the house with rows of pink and white tulips, which is something I'd love to build on a bigger scale someday. The majority of the village is decorated now, which leaves me with the entrance area here. I want this village to only be accessible by a Lighthouse, so nothing else can crawl in and feast on the brains of the unsuspecting peasants. I mean villagers. But I still want to have a pretty entrance. Priorities, you know? So I think it's time to finally build the wall around the village that is gonna keep them nice and safe inside. And the entrance is a diagonal arch welcoming you to Cherrytown. And hopefully Cherrytown is gonna be safe from now on, even though the entrance is wide open. Because I used a little trick here. I placed moss carpets over a hole full of tall flowers, which tricks zombies, and they won't walk over it because they are scared. So the sunflowers are gonna be protecting us, hopefully. And now we can decorate the entrance area. These signs here just say flowers, because I probably had no idea what to add here when I wrote this, but now I got a really cute idea. I said while aggressively swinging an axe. The vanilla Minecraft villagers often have these little market stalls, so I'm gonna build one here too, but pastel Cherrytown edition. And of course diagonal. And displayed on it we're gonna have tulips and flower pots to tie it into our tulip field over here, so the person owning that can sell them here. And I wanted the area on the side to still give off market vibes, so I built little tables where the villagers can gather. And I actually added fletching tables in here to tempt the villagers into actually being over here, because they will always choose to run into the wilderness instead of spending some quality time together in a beautiful cherry blossom town that I just built, because villagers are weird. I also added some hanging plants here, which are really cute. And I detailed some smaller bits in the village by spamming grass and flowers and made sure that everything was lit up so there won't be any incidents. I also have 3 cats sitting around my village, but they don't have any names yet, so I'm gonna leave that up to you guys, and you can let me know in the comments if you have any ideas. Now we just have to move some more villagers into Cherrytown, so let's see if the villager breeder worked while I was building. Okay, so it kind of broke because Joel isn't supposed to be on this side, but before it broke it actually worked because look, there are so many villagers in there, and I just fell in there with them. Now it's time for one last flying lesson to safely bring them over to Cherrytown. I brought 4 new villagers and they're already running off exploring their new home. I hope they're not looking for ways to escape already. But one villager is still in the boat because I have a special plan for her. I'm going to name her Brooke, and she's gonna be the mayor of Cherrytown, named after my friend Brookella, who's an expert on everything pink, and her cherry blossom builds gave me a lot of inspiration. But my friend Brooke doesn't look like this, so we gotta give this villager a little makeover. And for that I'm gonna wear Brooke's skin, and now I just have to repeatedly hit myself with an arrow until I get wrecked by myself. I have a data pack that will drop the player's head if they are killed by another person or themselves. And look, now we have Brooke's head. Then we gotta get a dispenser, and I put the head inside, then we flick the lever, and Mayor Brooke is born. And with the villager nose still sticking out. This is so funny. Be free, Mayor Brooke, and please take care of Cherrytown. Brooke, if you see this, get pranked. Tee-hee. Now we can walk through Cherrytown, past the villagers, spreading gossip, as they always do, and appreciate all of the builds and decorations that make Cherrytown unique. We didn't only completely transform the Cherry Grove biome and build a pastel village, but we also created one of the most useful structures in my Minecraft world. After finishing this build, we won't just fly away and never visit again. We're gonna return regularly to trade iron and melons for emeralds, and buy diamond tools and enchants, or building blocks and ingredients from the other villagers. And that is the kind of village I have always wanted to build. Minecraft has added a new mob, and it's the happier, friendly version of that screaming creature we all know from the Nether. But let's be real, the Nether is no place for a happy guest. So today I'm on a mission to rescue our floaty friends and build the ultimate happy guest base in my Minecraft world. Since this is a new update, we have to go to parts of the Nether that I've never explored before. So I'm not gonna go through this portal right here. Instead, I'm gonna grab some obsidian, and of course some flint and steel, and then I'm just gonna fly to a faraway spot in the overworld. Definitely not because because I'm too scared to fly through the Nether. Of course, it started raining, but I found a random village and I'm just gonna make my portal right here. Let's hope the villagers aren't just gonna randomly wander into the Nether. Tee-hee. I also didn't bring gold armor, a shield, or a bow and arrow from Minecraft. Let's see if we can survive this. Yay! I'm here. I need to remember where my portal is, and then I need to find some happy gas, and I think they're gonna be under these bone things. I'm definitely gonna get lost and never find my portal again. I found the wrong kind of gas. No! Wait, guys, I see it. No way. Look at this. Also, that's a bastion. Look at this. I almost didn't see it. What was that noise? Is that the gas? Making like a sad, dried noise? I'm scared. I think we need to have silk touch. So I'm gonna mine this. I have it. Dried gas. It's just like a thing I can have in my inventory. I think we definitely need to rescue more than one so it has some friends. So I'm gonna try and see if I can find some more. I just found a bone block thing that says F. F in the comments for all the dried gas that I'm not gonna find today, that are gonna be here forever, suffering. I found another one. Poor little dried gas. And I found another one! Nice, Kelly. Let's try and maybe find one more. Yes! There's one! We have 4 dried gas. Wait, there's another one. Oh my gosh. Why are there so many? I just flew around the Nether for 20 minutes and didn't find any. And now I'm finding all of them at once. Before we leave the spooky, scary Nether, I'm just gonna grab as many of those bone blocks as I can. Because I don't have a farm for bone meal, so I constantly run out. So all of these bone blocks are hopefully gonna help with that. I got over 2 stacks of bone blocks, and I also just found my portal again. So let's get out of here. Hello, Walter. Don't go into the Nether. Bye, villagers. We rescued 5 dried gas, so we can now bring them home. And while I flew home, I discovered something really silly because you can actually craft the dried gas. You can use gas tears and soul sand to make them. But I think actually rescuing them was way cuter. Look at those poor little guys. Oops. Wait, you don't have to use silk touch to break them. Imagine I just destroyed the little gas. Now we just have to turn these dried little creatures into gaslings. And you do that by just putting them in water. Yay, stay hydrated. But I don't actually want to do it just like in a random pond. I actually want to build them a spa, and there's a creaking behind me. I'm scared. Let's build a spa for these guys, where they can take as much time as they need to get hydrated and chill after a long time suffering in the Nether. And I think I found the perfect spot for that right behind my animal farm. There's this empty area right here, and there's space for 2 buildings, the gas spa and then my happy gas base. And I'm just gonna terraform the area a little bit so there's more space for building. And a little bit of terraforming later, and we got this nice area. And I already marked down the spaces where I want to build my happy gas spa. And there are 2 main resources I'm gonna need for that build. The first one is my favorite wood type, tons of spruce wood. And we also need to gather a bunch of sand. And we have this desert near my base, so I'm just gonna mine as much of it as I can so I don't have to get more sand for a long while. Many sand mining noises later. And I had a little bit too much fun mining sand, so now I have a whole shulker box and a little bit more full of it. And for a little building, we only need 2 or 3 stacks. So we can put those in the furnace and smelt them into glass using lava. And we can put the rest in our storage, but I don't really have any space, so I'm just gonna leave them in the shulker boxes. Basically, all of the chests are full. So if you have any idea on how to organize my storage better, let me know in the comments. And while the glass is melting, I'm gonna craft my spruce wood into a bunch of different materials. And I'm actually so glad I brought all of those bone blocks from the Nether, because I want to turn all of that glass into white stained glass. Oh my gosh, I literally just wanted to start building, and it started raining the exact same time. I hate the rain. But after jumping around in a circle for 10 minutes waiting for the rain to be over, it was finally time to start building. Let's start with the frame of the building, so let's make some pillars using stripped spruce and some planks. And instead of attaching a roof on the side of it, I'm basically gonna turn this into the roof. And I'm gonna use stairs and slabs to connect this together and make some sort of a round, curved barn roof kind of shape. Just that it's not gonna be a barn. It's gonna be a spa. But this house is basically gonna be built like one giant greenhouse, but it's going to be used for something completely different. I built 4 of these identical pillars, and they're not connected yet, so it looks like some weird arches you can just like run through. Whee! Let's also dig out a little square inside of it. There's a hole under here. And let's fill all of this with spruce planks, because now we're we're gonna fill all of the walls with the white stained glass, and if we didn't put the spruce planks here, we would see the grass underneath, and that wouldn't look very nice. A lot of glass placing later. Now all of the walls are glass, but it's not gonna stop there because the roof is also gonna be glass. So everything is gonna be nice and open because I thought the happy guests might want to see the sun when they're like in here in the spa, because they've never seen it before, because they've just been dried in the nether under some bones, being sad. Even more glass placing later. And now the entire roof is glass too. And I also want to add something fun to the roof to make it a bit more magical, so I want to do one of these swirls that I usually do in buildings. And now we have these really funny swirly bits. But the rest of the building is still looking a bit weird and very glassy. So we're gonna add some spruce elements, especially to separate the glass walls from the glass roof. So I added these really nice arches and also some stairs down below, so it kind of looks like a hobbit hole. A hobbit spa. Did any of you guys ever watch Grian's live series like 2 or 3 years ago when all of them had like this aha thing? Because that's all I can think about when I say spa. I only think spa. Since we can't make windows in a wall that's basically one window, I tried something different and just decorated it with a bunch of spruce stuff. And then we also have the entrance right here, which is still looking like a sad little hole. So let's turn this into a hobbit hole kind of entrance too. Let's add a lantern for a bit of light, and this is my hobbit hole entrance. It kind of looks like an egg. Oh my gosh, I made an egg house. This build is literally an egg greenhouse hobbit hole spa. But I know these poor little dried creatures are gonna love it. And I think we need to decorate the exterior even more because a spa needs to be super welcoming. And right now this is just like a spruce glass box with an egg. And we also need some leaves, and I want to choose the ones that are the most like comforting and cozy. And of course it's the only type of leaf I don't have. And I can find them in the dark oak forest, but of course it's not going to be the dark oak leaves because they're the exact same as the oak leaves. But it's going to be down here in a lush cave. Hi monsters. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, guys, look at this. Hello? Hello, no? Guys, I don't want to be here. I just need these little bushes. Hi zombie. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Okay, I got a couple bushes. I thought lush caves were supposed to be super cozy and beautiful, and it's just full of creatures. But we got our azaleas, so let's plant those and use the bone meal to grow an azalea tree. Yay! First time I got the leaves in this world. When they added azalea leaves, it was basically the only leaf type I used for everything. But I haven't done that recently, so we need to bring back the azalea leaf spamming. Let's spam those leaves, and especially the flowering ones, all over this house. And then we can plant some flowers and grass. Oh yeah, and spam even more leaves. Look at this house, it's full of leaves. It's so beautiful. And of course I spam leaves on the side too. And so the villagers in Terrytown have a good view. I also decorated the back. Now this definitely looks like a really relaxing place for these guys. We just need to make the inside relaxing too. For the dried gas to become gaslings, they need to be put in water, so we can make a little hydration area. So let's fill all of this with water, and I want the water to be coming out of somewhere, so let's make a giant stony rock indoors. And then we just put water in this stair, and it flows down like a little waterfall. And then we can add some more spa related things like some magical healing crystals on top of the rock. And I also want to decorate the water, so we could add a couple corals. And the best is how the sun can just shine into this room, making this so cool. And we can already try out our little pond area because we can place the dried gas inside of this. But they basically take 20 minutes to get hydrated, so in the meantime we can decorate this part here because I have some more spa related ideas. And then we can make a little bamboo platform here, and we have a little staircase going up, and then we can have some beach chairs kind of thing here. And let's also add a bell here and surround it with trapdoors, so it looks like a big gong. Gong. It's chilling time. I also planted a bunch of bamboo, so it's going to be super lush over there. And we also have these really cool lamps in the ceiling. And now we just have to wait for these guys to become gaslings. But I don't just want to sit on my chair and do nothing, because we can already get something for the gaslings. Because the gaslings still need to grow up into happy guests, and we can help them with that by feeding them snowballs. So good that I live next to a snowy biome. I think we just need a non-silk touch shovel, and then we can just mine them. And now I've got tons of snowballs, so if we have any left over later, we can always do a snowball fight with the villagers. I mean nothing. And I think we actually need to be in the area for them to turn into gaslings, so I cannot run off on any more snowball errands. Instead, I think I'm just gonna work on the terrain in front of the house and make it look a bit better because right now it's just a mess. And while I was mining dirt, something really magical happened. Oh my gosh, both of them! Yay! Both of them got hydrated. Hello. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. Why is this the cutest thing ever in the whole entire world? It's getting dark, I'm scared. But now the clock is ticking because they're gonna turn into happy gas after like, I think 20 minutes again. So we gotta get them out of here before that or they might suffocate in my beautiful spa. And you're gonna get snowballs. I think they follow me when I hold them too. What if we feed them all of them? Eat the snowballs. Dude, that guy's eating all of my snowballs. What? I turned around and now there's this big guy. Hello? I need to put it on a lead or something. Because I think we cannot ride them just yet. We actually need to craft a harness, which you can make using leather, glass, and some wool. So let's choose a light blue wool color. And now we can craft a light blue harness. Do you like that I'm holding the harness? Do you like it? Also, why does it have tear stains? You don't have to cry anymore. You're gonna be happy. And harness. Yes! Come back! No, come back! I can fly too. I'm standing on it. I'm standing on the gas. Okay, do we sit? Oh my gosh, it's so cute. It has a little glasses. And now we can ride the gas all around our base. And we can actually do some pretty wild things with this gas and some boats and a couple of leads. We can actually attach a boat on a lead to the happy gas. Like this. Look, that's just like holding a boat down there on 4 leads, even though I just attached 1. It looks like a hot air balloon. No, I cannot sit in it. No! But I think other creatures can sit inside of the boat. So we can basically transport any animal we want. I have so many silly ideas for what to do with the happy gas, so let's fly over to a plains biome. Because with this gas, we can also transport animals that cannot fit in a boat. Like this unsuspecting horse over there. This horse is about to get free flying lessons. Hello, horse. Meet my new guest. Lead on you, lead on the gas. And the horse is flying. Look at this horse. I was just like dangling from the cast. Wait, I don't know how to get the horse off again. Hello? 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 Horse, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm on the horse. I'm on the horse. Yes. Wait, I'm on the horse. It's so much fun to ride on the things attached to the gas. I also don't know how to get the horse off, so I can just float there. Awkward. Okay, I looked it up and we have to craft shears to remove the leads. Wait for me, guest. Yes, you survived. I could fly ride this gas horse balloon all day long, but we also need to build a happy gas base where we can park these big guys. Although it is kind of funny to just leave this guy with the horse just like floating midair. And I want to build a giant tower right next to the spa. And for that tower, we're gonna need a whole bunch of spruce wood, so let's chop down all of my big trees. I recently built a cherry blossom village where I challenged myself to not use spruce wood at all. And now I'm almost exclusively using spruce woods for my builds for the gas. And some pillagers decided to ambush me while I was getting spruce wood, and he gave me a really fun idea. Get in this boat. Now let's take the pillager and put him on the gas. Bye, pillager! That's what you get for visiting my base. Now every time some annoying creature comes to my base, I can put them in the happy gas express. And I crafted up all of these spruce blocks because for what we're building, we're gonna need a lot of them. And our second gasling has also turned into a big gas, so they can both just float around the area. And I'm gonna build a gas tower. And this part of the tower was inspired by a build made by my friend Blockdown. He is very swag. And it's basically 4 pillars and then the spruce stairs connecting them together in a crisscross shape. And now we have this giant structure, but it's going to be a lot bigger because we need to add a whole gas station up there. Basically a place where the happy gas can be locked in place so they don't just fly away and disappear. And I can go up there and pick them up and go on adventures, like kidnap some more horses. I mean nothing. So I basically made a big square and then we can have 4 gas stations on each side. So let's go out with a couple more blocks. There has to be a 5-block space for the gas to go in here, but it actually has to be a bit tighter than that, so we can add some trapdoors. And when they're closed, they make the space a tiny bit smaller than 5 blocks. And then we also need to make sure they don't escape down the bottom. So I'm just gonna add a couple more trapdoors here too. And also added this to the top so we can go in and out, and the trapdoors to hold them in place. Now let's see if it works and if we can bring the happy gas to its new parking space. Let's just ignore that there's a pillager under me trying to murder me. Let's fly into this. Yes. And I think we also need to add a fence gate or something. And when it's closed, it cannot escape. And the gas is in place. And the pillager is also there. And if you also want to build a gas parking station, there's some really cool tutorials out there that help me a lot to figure out the dimensions for this. Because those gas love to escape. Now all of the gas parking stations are done. So we can put this cute little guy in there as well. And we can craft another harness. And this time I want to make a red one. I love that you can have harnesses harnesses in so many different colors. And I noticed when you get off the gas, it suddenly stands still, which is going to be really cool for building. And I think those gas are actually gonna help me to build the rest of the structure. But before I start building that, I'm gonna put the little dried gas that I still have into the spa. Yay! And for the rest of the building, I want to use spruce too, but I also want to add another color so we have a little bit of variety. So I flew all the way over to the mangrove swamp, and then we can cut down some of the trees and get that nice red wood. I got a little bit overstacked, so let's get out of here before anything crawls out of the bushes. I'm not scared. And then we can craft this into a bunch of stairs and blocks. And now let's put something pretty on this tower. And I want to try a roof style that I've never built before. So the roof goes outwards by a couple blocks the higher it goes, which was really complicated to pull off, but the happy gas actually helped me because I had to reach so many high up spaces. It's actually so silly but so much fun to build using the happy gas, because what if I want to place something up there and don't want to scaffold all the way up here, so I just take the gas and lantern and another one over here, and while I was building, these little guys have grown up too. Yay! Oops, I shut the door in their face. I'm so sorry. Now they can free roam the area, and I have to make this tower ready for them to move in. I want to make little entrances to all the gas parking stations, so let's make some little arches. Oh my gosh, I left for 1 minute to get more slabs, and this guy just spawned in here. I don't need a watchmaster. I need you to die somewhere. So let's get a big chain coming down from the ceiling, and let's hang a lantern on it, and I think that should do it, right? No more monsters. And I also brought some hanging signs so we can add them to all of the arches, and I wrote down every single direction because I thought it would be a cool idea to use those gas for the specific direction they're going. So I can only use the red guy to go east and the blue one to go west. But I also want to give all 5 gas that I have some names, so if you have any ideas for those, let me know in the comments. And that reminds me that I also asked you guys to name my 3 cats living in Cherrytown. So we're gonna have Petal, and this one here is Cherry, under the cherry blossom tree. And then we have Molly by the farm. Thank you for all your cute cat name suggestions, and I hope you like them. Then I went back to decorating the gas tower, building a ladder in the middle so I can always reach my gas even without an elytra. And I'm also gonna fill some parts of the ground here with coarse dirt so we can have a little overgrown area down here full of leaves and ferns and grass. But I think the rest of the tower needs some more leaves too, so I think it's time for some more azalea leaf spamming. Azalea leaves for the win. The pillager hates azalea leaves. Ow. And now this is looking a little bit more lush too. And my gaslings just grew up. So we can make 3 more harnesses. So we have orange, pink, and green. I opened the door. This guy just stands there. Why? Barkley, go away. He's creepy. And now we can put the harnesses on too. This is how the orange one looks. And then we got the pink one flying away. And this guy here is just wandering off too. And they're gonna be the green one. And I parked all 4 gas in their little area. So now we have them all sitting there, and I released the blue one so they can just fly around with this guy here. But I also just had another really cool idea, because it would be really cool if I could sit in the boat and the happy gas could carry me around. Come on, gas, let me kill the pillager. No, my pig! Free food, I guess. Awkward. Okay, I got a new pig in the boat, and now we can try something super silly because I'm gonna put a saddle on the pig, and then I can get on the pig. It's working! The lead isn't breaking! If I would sit in just the boat, the lead would break. Oh my gosh, I found like a secret hack. And if you're playing on a server with friends, one could steer the gas, and you could just sit down there and just have the time of your life. And with this gas free roaming the area, we have to transform it into the perfect happy gas habitat. So I'm gonna terraform this area to fit a bunch of water streams and ponds. They were so unhappy in the Nether because it's a place without water, and it's so hot there that their favorite snack, snowballs, cannot exist there either. And now we have 2 lakes, a small one and a really big one. And we have 2 of these small ponds next to the buildings. And right now it looks like these tiny little ponds are creating these giant lakes, but actually something else is gonna create them. And for that I'm gonna need a bunch of pale wood. And of course it is raining again. But I'm going to create little gas statues right in front of these ponds. This build is inspired by the dryad gas if it was forever stuck in the Nether, with its mouth open, screaming in agony. And the most important thing, the source of all the water coming from its tears, forever crying. Poor little guest. And because one isn't sad enough, we're gonna add another one over here. Look at those poor little crying guests. They're so cute, but also so cursed. And speaking of cursed things, the Wandering Trader is here, and we can prank him. Wandering Trader Express, bringing loud humming noises and horrible trades to your door. Also, these guys spawned in the cow pen. That's where you belong. Bye. We spent enough time pranking the Minecraft mobs. Let's decorate these ponds here. I'm gonna add a bunch of coarse dirt to create a nice shore, and then we can spam grass and of of course azalea leaves on top. And this lake here is still looking very plain, so I'm gonna go and pick up a bunch of ocean plants like this kelp here. And of course we also need things like sea pickles and some of these corals. And then I'm gonna add these things into this giant lake and create some sort of beautiful underwater life. And I didn't just decorate the inside of the lake, I also decorated the parts around it. I added some bigger rocks, lots of flowers and stones, and even some cute cattails. Now this is looking really pretty, and I thought to make this even more magical, we could have a path going from the little spa all the way down here to the big lake and then down to the small one. Also, did my pig just die in the water? What the heck? Where's the guest? Hello? Did the llama kill the pig to take up its space? And I hate that the pig died in the pond of the crying guest. Why is this so tragic? And I also just had an idea to not just connect all these builds together, but also to connect the happy guest base to the rest of my base. So I started by making a bridge over this water stream, and then I'm gonna have a path going all the way around here. And then we can go past my animal farm, and I connected it to the path here. Even though I have an elytra to fly around my base, I still find it super important to have a path linking everything together, because it's not only super fun to walk along the path and look at all the beautiful builds I made, but it also really connects everything together and creates a magical area. And I haven't decorated this small pond here yet because I want to make this a little hot spring. I mean, guests come from the Nether, so maybe they like it nice and warm, but also in the water. And I'm gonna do that by hiding campfires in the water. I cannot place it in the water or it's just gonna be extinguished immediately, so I'm just gonna have to hide it under it. That's so funny, there is fire in the water. That doesn't make any sense at all. Minecraft logic. And I also want to add some more bubbles so we can have the magma blocks and the soul sand to create a little whirlpool bubbly kind of effect. And now we have a nice hot spring. We just have to ignore the constant sounds of campfires crackling. Definitely no campfires here at all. And when you go down here, the path ends so abruptly, so I thought since we still have some spruce wood left over, we could make a little fishing dock. Just a tiny one like this, and then we can walk on it and look down on the magma blocks. And now I'm stuck on the magma blocks. And because I had so much fun building this dock, I built another one on this big lake. And I think another happy gas theme kind of thing would be a little cargo area. Because essentially happy gas are giant transport creatures. They can carry all of the animals. So I'm gonna add a transport themed build right here next to the tower. And of course it has to rain every time I want to start a build time lapse. 10 years later. So I built a heavy crane lifting up heavy rocks using chains, and it's actually been so much fun to design a crane in Minecraft. And I made a path going from the tower all the way through here and then down a little stair, and then we're here. And the wandering trader is really obsessed with the storage. He's creepy. And also got a little bit carried away and built a second crane and also decorated the area behind the first one. And we got some ore and wood storage back here. And this area is looking really cool already, but one important thing is missing: custom trees. My base area is full of custom birch trees, but since the guest area has a completely different block palette, we need completely different trees. More spruce wood. Totally not obsessed. And I turned the shulker box into my tree building box with a bunch of different materials. And of course, just as I want to start building, it's raining. Again, why does it always happen when I want to start building? I'm literally cursed. Last year I would have run away screaming at the thought of building custom trees, but I've been practicing and getting better at building them, and now I love adding big and small ones all around my builds, and they really make such a big difference in this area. We can also dig out a couple blocks around each tree, and then add coarse dirt and a bit of grass, and of course leaf litter everywhere. I like leaf litter. I cannot imagine Minecraft without leaf litter now. They add so much detail under my trees. And speaking of detail, I think I'm gonna add a couple sunflowers around here, especially because they're facing this way, so when we look at the build we can have tons of sunflowers looking back at us. And I also added a bunch of yellow and white flowers around the area, so now everything is beautiful and decorated, and the little baby guests are crying us a river or a lake. And I think our happy guest base turned out amazing. I made a lot of progress in my Minecraft world, but there are still so many important resources that I have to farm manually. So today I want to build a cozy little town that's gonna hold all of the important farms I need to progress in my world. I mean, we just have to go down here to my early game farms to see that this cannot go on any longer. This horrible stuff, this manual stuff, whatever this abomination is, internal and external screaming. Now we just have to find a big enough location to build all of the farms. And I was thinking this location here behind my mining outpost. We already have a nice mining operation here, so using the space behind it as another industrial area would be really nice. And this area is really hilly and there's lots of uneven terrain, but instead of flattening it all, I think I'm gonna keep it and build things on many different levels. And the first farm I want to build is for sugarcane. Sugarcane is something I need to craft into paper so I can craft rock rockets. It's even funnier that I waited so long to make a sugarcane farm because they're super easy to build. We just need to craft some redstone components like a couple of pistons. And the only annoying part might be having to craft observers because we need quartz from the Nether. And I hate the Nether. But I already picked up tons of it last time I visited. So hopefully no more Nether for me. But thanks to our iron farm, we never run out of iron. Oh my gosh, it's all full again. So crafting iron heavy things like hoppers is never gonna be a problem for me. Which just shows how great it is to have automatic farms. I crafted up all of the resources, so now we can go and build the farm. When you have such a big area to fill with builds, it's always so hard to pick the first spot. But I think the sugarcane here by the shore is giving us a sign. So let's build the farm right here. After I covered up this ugly water cave because ew, no. I'm not scared. And now we can start building the farm while this horse is watching me creepily. I'm gonna place down some mud on top of the hoppers because mud is like 1 pixel shorter than all the other blocks. So the hopper is gonna pick things up when it falls on top of it. Then we also need a water source. So I'm gonna add water into these slabs. Then we can add all of the pistons on top. And then we can add the observers, but I'm just gonna add 2 of them on each end. I could put them on top of all of the pistons, but I also don't want to go to the Nether. And once the sugarcane grows in front of the observers, it should trigger the pistons. And I think just 1 farm isn't enough, so I built another one right next to it. So now we have 2 little sugarcane farms, and they aren't too crazy, but they're also gonna be enough for me, and they're not gonna lag out my world. And the farm can start running while I get the resources to make it pretty, because right now it's so ugly. We need to build a pretty house around it. And of course it started raining just as I said that. I just have to say the word build, and Minecraft makes it rain. What a perfect timing to be indoors and gather my resources. But as soon as the rain stopped, I went back outside to get the resources that I don't have ready in my storage, which is mainly spruce wood, but that's why I have a bunch of big trees ready for me to chop them down. And it turned into a whole wood cutting spree, and now we have so many logs. But I'm building a whole town today, which means a lot of spruce wood is going to be involved. So I'm just crafting stuff, and I see little feet creaking next to me. He just spawned in my house. Ah! No, I can't even kick him out because the door is too small for him. But after getting rid of my creepy house guest, I finally had all of the resources. And before I start building, I'm just quickly gonna terraform the area so we have a nice flat surface around the farm. And the horse is watching me again. And now the terrain is looking much nicer. It's also getting dark, I'm scared. And let's build the first house. Because I built the farm first, I know exactly how wide and tall the build has to be to not interfere with the redstone, so I can just wrap a cute little house around the sugarcane farm and not worry about anything breaking. I also decorated the sides of the house, and we can also add some azalea leaves and of course some lanterns because we don't want any mobs crawling into our farm and exploding over all the redstone. I know the creepers would love to do that, but I'm not letting them. And it's raining again. Also, it looks like the pillagers must have been here to ambush me because the happy guest picked one up in a boat. I think I got a new monster protection, and it's a giant floating balloon. And now we have this beautiful little sugarcane farmhouse. This definitely looks like a place that I would want to visit to collect my sugarcane. The inside is still very ew though. So I'm gonna add a little mud floor mixing packed mud and mud bricks and some brown mushrooms. And I also want to decorate the ceiling, so I'm just gonna add some pillars and then we can connect them together with little arches. And those are also the perfect spot to hang a bunch of lanterns because I think the sugarcane needs light to grow. But we already got our first harvest and it's in here. And hopefully while I'm grinding away, the sugarcane farm is gonna give me lots of resources. Now we got one build taking up a huge chunk of this area, so we need to do some planning so we can fit all of the builds in here. So I took a screenshot of the area and went into some random Windows painting program and then marked some spaces where I want to build houses and paths and custom trees. And yes, I know it looks like a child's drawing, but it's really helpful to figure out the layout of the town. And now that we have an idea of the general layout, we can start working on the next farm. And another thing that I hate to farm manually is cactus, but I don't want to make a general cactus farm because I'm mostly after the cactus flowers because they can be placed on anything. You can literally place them on walls or on fences. So they're a beautiful decor piece, but they're a pain to farm. And I looked up a farm design that's also gonna farm the cactus flowers, and it looks like it's also gonna be a pain. But once we make it, we can just let it run and then we get infinite cactus flowers. For that we need the usual redstone stuff, but we also need sticky pistons. And I got this slime from a wandering trader. So sometimes the wandering trader is useful, especially when you murder them for leads. I mean nothing. I also need to craft repeaters, and it doesn't show in my recipes. How do I craft this again? I think we need to make redstone torches. Yes, and then it should unlock redstone repeater. And the cactus flower farm is gonna go right here to the right of the sugarcane farm. But first we have to destroy this little hill. Sorry, little hill. And I'm gonna follow a tutorial for this farm. So if you want to build it yourself, I'm gonna link it in the description. We got the cactus surrounded by hoppers. And then we can add all of the fancy redstone stuff, like the observer detecting when the cactus grows. And then like a double piston extender or something fancy words. I'm pretending I know what I'm doing. But basically when the cactus grows, the observer is gonna send a signal so the piston can push it off, but the sticky piston will pull it back because no block can be next to a cactus when it grows. Maybe I do kind of understand redstone. And then I'm just gonna surround the whole thing with glass, otherwise the cactus is just gonna fly everywhere. And I don't want to wait for this to grow really slowly, so we can just test if the farm works. Yes! And now the cactus is in the chest. So the farm is producing cactus and cactus flowers. So we get pretty decor and green dye. And while the farm does its thing very, very slowly, we can gather the resources for the house around it. I think I'm gonna go for sandstone and birch for the walls again. So the block palette slightly matches the sugarcane farm, and we can't go wrong with more spruce wood either. But I also want to go for some more industrial looking blocks because it's gonna be an industrial town. So the first thing that came to mind is copper. And I also want to use the slightly weathered version of it. But I already prepared and I put some copper behind my house, and one oxidized and the others just haven't. But look, this is the copper version that I want to use. I'm gonna spread out the copper I just smelted too, and I'm definitely gonna use copper in some of my builds, so I think it's time we hit the mines and gather some more. Let's go down this super scary winding staircase into the creepy caves, because I never mined any of the copper here. I mined pretty much everything else, but not the copper. And this part of the cave is mostly lit up, so I just have to wander around and pick up all the copper I see. Hi, creeper. Bye, creeper. Hi, monsters. Got him. Ah! I didn't get him. I didn't get him. Dude, that scared me so much. Stupid Skelly. Let me get the copper in the ceiling. Ah! Why is it still alive? Dude, you're supposed to burn to death. Just like that, losers. I think I'm just gonna jump into this pool and mine the copper in the water. Water caving is definitely better. I just found diamonds. And if I get close to drowning, I just mine into the ceiling and I can breathe air. And more diamonds. I love when I get carried away grinding a bunch of random resources in the caves. And we also got some uncommon ores like the stone diamond ore and the redstone ore. And in my mining outpost I have a little display area for rare or unique things that I find. And I want to fortune mine the rest of the ores, especially the copper I found. I'm so high up I can barely see my base under the clouds. Mining, 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 mining. And I got so much copper that I cannot even pick all of it up. And while I was on my fun water caving sprees, some of my copper has finally oxidized. Even more than I need, so we can just axe it. And we can also wax it so it doesn't oxidize further. Now let's take all of our resources and build a little house around this farm. We got a nice sandstone and birch box. I fell down. And then we can add a copper roof trim. But I'm also gonna texture it with jungle wood because I think that kind of goes well together. So we got some nice textures, and that means we're also saving up on copper because soon there's gonna be a copper update with copper golems and copper armor, so we need to save up tons of it for when that comes around. I also want to add some trapdoors at the top of the roof, but you cannot craft them out of full copper blocks, so I just put them on the roof and it can oxidize there. And I want them there because I want to do a cute little thing with lightning rods and a lantern, and it's looking really cute. And I'm really liking how this little cactus farmhouse came out. And look, we got 3 cacti already. Yeah, this farm is really slow because it's just 1 cactus. And what's better than 1 cactus farm? 2 cactus farms, and that also means I get to expand my beautiful little house. Oh yeah. And that made the house look even better. And for this one I had to lower the cactus farm into the ground. So the only way to access the chest is if we open this trapdoor, then we can go down here and there's just dirt in there. I just want the flowers, and look, we got our first one. And we can use it to decorate our house. Another farm is done, so let's put our spare resources away so everything stays organized. No chest monsters. And I just thought of another farm we could build that isn't really a redstone farm. I constantly run out of furnace fuel and I need to smelt tons of stuff like my copper. And the best furnace fuel is lava, so always fly over to a lava pond. And I've been here a lot already. So at some point that lava pond is gonna be gone. And then what? I don't want to go in the caves. So we can make a lava farm where we always have a place to collect furnace fuel. Also, it's raining again. And for the lava farm to work, we need dripstone, and I only own 3, and we definitely need more. I've been looking for an open cave that has dripstone, and I found this one here, but it doesn't have dripstone. It just has the block. Wait, but it's a water cave? Yes, there's some dripstone. Oh, and there's so much copper here. You know what? I'm gonna grab that now that I'm here. Just preparing for the copper update. Wait, it goes down deeper. Hello? It's a cave. But yay, it's dripstone. Look at this giant thing. Let's just take this. Let's leave again. And then we just need a bunch of cauldrons. My little child's drawing says to put another build right here on the right side, and it's gonna be full of lava. So let's dig into the side of the hill and make a little room for the lava farm. Let's place a bunch of cauldrons next to each other, and I want to make 2 rows of them. Then we need the pointed dripstone going into the cauldron, but I want to have it hanging on a pretty block, so I'm choosing this chiseled tuff. And then the dripstone can go underneath. And I made little boxes on top of that, and that's where the lava is gonna go. So we actually need lava to make the lava farm. And I also need to be careful to not walk into the lava or accidentally throw one of my tools or shulker boxes into the lava, because I would definitely do that by accident. So let's cover it up with dirt for now. And now you can see the lava dripping from the dripstone, and it's gonna fill up the cauldron. Infinite spicy hot sauce. And I just had a funny idea to make this house a little charred building to stick with the burned lava theme. So we need to collect a bunch of charred blocks, so let's go down to the mines. And we can go and pick up some more cobbled deep slate with my fortune pick. And I also want to pick up some more tuff so we can just fly through my branch mine until we see some. I saw some. And then we just grab a bunch of that too. And I'm so lucky today, I keep finding diamonds. And I mined out the entire tuff vein. So now hopefully this is going to be enough for my lava house and more houses that I'm going to build. But tuff and deep slate doesn't really give charred vibes. It's just like a dark block. But there is one super charred block that I haven't built with in years. I think it's been 5 years since I touched that block. And that was also the time when the block was added to the game. And guess where it can be found? The Nether. And it's right here next to the portal. It's all of this here. And it's called basalt. Definitely didn't have to look at the block to remember the name. So let's mine all of this and be careful to not mine into lava, because that can definitely happen in this biome. I'm so brave I survived the Nether. And you can also craft the basalt into polished basalt. I'm loving how I'm rediscovering these blocks for myself when I haven't used them for years. I also don't understand this copper. How can these fully oxidize and then the ones next to them not oxidizing at all? Minecraft is weird. But I got myself some more waxed copper slabs. And look at that, my lava farm has been working. We're never gonna run out of furnace fuel ever again. And I'm having so much fun building up my little town using different blocks that I haven't thought of in years and trying completely new block palettes. So last time I used basalt, we didn't have any tuff or copper blocks in the game. And this house is really giving charred factory vibes. I even added some extinguished campfires over the windows, you know, for the charred vibes. And we should also name this house the Charred Retreat. And I'm thinking maybe we should name all of the houses we have. So my sugarcane farm is gonna be the Sweet Sugar Candy Barn. Candy Barn. I hate that I did that. And the cactus farm is gonna be Spike's Prickly Cabin. There's a cactus character called Spike in another game, and every time I see a cactus, I think of him. Let me know if you ever played that game. So let's decorate the inside of the lava farm, because I kind of forgot to do that. Let's add a pretty chiseled tuff floor, because it gives these lovely square shapes. And then we can also have a nice gray moss carpet, because we're following a very gray block palette in here. I wanted to add some windows, but I only managed to add one, because there's just dirt and wall behind this. I mean, that's very factory core, right? There are never any windows or any daylight at all. I also want to add some more cute decor, so I'm gonna get some pale hanging moss to hang from the ceiling. I need buckets to collect all of the lava, and I also need some storage for the empty buckets. So whenever we need lava, we can just go here and go yum 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 yum. Nom 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 nom, delicious lava. And now it's suddenly darker in here. I'm scared. And I've got an inventory full of furnace fuel, and now we got this beautiful charred retreat. And I'm thinking before we build any more farms and houses around them, we gotta actually work on the little town, because now it's just 3 houses standing next to each other, and they need to be connected, and this entire area needs to be transformed into a town. So I want to start by making a path, and I want to use this one that I've also built in my base here. And luckily for me, I still have tons of mud and brown mushroom blocks. I'm gonna plan out the path using the normal path blocks first, so I get an idea of where one thinks to be, and I probably have to do a lot of terraforming because this terrain is really messy. And it's raining again. I've added some slab steps to go up and down the different layers, so now we just need to fill the parts in between with all of the mud blocks. And now we got a really nice path connecting all of the builds together. And of course I had to add some more dried bushes next to the charred retreat, you know, for burnt and dried reasons. And I want to add something really cool in front of these 3 houses, because we have this little empty grass patch left. So I'm thinking, ow, I flew into the wall. So I'm thinking we should build a big dock and cargo area. And I'm gonna start by separating the street up here from the one I'm gonna make down here, which is easily done with a retaining wall. And then I'm just gonna mine out all of the blocks that aren't on this water level. And I did a lot of experimenting with the retaining wall, and I think now I finally found a design that I like. And here we have my beautiful retaining wall. I'm already getting the town vibes. Now comes the task of figuring out where docks should go, because all of this is gonna be a dock area, but we're also gonna need some docks that are gonna go out into the river. I didn't really have a plan for this harbor area, so I literally just winged it. And I'm not even kidding, this needed over 15 stacks of spruce logs. So all the spruce I chopped earlier is gone now. And now we get to decorate this entire harbor. harbor. And the most important thing a harbor needs is ships. But since this is an industrial town, we're gonna need, industrial ships. So I'm really hoping my copper is oxidized. Yay! No! And it started raining at the exact same time. I put even more copper out to oxidize, so it better be doing that. I'm watching you guys. You better be turning green. And I just spent 20 minutes waiting for this copper to oxidize. And then I remembered I could have just gone to a trial chamber and just mined all of the copper. I did a lot of screaming when I realized that. But now I've got all of the resources already, so we don't have to go into any creepy crawly chambers and instead decorate my harbor. And I'm gonna start with a really tiny boat design. It's just gonna be this tiny little thing, and we're gonna decorate it with signs. And of course trapdoors, which are refusing to oxidize. So I'm just gonna let them oxidize on here. And then a white banner on top as the sail. They're gonna look much better once the copper trapdoors have oxidized, but they're already looking so cute. And I can even sit in the boats. And what a lovely view I have. So let me just move some things aside, make a little space for my rage, and then get wrecked, die in fire. Goodbye. Losers. You smell. Don't visit again. Anyway, let's build another boat. And the next one has to fill out the space in between these two docks, so it's going to be a slightly bigger one. And the roof is where all of my copper is going. I tried a block palette that I never used before, and we're definitely hitting the industrial core with this one. A nice old rusty fisher boat. So now this area has the ships, which leaves this big area right here. So it's time for a really long ship. And it's going to be a giant cargo ship. This town could be exporting all of the farm resources so the ship could bring them to other places. I mean, who wouldn't want to buy resources from a ship like this? Definitely not looking super dirty and shady. I wanted to build some storage containers here, but I just had a much better idea. When you place down dried kelp, it looks like a giant box that's tied up, and they look like giant packages that could contain tons of resources. And another industrial thing my harbor needs is cranes, just like the cranes I've made over at my Happy Gas base, which means I'm gonna need more spruce wood because I used all of it on the harbor. So let's feed my ever-growing spruce obsession and wipe out another forest with my axe. I feel like cranes just belong on an industrial harbor because they can lift all of the heavy stuff on and off the ships and move them around. I've also just spent the last hour going around my harbor and placing a bunch of storage containers and of course the resources coming from the farms. So we have sugarcane growing here, and I hid water in this block here so I can actually place it down. And in the whole hour, all of the copper trapdoors still haven't oxidized. Copper hates me. Then we got a little cactus area and of course the lava. So now our little harbor is looking a lot more decorated, but I left a bunch of empty spaces because we still haven't built all of the farms in this town. We still have to fill this entire part back here with houses. And another farm I desperately need is bamboo. I have my manual farm here and I always use it to get sticks because I never want to waste my precious spruce wood to make sticks and chests or barrels. And bamboo grows incredibly fast, so we don't need to make a giant monster of a farm. So I'm gonna build the same farm I used for the sugarcane, just without the water. And I chose a spot right next to the sugarcane farm in this little hill with this horse still watching me. It's creepy. And it's only been like a minute since I planted the sugarcane and it's already growing. And it has to be efficient because I'm gonna need all of the bamboo from the farm to build the house around it. And next to bamboo blocks, we're also gonna need calcite and pale wood. And of course, more spruce wood. The town is getting a new building and it's gonna be a cozy little cottage with calcite and pale oak walls and a pony spruce and bamboo roof on top. And I'm really liking my tiny little bamboo shack. I also decorated the inside and added a little bamboo flooring and a pretty ceiling. So another farm is officially done. And this house also needs a name. So it's gonna be the Bamboozle Shack. These names keep getting weirder and weirder. And the next farm we need isn't gonna fit into one building. It's gonna go into 3 buildings. And I'm super excited to make this farm because it's gonna be one of the most useful farms in my world. After rockets and iron, of course. I want to get rid of this horrible sheep pen and make an automatic farm for every single wool color. And wool is one super important resource for me because I constantly need it to decorate my interiors. Things like banners can be super expensive, so having an infinite amount of wool of every single color is gonna be so good. I'm also gonna need a bunch of dispensers, and I don't have a string farm, so I'm just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. I'm just gonna quickly kill all of the spiders for string and dodge the creepers. And after a night of screaming and agony, I've got an inventory full of mess, but I also got 47 string and a couple bows. So now it's dispenser time. We need all of this redstone, but then we also need a bunch of minecarts. I'm so glad I have an iron farm. First, let's flatten out the terrain where the farm is gonna sit. There's already a sheep here and it's hiding under my terraforming. Come on, get out so I can put you into a 1-block space in my farm. I mean nothing. And now that this area is looking much nicer, we can start by adding in all of the farm modules. And so the wool is going to be collected immediately. We need to put a minecart on a rail and then get rid of the rail underneath. And then we need to use a piston to push a dirt block into the minecart. So now the minecart and the dirt exist on the exact same block. I also just realized I'm stupid because it's not working. Because I don't need a minecart, I need a hopper minecart. I'm such an idiot. Anyway, let's try this again. And now it's working. I definitely did it first try. You saw nothing. Now we just need to add the hopper minecarts on top of all of the other modules and then let them become one with the grass block. And I also added all of the redstone stuff in the back with an observer detecting when the sheep eats the grass and then giving a signal to the dispenser. So we gotta craft a bunch of shears and fill all of the dispensers with them. Having an iron farm just keeps getting better and better. We're gonna need to have 16 modules for 16 different kinds of sheep because there are 16 dye colors in the game. So I'm gonna put together a shulker box with one of each dye so I have an easier time dyeing all of the sheep later. And these are all of the dyes the game has to offer. And now we can already move the first 6 sheep in here. But I'm not gonna open this up, it's gonna be a sheep explosion. So good that I recently made a happy gas base so we can use one of them to carry the sheep over. Come on little guys, we're going on an adventure. So let's put 6 sheep on a lead and then we attach them to the happy gas. Now we get on the gas. Look at the little sheep dangling. No annoying animal transport, just cozy floating in the sky. I got off and now the happy gas is just flying away with my sheep. Come back here! And those poor sheep. I made a little hole to drop the sheep in. Let's see if the gas can move over the hole. Come on, right here and shear them. Yes! Most of them are in the hole. Now we can dye the sheep the color we want and then just move them into the farm modules. Come on, sheep, get inside this hole. Yes! First one is in place. I fell into the sheep module. I hate this. Ow! Now all of the sheep are in place and I placed a wool block in front of each of the farms so I know which color is where. And I also added another module on top so we can have a really cool house around this. But before I do that, I need to name my happy guests. In my last video, I made a happy guest base and I asked you guys what I should name the 5 guests that are living here. So let's purchase a bunch of name tags from my villagers in Cherrytown. Also, I don't know how this happened, but Mayor Brook and another villager are just in a boat on top of the leaves. I just saw something even more cursed. The happy guest lost its boat and it's in a tree with a pillager. Awkward. The blue guest just floating around my base is gonna be named Rainy with little umbrellas because Minecraft always makes it rain when I build. Maybe Rainy is gonna break my rain curse. The red guest here is gonna be called Air Fryer because why not? This one here is gonna be Ryan Gastling and the pink one here is gonna be called Glinda and that's gonna be the guest going north, and then the one to the west is gonna be called Azalea because of my Azalea obsession, and Azalea is almost like Zelina, the Wicked Witch of the West. And if I haven't just summoned the entire Once Upon a Time fandom, I'm gonna go screaming into a wall. Anyway, thank you for all the fun and cursed guest name suggestions. But now let's get back on the grind because we have to build an entire house around this. And luckily for me, I already have all of the resources that I need in my base. Except that I'm out of spruce wood again. After trying out so many different kinds of block palettes, it's so great to go back to the basics and make a house using stony blocks, deep slate, and spruce wood. And since the sheep farm is on the edge of my town next to my farm, I'm gonna give this house some farm vibes too. This house is looking really cozy, but one thing is missing. The spamming of azalea leaves all over the place. Oh yeah, much better. Also look, my copper trapdoors are finally starting to oxidize. And I also want to decorate the inside of the sheep farm so it doesn't look super redstone-y and messy. And the floor is gonna be packed mud and mud bricks again, so later we can connect a path to this. And I also want a better way to reach the modules up here. I mean, I could reach them here, but that doesn't look very pretty. So we can have a ladder going up, and then we can create a little attic using trapdoors. And I also want to add some flowers in the same colors as the sheep here, so we can have an allium for the magenta, and then a pink tulip for the pink dye, and also a cactus flower on a pot because I like cactus flowers. And now this little pink attic is looking so beautiful. And we also have a door here leading to the outside where it's raining. Oh my gosh. Why? I wanted to share the beautiful view from my balcony, but also the view is really bad right now because there's my unfinished terrain. I also added some blue flowers down here and some cactus for the green. So sheep farm number 1 is officially done. Now we just need to make more farms for all of these colors. And the next one is going to be in this incredibly messy hill, and I think I'm just going to build some of them inside of this hill. Don't mind me flying a bunch of yellow pea sheep over to my new farm. This looks so horrible. I also just did something really cursed. Those sheep are attached to one other sheep. Since when is this a thing? And here we have the black and white colors stacked on top of each other. And over here we have the yellow, red, and orange colors. I fell again. I want the area in front of the big sheep house to be kind of like a market area, so I'm gonna hide this other sheep farm in a little market stall. And the little market building is also gonna get a nice brick roof, so it's not just all spruce wood. And the creepy horse is here to inspect my new market stall thing. But it's looking really cute. And we also have a little secret trapdoor so we can reach the farms down here. But now this front part is looking really messy, the horse is judging me. So it's time for another retaining wall. And now the area doesn't look super messy anymore. And we can walk on this path to reach the farm. farm. And even better, we now have a beautiful view of the harbor from up here. And my copper trapdoors have almost oxidized. Yes, finally. With this sheep farm covered up, we can move on to this sheep farm over here. I built the modules in a weird shape because I actually want to build a round building around this. I should really clean up this charcoal monster in my storage room. But let's just ignore that for now and craft up all the resources for the round house. We mainly need a bunch of stone and cobblestone and andesite, and I'm kind of running short, but I think it's going to be enough for this building. Then we also need a bunch of white stained glass paint, and I've already prepared and smelted down some glass, so we just have to dye it white. And I crafted up the rest of the resources, which was mainly more spruce wood, because of course it was. So I went ahead and brought up some stone walls all around the farm in a circle, and then I added a dome-shaped glass roof on top of it that's held together by more spruce wood. I like spruce wood. And I think it turned out really nicely, and I just had another idea to tie it into the industrial town vibes. We could try and add a little observatory telescope kind of thing coming out of this glass roof. I have no idea if I can actually pull this off. Let's just use some copper and then some stained glass as like the telescope glass thing. I tweaked it a little bit and I think I fell. And I think that's looking kind of okay. And I also built the entrance to the house very close to the edge, so it's time to do a little bit of terraforming. I also just spent 10 minutes looking for the shulker box that has all of my mud path blocks, only for it to be in my inventory. Pro Minecraft. I made a staircase going up on this path leading towards the house, so we have easy access to the farm. And all of it is held together by this retaining wall. And I still need to work on the path and connect everything together, but I used up most of my resources, so we gotta go ahead and farm a bunch of wheat on our crop field. And let's put the extra seeds we have into this bone meal machine behind my house, because that's pretty much the only source of bone meal I have in my world right now. And then we can turn all of this mud into packed mud while the bone meal machine makes loud noises in the background. But my shovel was close to breaking, so I paid a visit to my enderman farm to quickly repair it. But now it's finally time to finish my path and connect the upper parts of the village with the lower ones. And I also had the idea to connect this town to the rest of my base, so I continued the path all the way to my mining outpost. And luckily I used the same block, so it was so easy to link it up. And now that everything is connected, it looks so much better. And now that my sheep farms are done, I've also given them names. This one is called Sheer Joy, then this one here is Sheer Luck, and this one here is called Sheer Delirium. And now that all the basic structures are in place, we gotta detail the village and add tons of things that make it feel alive. The first thing we gotta do is finish off this harbor area, because I didn't add the wool and the bamboo blocks here yet. And I have this pile of wood here, and I think I'm gonna tear this out and then add a pile of bamboo wood instead. We can also strip some of the logs, and we can have a rail over it holding it all together. And now this looks much better and related to our farms. And for the wool, we can have a pile of looms. And I also want to add spools of wool here, so we can have a button on top of them, so it looks like they're on a stick and it's going through it. And I'm also gonna add little pots here where I'm gonna put a carpet on top, so it looks like it's some kind of powder for different kinds of dyes. And now the entire dock is decorated as well. And I discovered something really cool. I placed down these cauldrons a while ago, and some of them have been filling up with water because of the constant raining. Maybe rain is kind of cool. And with this part of the town done, we can move on to the area going upwards alongside this path. And I think I want to add a bunch of market stalls here. And I need to make more fence gates and ran out of sticks, so good that I'm right next to my bamboo farm. So we can use some spruce wood to make a tiny little market stall attached to this side of the mountain. I just broke a sunflower. Sorry, little sunflower. And we can use the wool from our wool farm to make a little overhang over this market stall. I'm also gonna add some bamboo in between, and we can add some bamboo in the front, and also some item frames on the barrel, and then we can add some bamboo blocks inside of it. And I think this turned out really well, and it matches the vibe of the bamboo farm. And I also dug out a little space next to my cactus farm, so we can put another market stall in here, and then we can try to attach it to this side of the house. And this time for the colorful stripes in between the white, I want to use some copper, because the copper behind my house is finally fully oxidized. It only took 100 in-game days. And then we can display the resources from the farm, like the cactus flowers or the cactus. So we got another pretty market stall done, and I think we still have space for a third one, because we could build it against this wall. So I'm just gonna tear out this window in the back and make space for some market stuff. And this time we can have some mangrove on the overhang. I have a data pack that when I kill mobs, they sometimes drop their head, and then you can get them as a block, so we could display them in here, because this is gonna be the sheep farm market stall. This is looking kind of cruel though. And I also want to put a loom in here, because we could actually put a villager in here. So let's see if our villager breeder has been giving us more babies. And it looks like my villager breeder broke again, because there's just one villager here, but this hole down there is full of villagers. I moved one of them back into the villager breeder, so it's gonna be working again. Oh yeah, it's definitely working. I can see some hearts. And I also got two more on a boat. These are Julia and Joel, and I'm gonna take both of them with me. And with that I mean I'm gonna jump down this hill and hope they follow me in the boat. Yay, flying villagers. And then we can land right in front of the market stall. And I hope they're gonna pathfind to the looms instead of all the barrels over there. Come on, villagers, be nice. They're just walking away. Joel, you do not go in my cave. No, come back. Get back in the boat. Get back in the boat. Got 'em. Villagers are so annoying. Take your jobs. Don't look at the barrels. Do not take the barrels. They took the barrel. Bad Joel, very bad. Now both of them are shepherds, and we just need to lock the trade so they don't change to barrel man again. No more barrels for you guys. And now this is looking really cool, and we also have another emerald source because every time I have too much wool, I can just trade them with the villagers. And I also want to do something silly and make a little pen for a very special kind of sheep. The kind of sheep that drops this kind of head. Minecraft has a bunch of secrets, and one of them is if you name a sheep a certain way. We can rename a name tag to Jeb_, and then we just need to find a sheep and hope it works. And boom. Yay! Look, the sheep changes color. It's so cool. And I think I'm just gonna set up a little pen for it next to the market. And I think it would be funny if he was like some kind of an attraction because a rainbow colored sheep is kind of rare. So the villagers could be putting on a show here with Chameleon the Woolly Wonder. That's like the stupidest name ever, and that's perfect because it was made up by villagers. Definitely not by me. And I also want to make another stable for an animal that has been a part of the village since the very beginning. He was always here when I built my houses, but now he's nowhere to be found. I found him. It's this judgmental horse. He must have walked away once I finished building the houses because there is nothing left to judge. And we have this empty space in front of this wall, so we're gonna make the stable right here. And I think we gotta give him a very judgy name. So he's going to be called the Judge. But I would trust his judgment with my life, for sure. I was also bored and made a giant archway as the entrance leading into the village. And for some reason it's giving me cursed campsite vibes. But I also put some signs up here because I want to give this town a name. But I have no idea what to name this town. So if you have any name ideas for this cozy little town, let me know in the comments and I'm gonna pick one of your suggestions. But the town is still not finished. We're gonna need a bunch of custom trees all over the place. I spent a really long time in my storage room, first getting rid of the shulker monster, and then crafting and collecting all of the different resources that I'm gonna need to build custom trees. And I also need more leaves, so I'm just gonna fly to a random forest and then take all of the leaves off the trees. Teehee. I also just found this super cool spruce village on a floating island that looks super cool. And I'm stealing their bell. Teehee. I'm just collecting birch leaves and I was like, huh, what's this on the ground? There's just this trident drowned somewhere in the ocean throwing things at me. There's a fork in my tree. Let's kill that guy. Get wrecked. Leave me alone. Oh my gosh, they dropped the trident. This is so random, but we just got a trident, which is really, really cool. Now subscribe or taste the trident. Just kidding. And I also gathered all of the resources, so now we have a bunch of wooden stuff and a bunch of leaves. It's custom tree time. I'm gonna add some birch trees on the right side of the town to match the birch trees in my starter base area. And then on the left side I decided to add a bunch of spruce trees, especially the big ones, to match my happy guest area where I also built those trees. I also put some smaller custom trees into the village, like one next to the horse stable, and one next to the sugarcane farm, and another one hidden behind this house. And now this area is looking so cool. It might be an industrial farming town, but it's so lush and green and cozy. And this big island my base is sitting on has changed so much too. We almost covered all of this area here. This is an old map of my base before I built all of the things here, so I think it's time to make a new one. Good that we now have a sugarcane farm because this is gonna cost so much paper. I'm actually so excited to update my maps. And I want to keep my old map in my base for nostalgic reasons, so I'm gonna make a new map display in my town. I made this really cool round kind of sign, and then we can put some item frames on top of that. And then I just have to figure out which map goes where. This is so satisfying, it's like completing a puzzle. And this area is looking so cool already, especially our little town. And I hope you liked watching me build up this town too. Minecraft recently added a bunch of new copper blocks, but most importantly, the copper golem that can sort your resources. So today I want to build the ultimate storage room where I can store thousands of items and put an end to my messy chests, unless these little guys run away with my stuff. I keep all of my items right here in my starter house, but I've been running out of room very fast and had to resort to putting stuff in shulker boxes. So I want to build something way bigger and more practical. But I don't want my starter house to lose its purpose as my storage house, so I want to build a giant storage room underneath it, so I still have to access it through this house, which means we're gonna have to dig out a giant space under here, and I don't want to slowly dig it out, so I want to get a beacon, which means we have to go to the Nether. Ugh. Because to craft a beacon, we need to summon the Wither, so that means we have to go to a Nether fortress and kill Wither skeletons. And the last time I went to the Nether didn't go so well.
Flashback.
No, I will die. I will die. No! Ah! Why?
a flashback.
But I know it's going to be different this time. I hope. Yay! We're back in the Nether! It's so great to be here. I made a really lovely and super safe path all the way to the Nether fortress, so we just have to go there and not fall down there or die to these. Hello. I hate the Nether. Oh, lovely. This is where I died last time. And here's the Nether fortress. No, let's fly down there. Hello, Nether fortress. It's me. I'm back! Ooh, an empty chest. My gold pants broke. That's the worst. I'm wearing my diamond ones. Now we just have to find and unalive a bunch of wither skeletons until we get 3 of their skulls. And I have looting 3 on my sword, so this is hopefully gonna go fast. Okay, why is there lava floating? It shouldn't be like this. Cursed Minecraft. And look, there are the first wither skellies. Give me your skulls. No. I made this really lovely barrier, so every time they come to me, they cannot go across. So I slayed and almost got slain and found a chest with diamonds, which was pretty cool, and then continued the slaying of the skellies, found more loot and nether warts, which I don't think I've ever found before, and then I got beat up by blazes until I remembered I have a bow and then gave the blazes a taste of their own medicine. And then I slayed some more until finally, I got the first skull. Yes! Now we just need 2 more. Yay! Ah! No! The skelly hunting continued and my hatred for blazes deepened until I got another one. Now we just need 1 more. Then you guessed it, the slaying continued and I found this poor little skelly that was stuck, so I freed it and it chased me down the stairs and actually dropped the last skull, which was so cool. We have 3 skulls. We did it. Bye, Nether. I never liked you anyway. I can see the portal. There's just this tiny cube in the way. Go away. Finally, we can see the sun again. No more Nether for now. We got tons of blaze rods, diamonds, even a blaze head, and most importantly, the wither skeleton skulls. Now we just need a bunch of soul sand, and then we have to fight the wither. I'm not scared. And the easiest way to fight the wither is to just go down into my mine shaft. So we have this beautiful mining entrance right here, and we just go down. Oh my gosh, there's a slime! Whoa! I had no idea slimes could spawn down here in my mine. This is so cool. Now I have 40 slime balls, so let's keep them safe in my ender chest. And I think I'm just gonna pick this direction because we have this really long mine shaft already. Flying through a mine shaft is actually so funny. Now we're far enough away from my base to do any real damage to my builds underground. And then, yeah, let's just spawn the wither inside of here. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Ow. Hi, wither. Now just punch this guy over and over until it's dead. Just shoot the wall. Keep on shooting the wall. Don't mind me, my little hole here. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Yes. It's literally so easy to fight the wither in the mine. We got the nether star, and we also got this wither head. Rawr. I'm the wither. I died in 5 seconds. And you know what's even funnier? I think the wither blew up into a trial chamber because there are these tough brick blocks all the way up there. Hi, trial chamber. Oh yeah, that's a trial chamber. Oh, loot chest. Nice. Thank you very much. I'm gonna remember where that trial chamber is so we can loot it later. Oh, before I forget, I also have to write down the date where I killed the wither for the first time, so we can always see when we reached important milestones in this world. Now we can craft the beacon using obsidian and glass. Oh my gosh, we have it. We have the beacon. So now we can decorate our base and have a really nice lamp. Just kidding. We gotta use it to dig out a giant room underneath my house. And I think I want to have the entrance to my storage be in this room right here. So let's just dig straight down from over here. I dug all the way to down here, and now we just need to dig out a bigger room to fit the beacon, because the beacon has to sit on a giant 9x9 pyramid made of only iron blocks. I'm so glad I have an iron farm. 2.5 stacks of iron later, and we have this giant pyramid, so we need to place down the beacon in the middle. Why does it not light up? Beacon, why? I think it needs to see the sky to work, so we need to fly up here and not die. And then we just have to punch a hole into my starter house, and now it should work. Yes! Yay, we got the beacon! And now we can choose what we want the beacon to do for us. I want to get haste and then haste 2. So we just have to give them an iron ingot. And... yes! We have it! Look at this, we have haste 2! Why is this so cool? Also, I think my Minecraft broke because look, I didn't get the beacon advancement. Hello? Minecraft is mean. Anyway, let's just ignore that our Minecraft broke. And let's go and start digging out a giant room. And mining with the haste effect has to be the most satisfying thing ever in Minecraft. I often forget that things like the beacon exist in Minecraft because it's always such a grind to even get it. But I didn't let the nether stop me from getting it, and I'm so glad I have it now. And my pickaxe is almost broken, and I dug out this big room already. But this isn't even a 1/3 of the room done. We need to dig out so much more, basically all the way down to the beacon. Oh dear. We gotta fly all the way to the stronghold because I have an Enderman farm in the end, which is one of the most useful farms ever because I can just slay these tall men and instantly repair my tools. But just having one pickaxe won't last for the rest of the dig, so I grinded all the way to 50 levels so we can try and enchant some new pickaxes. Oh my gosh, why do I get a good one straight away? Okay, but will I get lucky again? No, I won't. Now we just need to get efficiency 5 on all of these. So let's fly over to Cherry Town where my villagers live and my librarians live up here. And I think one of them should sell efficiency 4. And then we can also get some mending. Now we just have to combine all of the books and the pickaxes in the anvil. So now I have 5 pickaxes I can use to dig out this hole. And the best part is not all of them are silk touch. So now I can also gather lots of cobblestone, which is really useful for me because I usually just have stone in my chests. And cobblestone is really good for texturing or making paths. I knew this was gonna be a lot of work, but I didn't think it would take as long as it did. 2 hours in and I was having the time of my life singing along to Minecraft parody songs because I'm cringe that way. Don't judge me. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. But 2 hours later, I was still mining with no end in sight and I started to get super tired. But I didn't give up because I can't let a little bit of hole mining stop me from building my dream storage room. I mined out all of this and I'm still not really done. Internal and external screaming. And look, we almost reached the beacon down there. This took so long and I went through all of my pickaxes twice. And I didn't even pick up all of the resources, but I still filled all of the shulker boxes I own. And now we have so many things. So if we didn't need a bigger storage before, we definitely need one now. Let's craft some planks and then let's make a whole bunch of chests because even though nothing is decorated yet, we can start by placing down some chests and figuring out the layout of the storage room. No way. I log in and now I randomly get the beacon advancement. Why is it working now, not before? That is so funny. But at least we have it now. And I also placed down a bunch of chests so now we can finally load off all our messy inventory. And with that I also mean all of these shulker boxes. Ew, a spider spawned. And I basically emptied all of these shulker boxes into these chests and they are so full of cobblestone and stone. And I really like setting up my chests like this and I think it would be cool if we had them all over the wall, all around this hole. But for that we're gonna have to actually decorate this hole first. So good that we emptied all of these shulker boxes because we're gonna need them. I want to build something really cool here and for that I want to use a lot of copper. And first I was thinking to just oxidize all of the copper I own, but that was before my wither blew up the trial chamber and they have waxed copper just lying around. And I never defeated a trial chamber in my world before, so we could have some fun with this. I grabbed a couple health potions that I found at the end and these ominous bottles which I get from pillagers. So now we just have to fly back to the trial chamber. And I think this is it. Yeah, the trial chamber is up there. So now we just break in from down below. Minecraft trials. Whoa. I think before we steal all of the copper, let's set our spawn. Let's get my chest plate out. And then we gotta drink this ominous potion bottle thing. And now we just have to go and survive all of the monsters. Hi, trial chamber. Hi. No, it's spiders. Ew. I hate cave spiders. Gross. Tiny little things with their tiny little legs. Also, my armor is so good I'm barely taking damage. Look at me. Die. Perish in flames. Yay. I get 1 golden carrot. Are you actually kidding me? I hate cave spiders. Let's keep going and wait. I just got a key from a pot. Seriously? Ah! No! Not again! Die, you gross little creatures. Why? Why do I get 1 potato? We can use the key to unlock one of these. Under lock and key. Oh, yay! I get another potion! And Bane of Arthropods 1! My luck today is just the absolute worst. I take that back. There are diamonds in the barrel. And here's another big room, so let the fighting begin. It's skeletons. I hate skeletons. So I slayed the skellies and got more potatoes. Why? And then the breezes came, throwing all their wind at me. So I fought them, but at the same time tried to get a really difficult advancement. Because if you deflect the breeze wind charge back at them and kill them with it, you actually get a really rare advancement. So I had to try and it took ages, but then I actually did it. I got the advancement. We killed a breeze with a deflected breeze shot wind charge. And we also got this cool key as a reward, an ominous trial key. And one of these walls is up here. Let's add this. Are you kidding me? I've been scammed. But now that we've done a little bit of slaying, we can start dismantling this entire room before the spawners start spawning again because there is a cooldown. And we can gather all of these copper blocks because look, they're all waxed. And I think the coolest thing they have in these trial chambers are these copper light bulbs because they require blaze rods to craft, so naturally I don't like crafting those. But thanks to the trial chamber, I won't have to. A lot of mining later. I've got all of this copper already and I mined out this entire room. But now I want to keep going because I still have a bunch of this trial almond left, so I went to slay some more monsters and hope for good rewards. But of course it had to be poisonous cave spiders again, but this time mixed with breezes. So it was a really fun and challenging fight. Yay, I get 1 steak, but I also get 1 key. Oh yeah. And there's 1 last cave spider, and we get a potato. Wait, and we have a breeze head? Oh, I'm a breeze. I have eyebrows. Let's use the key. Please give me something good. Emeralds. No! I've been scammed again. Joke's on you, trial chamber, because I'm gonna steal all of your copper. Tee-hee. I got another key. And yes! Finally, I got something cool. A cool smithing template. And also the breach enchant. If only we would get lucky and get the mace. But I'm not counting on it. Another big fighting room. And it's more spiders! At least I know my armor is good because I'm getting swarmed and I'm not dying. I get a potato again. And after I was done with the room, it looked like this. Yes! A banner pattern. Nah. Yes! Armor trim! I got the other one! And I think I spent over an hour in the trial chamber mining up all of this copper. So hopefully all of this is gonna be enough to build my storage room. And the best part is we slayed so much and we didn't even die. In my mining outpost, I have this wall of rare things I find in the mines. And we have to add a trial chamber one. And we also got all of this cool trial chamber loot. And my favorite ones are definitely the armor trims, the banner pattern, and the breeze head. Eyebrow noises. Then I spent some time emptying my shulker boxes, creating an even bigger mess in my chest. And then I also sorted all of my waxed copper loot and crafted it into a bunch of different materials like stairs and slabs. I also wanted some different copper stages, so I did a lot of copper axing and then waxing. And then I saw somebody was watching me through the window, which was kind of creepy. But now we can start by building the storage modules. Also, these guys can spawn here. Hello? I mean, that's kind of cool because slime is kind of hard to get, but that also means they will jump scare me in my storage all the time. And look, the tiny ones don't even do damage. They're so adorable. Okay, now die. That was so sad. Let's make a little frame around each of these chest modules so we can have pillars of copper going up and then stairs and trapdoors holding them together. And also added these copper bulbs, and to turn them on we just have to flick a lever and then get rid of it. And now everything is bright so nothing creepy should spawn except the slimes. And now we just need to chop a bunch of wood, and I can use the haste beacon effect to do it way faster. This is actually so fast I cannot catch up with my axe. And needing all this wood got me thinking, should I make a tree farm in the future or is it not worth it? Let me know in the comments what you think. And now we have almost a whole shulker box full of spruce logs, so we just have to turn all of this into wood, and then we can craft tons of chests. And after sacrificing my precious spruce wood for my storage, it was time to actually build it up. And the funniest thing is that I crafted the exact amount of chests that I actually needed. Now we have chests everywhere that can store thousands of items. So anyway, my storage is done. Just kidding, we gotta decorate this entire room. And I want to build a beautiful copper golem base. And I want copper golems to work in this room, so we gotta make it look more at home for them by building giant copper golems. I'm scared. We already have tons of copper, but I also want to get some more texturing blocks like granite. And then we could also get some terracotta, but I only have 4. So why don't we quickly fly over to the mesa? Not that I have a mesa close to my base. 10 years later, and after flying through lots of acacia land, I finally found a super tiny mesa. That's just sand. Come on, Minecraft, please have more mesa. Yes! Okay, there's more. Seriously? There's just this tiny little bit. I'm just gonna steal all of this out of the walls. I took a stack and a little bit more, so I have some for the future, but I almost broke my good pickaxe, so we also quickly need to fly to the end. Also ignore that I was burning, a zombie got me. And a lot of enderman screaming noises later, and I repaired all of my pickaxes that were still almost broken from the big hole digging. Now there's just one thing we need to make the copper golem statues look really cool. A light block for the eyes. And for that I want to use a block that I've never ever used in survival before. I want to get frog lights. I'm actually not entirely sure how to get them, but I think the first thing we need is frogs. And I can see 2 frogs. Hi froggies, come with me. Let's take them home to my base. Let's dig a little hole here next to my nether portal and let's put them inside. Wait, one just jumped out straight away. Okay, I'm so stupid. We also gotta cover up that hole. And I'm so glad we got so many slime balls because we can use them to breed the frogs. Wait, how do frogs breed? Wait, they need water. Make many frog babies. Yay, it worked. And while the tadpoles grow up, I'm also gonna collect more frogs in the swamp because we need to take them to the Nether. I knew I'd have to go back there. And I'm just gonna prepare a little platform in the Nether because we're gonna have to lure those big magma cubes to the frogs. I have a feeling this is going to be absolute chaos. And I AFK'd the frog pit, and now we have so many frogs. And now we just have to bring the frogs to the Nether. And hopefully they're gonna survive this. I just found one. Hello? Okay, number 2. Where's number 3? Please don't say number 3 is in there cooking. Yay, number 3 is up here. Okay, I made a platform up here and a little cage for the frogs. And the way I think we can get frog lights is when my frogs eat the magma cubes. I waited until some small cubes spawn, so now they're over here. Oh my gosh, it's way too many. I think we need the super tiny ones. Frogs, come on, eat the cubes. Froggies, please, I'm gonna die. Frogs, please. Yes! Ah! That one is still a big one. Come on. No, 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 my frog, my frog. I'm so sorry, little frog. I've got 16 of these beautiful yellow frog lights. And now I just need one more stack. So I beat up a bunch more magma cubes and let the frogs eat them. And then brought even more frogs to the Nether. And I also tried to improve my farming strategies. So I tied the frogs to a fence gate, which made it a lot easier because I didn't have to watch where the frogs were going. And I could focus on surviving the magma cube attacks because they were everywhere and they wanted to kill me. But my brave froggy friends protected me. And now we've got over a stack of frog lights. And we only lost 2 frogs. One I accidentally burned. And the other one isn't really lost. It's more like stuck down there. You did this to yourself, little frog. But now let's leave the stinky Nether behind. Also, there's a chicken. There's no escape from big slimy cubes. First in the Nether, now in my storage room. Go away. Oh my gosh, I got 2 slime heads. Oh my gosh, I love this. I left some space in between the storage modules because I want to put a copper golem statue right in the middle of it. And it's going to be a really big one, so its feet are going to be made up of several blocks. And it's also going to have little toes. And also textured the legs with a bunch of weathered copper. And then we can go 1 block out and add the body of the golem on top. And the actual copper golem also has these lines that turn into a circle on its body. And I want to recreate that, but use frog lights for it. So it's like the statue is alive and activated. I think this actually looks so cool. And now we can build the copper golem head. And I'm also going to make the eyes light up using frog lights. And of course we're going to have the big villager nose in the middle. And I'm really happy with this so far. And I also realized I gave it no arms. And there isn't really enough space to have them hanging down his side. So I'm going to have it hold out its arms to the side. And I also gave it little claw-like fingers. So don't get too close or they're going to pinch you. Now one last thing is missing, and that's the antenna on top of the golem. I just fell down. And now the golem is basically done. And it was definitely worth it to get all of those frog lights. Also, I totally didn't build the back of the golem. You saw nothing. I need to save copper because I need to build 3 more of these. I'm glad I dug such a big hole because those copper golems are massive and they're going almost all the way to the ceiling. And now we have golem statues all over the wall. Always watching, never leaving. And I just updated my game to the new update so we can actually have some copper golems in the game. I think all we need is a pumpkin and of course a block of copper. So we just put this here and this on top and then we just have to shear it. Yay! Weighted spot with a chest. He looks like my statues. That's so cool. Let's test this out. Let's put some pumpkins in this chest. And then we can also add some pumpkins to this chest. And let's see what the golem does. Oh my gosh, he opens the chest. He took the pumpkins. Is he putting them inside? Yes! I never have to sort my storage ever again. Now my little golem friend can do its thing because I need to do a lot more than build giant copper golems to decorate the storage. There's another block that I want to add to that build and that is tough, but I need 2 shulker boxes full of it. So we gotta go hit the mines again. And down here in my mines I have 4 different rooms and I've already expanded one so I could go in several different directions. And this is themed after my subscriber milestones so I can always see when I gain what kind of subscribers. And I want to build another one of these themed rooms. Let's go for this one right across from the milestone room, but I want this room here to be flamingo themed. Now the walls are pink and I already added in the doors, and now we just need to add a ceiling and of course lots of lights so nothing spawns here. Well, except slimes, of course, they spawn everywhere. And then we can go and mine out some tuff out of the walls of my mine shaft because that's what we actually came here for. But I also want to use that tuff to decorate the floor of my new flamingo room and added cherry blossom leaves in the ceiling, and we have the falling leaf effect in the room now. And one last thing I want to add to this room are my tier 3 channel members because all my level 3 members get their name added to my Minecraft world. What they didn't know is that I'm gonna turn them into flamingos. I'm gonna make some leather armor and then I'm gonna dye it pink and then we can put that on the armor stand. And now we just need a head. And I have a data pack that when you die, you drop your head. So now I have become a flamingo. And now all I have to do is to unalive myself. I died. Now, where's the flamingo head? Yes, I got it. Look at this flamingo head. It's so cute. Now we have 3 flamingo heads, which we can add to the armor stands. And also have a data pack for changing her armor stands look, so we could use this book. And then we could give them some cool poses. What is this pose? Maybe not that one. Okay, that one is cute. And I just discovered something super cool. We can display the name. So now it says armor stand. But what if we get some name tags? Oh my gosh, they're so expensive. Those villagers are scamming me. And then we can rename them to my channel members' names. Okay, let's see if this works. Add this. Yes! Oh my gosh! Wait, that is actually so cute. And I added all tier 3 members that I had so far. And I think this room is looking really cool. And thank you so much to my members. Also, I'm still a bird. But now that we have another beautiful mining room, we can get back to gathering lots of tuff because we have a copper golem storage to build. And the best thing is when you uncover diamonds while mining out blocks. Oh yeah, even more diamonds. And an hour later, and we have 2 shulker boxes and a bit full of tuff. And I want to craft most of that tuff into tuff bricks. I think tuff and copper goes really well together, so we can have it all over the walls. And I also want to cover up the space behind the chests because you can actually look through the chests a little bit, and I don't want to see a stone wall. I love adding those tiny little details to improve how my builds look, even though it took a really long time to mine all of this tuff. And I also want to cover the entire walls in tuff, so we can first bring up the tuff walls all the way to the golem arms. And then to break things up a little bit, we need to add some different elements. So I'm going to add a little band of copper going all the way into the corner, and there it's going to turn into a little circle again, just like the circle on the copper golems. And I think we need another light source inside of the circle, but I don't want to farm frog lights again. No more nether. Okay, wait, but actually shroom lights will look really cool in here, I think. But I only had these. So more nether! Yay! Let's just fly over to these trees, and then I can use my hoe to break all of these blocks and then find these shroom lights. I plucked all the shroom lights out of the trees. And now let's get out of here before anything creeps on us. I'm literally so lost in the nether right now. Ah! Why did I fly into a wall? Okay, yeah, this is definitely not the way back home. Whoa! Oh, that scared me. That scared me so bad. Wait, I found it. Oh my gosh. Hi, frogs. No more nether. And the chicken is still there, judging me. And now we can go back to peaceful decorating in my storage room. It kind of looks like the copper golem statues are channeling some ancient magic. And I think I also want to add a different kind of block in there. And I was thinking maybe something brighter. Oh, somebody's in my house. Why are you here? This guy always wants to come over for movie night, but I'm busy. I need to build my storage. Let's add the pale wood under this copper ring. And I brought it all the way to the ceiling, and now it kind of looks like ancient copper industry meets futuristic technology. And I think I kind of like that, so let's get a bunch more stripped pale wood, and then let's keep building. And then we can also continue building up the wall using more tough bricks. And now we have really nice walls and some new slimes who want to be my friend. But these walls are looking super bare, so it's time to add a bunch of copper elements. And the copper update actually added some new decor pieces, so now we can craft cool things like copper bars. And also look, there's copper armor, and we can also make these cute little copper nuggets, and then we can make copper chains. To add to the whole industrial copper vibes, I want to have pipes made of copper coming out of the golem statues. And then from here, they can go all the way over to this white thing in the middle. And we can also attach the new copper bars to this. And I'm actually so excited for this. Look how cool this is. This is such a nice detail. And I put the light bulbs behind the copper trapdoors, and they actually look like vents. It's so cool. And I want to have these copper pipes on every single side, but I want every single one to be different. And I think I can achieve that by making some of them overgrown. So we need some moss. I have 4 moss blocks. And I don't really feel like going into the lush caves because I will die. So I'm just gonna do some moss mining in my storage room because I need to clear out this floor anyway, because we definitely need a better floor later on. And then I can use my efficiency 5 hoe to mine it all out super fast. Moss mining for the win. Let's also farm some azalea trees that I'm growing in my storage room because it's so big that I can. Then I also bone mealed some glowberries into existence. And now we can add all of the lush blocks around my copper pipe. I think it would also be super funny if we had moss growing inside of the pipes, so it's like leaking out already. And imagine we had an actual leak in the pipes. Let's hope I don't flood my entire storage room with this. Yes, water on the chests. Uh-oh. We definitely have to add something on top of that later. But look, we have water flowing down. I think that's so cool. And I think we can actually waterlog the copper grates. So it looks like the water is coming from the top, which would also tie into my world lore because it always rains in my world, especially when I want to build outside. And now I think this is looking really nice, but I also want to decorate the space under the copper copper golem's armpit. Why did I say armpit? So first up, we can add some pale wood slabs on top of the chests. And because they're slabs, we can still open the chests. This guy opened his chest so much that it fully oxidized. And on top of my storage, I want to add a cute little copper building. I'm gonna make it as detailed and symmetrical as possible using a bunch of stairs and trapdoors. And for some reason, this kind of gives warden vibes. It's like a copper warden. I'm scared, but it looks cool. And I turned one slab into a water source, so when I pour water down, it should go right into it and not spill everywhere. So now the water is going from the pipe down over the copper golem's arms and down onto the warden thing. Now the walls are looking really pretty, but it's just the problem of the ceiling. Ew. And I think I want it to be nice and bright to also connect to those white pillars. And I just realized I used up all of my pale wood. So I'm gonna be here a while farming more. And I think I'm going to turn all of these logs into planks, because otherwise I would spend even more hours chopping trees. But first we're gonna have another ring of oxidized copper going all around this room. But I do have to dig out the walls a little bit more because I kind of reached the top of the room. And there was also lava here, and I can actually look outside. That's so funny. Next to my house was actually this little lava pool, but now it's no more, and my storage is right underneath. I don't know how, but adding this little line of copper made such a big difference. This looks so complete now. And I'm gonna add another ring of copper a little bit more inwards. And there's just a bunch of gravel constantly falling from the ceiling. And I tried to make it dome-shaped, and it kind of looks like a spider cobweb kind of pattern. So before I get scared, let's fill in the middle with all of the pale wood. Okay, but what if I also added a ring of these copper bulbs and then lit them up very, very slowly, one by one? And I started to hate using the levers, so I've just been using pressure plates, and it's so cool. Okay, I think using those light bulbs was such a good decision, because otherwise the ceiling would be super dark. And since I still have lots of copper bulbs left, we can do another of those rings. And I'm especially happy about that because I can do more pressure plate running, and it's so fun. Okay, I love my new ceiling. And it perfectly lines up with the hole leading into my house. And I think we need to make the entrance to my storage a little bit wider too. Otherwise, I'm just gonna smack my head trying to fly out with my elytra. I think I'm gonna decorate it with more pale wood. Now we've got a nice entrance to the storage, and I also made it a little bit more overgrown by adding some leaves into the ceiling. And another thing we could do to decorate this place is if we get more copper golems, but this time I'm gonna use normal copper blocks and not the wax one, because this one was waxed. He's a little wax guy. He's creepy. But if I summon some without being waxed, they will oxidize over time and become little statues. And then we could decorate this room with them. And while I wait for these little guys to oxidize, we can start working on the floor, because this is just a mess of stone and holes. I think I want to have several floors, with the first one being this walkway alongside the chest. So let's first add a little wall out of copper. And I'm gonna leave some openings in the wall so we could later have a little staircase going down to this level here. Now we've got this really cool wall, but we still have to fill in the floor. And I was thinking, let's use more pale garden wood. I've kind of started to realize how cool copper and pale oak wood looks together. And I've been trying to do a really cool floor pattern of having the stripped wood go all around the sides and then fill in the rest with the planks. But even though I spammed tons of light blocks into the walls, the floor is kind of dark. And I still have a bunch of shroom lights, so we could add those in the floor, and look, it's so much better. But I don't want to see those, so we gotta cover them up. And I want to use a bunch of white wool for that, and luckily we do have a sheep farm in our industrial town. Let's hope the chunks were loaded while it was in my storage. Yes, we got tons of it. Oh, and that also reminds me, I asked you guys in the comments to name my little industrial town where I have all of my little redstone farms. And you guys had a bunch of really cool suggestions. And so many of you said Rainy Town, because it always rains in my Minecraft world. And now the sign also says Rainy Town with a bunch of umbrella emojis. And we can also dye it light blue in rain color. And also notice the dye looks different now with the new update. And then we can also make it glow. Wait, that's the first time I made it glow. Yay for Rainy Town, and nay for the rain. And now we can craft a bunch of white carpet to then cover up all of these shroom lights. Now we just have this really cool white strip in the middle, and it's super bright. I still need to do the 3 other sides though, and I'm kinda out of shroom lights. One excruciatingly painful and annoying nether trip later, and now we can continue our peaceful building. Now everything is lit up and looking really cool, except for this enderman who just ruined the moment. And now we just have to work on this middle part here. Let's first dig it out all the way down to where the beacon is. And I want to have a staircase coming down, so let's make some pale oak stairs. And then we can add them on every single side. And then we can add a copper railing on the sides of the stairs. And we also got to continue these pillars of the copper railings all the way to down here. And then all the empty spaces in between can be tough bricks again. I also turned it into really cool copper arches again. And I think in the future, if I need even more storage, I could break the walls here and just add a bunch more chests. But for now, I think all of these will be enough. I also want to make the place a little bit more brighter, but not with those torches, because now we have new copper light sources. Now we can make a copper torch. And look, they're green. What the heck? That is so cool. I want to have some in my house. But even cooler, we can make copper lanterns. And also also just realized copper trapdoors are now way cheaper. There used to be 6 of these, but now those make the copper bars. Now instead of the torches, we can have a copper trapdoor, a copper chain, and a copper lantern. Oh yeah. And I think they also oxidize over time, so maybe the lanterns are actually gonna change color. I also added the lanterns on the stairs, so now it's looking super bright. Now we just need to connect every staircase to each other in this little circle. So now we have a nice platform to walk on. And I also want to have some steps going down here to this potential new storage area for the future, because instead of just leaving it empty, I want to decorate it instead. And I have a huge amount of stone and cobblestone from digging out this entire room, and I'm gonna use all of those blocks in combination with moss for the floor. I made it super overgrown, and also added some stairs into the floor so it looks like it's a little bit broken, and we can add some water inside of it. And look, my copper lanterns have started to oxidize, they're turning green. And also just had a fun idea for where to put copper armor, so let's craft it. And I also kind of want to try it on first. Now I can fully blend into my storage room. But since I have fully enchanted diamond armor, this isn't for me to wear. I want to display it, and I have this little pond with this block in the middle, so we could add this on top and then put the copper armor on the armor stand. And now this is a bit more decorated, and I think I really like the copper armor. Now we just have this part here in the middle to decorate, so I think it's time to get rid of the beacon. It was so helpful to have it to dig out this room, but now all of the digging is finally over. And I'm gonna put the beacon in a shulker box because I have a feeling there are gonna be a lot more digging projects in the future. And where the beacon was, I'm gonna put a giant pond. I think that would only make sense since we have a bunch of water features in our base already. And I flew all the way to a coral reef, and I gathered a bunch of sea pickles. And I was thinking maybe I should also catch some tropical fish for my pond, but not this guy though, he's evil. And now let's get out of here before we get poked by a pufferfish. This is what my pond looks so far, so now we just need to add in all of the water. And we also have some soul sand in there, so we get some nice bubbles like it's a hot spring. And to make it brighter, we can now add all of the sea pickles. And we also got 4 different kinds of tropical fish, and we can add all of them into this pond. And I hope they're gonna survive because they're doing this already. Please don't. Let's see how many days they're gonna survive. I bet they're not even gonna last 5 minutes. I think the pond is still looking a bit random, surrounded by all of this copper. So I brought all the copper grades in different oxidization stages, and I can see my fish doing really stupid things. And the 5 minutes aren't even up yet. No! No one died! Anyway, we totally have fish in this pond. Let's ignore those fish and make a little gradient bridge out of these copper grades. And now we have this really cool walkway. And one fish is still alive, for now. And with this pond being gone, that means the room is fully decorated. And I can officially move all of my things into the storage room, which means I'm gonna have to label all of these chests and sort all of my items. But luckily my copper golems are gonna help me with that. And we can start bringing all of this mess over. And because I love my new storage so much, I actually had such a fun time sorting all of my items and labeling my chests. And the golems were actually a huge help, and it was really fun to work with them. And a couple hours later, and everything is sorted. We got chests for each of the wood types, and of course all of the natural blocks. And it's totally sorted on the inside. I blame the copper golems. And then we have all the ores and stony blocks over here. And the other sides have a bunch of miscellaneous blocks. But there's also still a lot of empty space, so Minecraft can add as many new blocks as they want. I will always have space for them. And also change a lot up here in my OG storage room, because now I kept all of the rocket supplies up here because I'm always gonna need them, and also the food, plus a bunch of random mob heads and shulker boxes, so I don't always have to drop down into this hole to get them. But the new update also added these shelves, so let's craft some of these. And they look so cool, I could actually use them as a trim in my house. But for now I think I actually want to use them, because there are a bunch of things that I sometimes just quickly need to grab, buckets or leads or shears, so I can just go boop and take them. And I also added another shelf on the other side, so now we have 2. And I think they're actually super cool, not just for having quick access to items, but also for building. And I've also been waiting for my copper golems to oxidize so I can use them as statues, but only one has even started to oxidize, and the chests and the lanterns have fully oxidized in that time. And then I realized I did a very bad brain moment, because I can just take the oxidized copper, and then maybe we can make golems out of those. Let's try it. Yes! Okay, is it gonna turn to a statue? Yes! Wait, whoa! Hello? I can click on him! That's creepy. So let's mine this little guy. So now he's in my inventory. That's super creepy. And then we could have him sit right here. Yay! That's so cute. I made a bunch more copper golems and waited for them to turn into statues, and then added them all over the storage room. And I think I can also axe them, and they won't turn back into a golem. So now everywhere you look, there is a copper golem statue. I even added them on lightning rods in here, which looks kinda cursed. And then there's also one hanging from the copper pipe. And then of course I had to do something creepy and sinister. But I think my absolute favorite is the one dancing on top of the big golem. It's so cute. And I think it's also kind of creepy that inside every single statue there's a copper golem soul trapped forever. But of course we also still have a bunch of living copper golems roaming around. So let me know in the comments if you have any name suggestions for these little guys. One of the most useful resources in Minecraft is wood. And chopping down trees is a slow and painful process, especially those pesky nether trees. So today I want to build the ultimate woodcutting operation where I can farm all of the wood types in my forever world. Right next to my starter house I have this manual tree chopping area, which is basically just a wall of mess. But right behind my starter house is this little forest. And I think this would be the perfect space for a little lumber town. But first we can live out our lumberjack dreams because we need to get rid of all of the trees in this area. Chopping the trees doesn't just give us a lot of resources to build later, but it also gives us a nice overview of the area so we can plan our builds better. And now all of the trees are gone, except one. I don't know how I missed that. And now we also have 2 shulker boxes full of resources. The first thing I want to do is build an automatic wood farm, but it's very tall and very ugly. So we gotta hide it underground and of course put a pretty build around it. But since the farm is really tall, the hole has to be super deep. So good that I recently got myself a beacon. I want the hole to be over there so we can set it up right here. We just need to build a 9x9 pyramid fully made of iron blocks. And then we just feed the beacon a little bit of our iron and select haste 2. And now everything's gonna go faster. The first thing I did was dig out a bunch of dirt layers in a big square. And I put all of it away safely because I might need it later. Now we got a whole bunch of stone to dig out, but my pickaxe is screaming for help. So we can fly over to my enderman farm. But I actually have an idea to make going there much easier for myself. Because right now I just have to fly there with my elytra and it takes up a bunch of rockets. But we also have access to another dimension that serves as a shortcut. The Nether. I just need a little bit of obsidian to make my Nether horror dreams come true. And now let's fly over to the end portal. Also look, I got the new copper cape and it's so cool. And now instead of jumping in, we can make a Nether portal first. Also, why can I hear some gross noises? Hello? That was creepy. Anyway, let's ignore the noises and light the portal. I'm scared. I hate this biome. Let's see if I can find my base. There's my frog hanging. That's my base right there. And then the end portal is somewhere over here. Wait, I lost it. No, I found it again. Now we have a shortcut through the Nether. And now we quickly fix our pig in the enderman farm. Now my tools are repaired and there are creepers in my base. Go away. And now we can finally get back to work and use the haste effect to dig down really fast. We're actually getting so close to reaching 1000 days in my forever world. So if you have an idea on how I should celebrate that, let me know in the comments. And please don't say dig another hole. And while I was digging the hole, I also encountered a giant cave full of creatures. So I took a little slay break from the digging and went down and murdered them all. Die, you creatures! That was so good. Oh, he's behind me. Oh, he's dead now. Pro Minecraft. Oh my gosh, I'm full of arrows. And now all of the caves here are lit up so no more creatures will come crawling, hopefully. So I covered up all of the creepy crawly caves and then kept digging the hole because it was only halfway done yet. The reach of the beacon stopped down here, but I think this is as far as we have to go. So now we've got this giant pit going all the way down there. So now we just have to build the wood farm. We just need to gather a bunch of resources for it, which is mainly gonna be redstone. So let's check our chest, and we actually have a bunch of it. And I crafted it into different components like hoppers, observers, repeaters, or pistons. And then I came out of my storage room to find a zombie villager at my door. Wait, he died and he dropped his head. That's so creepy. So of course it's going in a special place in my house. And I've got all of the resources for the farm, which actually isn't a lot because the build itself doesn't actually need a lot of resources. It's just very, very tall. Now we can start building the farm, and for this wood farm I'm following a tutorial by Rune, so if you want to build it yourself, I'm gonna link it in the description. So far I've made the collection system where all the wood is gonna land. So it's gonna go down into this little hole here, and then it's gonna come out of this water stream, and then it's gonna go into these chests. And then it was time to scaffold up a lot of blocks and build the TNT machines that are gonna explode the wood. I have to place the TNT and I'm so scared it's gonna blow up. And I think the farm is basically done now. Now we just have to test if it actually works or if I'm just gonna blow it up. So we just flick this lever and then the signal is going through the scaffolding, which I think is super cool. And then the TNT should start falling, maybe. I did it wrong. Okay, let's try it again. Yes, something is happening. Please don't blow up. Please don't blow up. Yes! It's working! So now we can stand here with the TNT falling right in front of us, and then we have the sapling in our offhand and the bone meal in our main hand, and then we look at this dirt block and start spamming the saplings, and the trees are gonna grow, and the TNT is gonna blow it all up, and then the wood ends up in these chests. And look, we already have half a stack of spruce logs from just a little bit of spamming. And the farm can do most of the wood types that just require one sapling to grow. This farm is gonna make collecting wood a lot easier, so now we just need to cover up this hole and build something beautiful around it. And of course it started raining just as I said that. Haha, he has to stand in the rain and I'm not buying anything. Womp womp. I waited out the rain in my storage room and put away all the resources from the hole digging, but I also grabbed a bunch of dirt, so now the big terraforming project can begin. And after I got rid of the beacon because it was in the way, I started terraforming and making the hill a lot bigger, and not just using dirt but also making a little stony shore because I thought it would be fun to change things up a little bit. And I also created a super flat platform right above the wood farm. Look at my cute little rocky beach. I definitely have to decorate it later, but it's a nice change from all the other dirt I have in my base. But the rest of the terraforming is still very unfinished until I figure out the layout of my builds. But this giant platform up here is gonna hold the build that's gonna lead down to the wood farm. So of course it has to be a giant sawmill. And for the build I've decided on 4 different kinds of blocks. Spruce wood because I'm obsessed, and also the pale oak wood, but also all of the stone and cobblestone blocks, and lots of tough blocks. I'm so happy I can craft most of the build resources out of the blocks I have in my storage already, but I still have to do a bunch of work like stripping 5 stacks of spruce logs. And after a long time of crafting resources, we have a bunch of shulker boxes full of stuff. And the first thing I'm gonna do is figure out the layout of the build and see if I actually have enough space. This build is gonna be absolutely massive, but at least it fits on this giant hill. Now we just have to build up the walls 4 blocks high using a bunch of different stony materials. And of course we gotta do that on every single side. And then we just need to light it up inside so nothing creeps and or crawls. And now we have this really giant wall. But this wall is just the foundation of the build, so now we can take all of our spruce wood, I fell, and then we can start bringing up the pillars of the actual house walls. And then we sleep the night away so nothing creeps and or crawls outside of our house either. Go away! And I filled in the spaces in between the pillars using pale oak wood, and of course I also added some windows and some basic decor like a planter box, and using a bunch of spruce materials to add some curved shapes. And of course it had to start raining just as I finished only this little part of the wall, so I had to build the rest of the walls in the pouring rain. Yay! And just the walls of the build are looking so cool already. And to finish off the main building we just have to add a roof on top of it, and I'm gonna use tough and spruce wood, and also add a couple details like tiny windows. And yes, I also decorated the back of the house. This is a really cute build so far, but we still have a lot of details to add to make this actually look like a sawmill, because right now it's just looking very cozy cottagecore. So we can start by adding the actual sawmill part of the build, which is gonna be in this little structure attached to the main house. I'm also so excited that we now have these wood shelves so we can use them as a little trim alongside the walls, and this looks so cool. I also added some nice arches connecting the pillars together, but the rest is gonna be an open space, so we always have a clear view of all the dangerous saw blades I'm gonna add here. I also added a little slab roof on top, and it looks really cute now. And now for a little sawmill we can add some bricks and pretend it's a conveyor belt, and then a stone cutter in the middle with a nice spinning blade, and then some oak logs going into the stone cutter, aka wood cutter, and some oak slabs coming out of it like the wood cutter cut it in half. Please Minecraft add a wood cutter, please, 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 please. So now we got this really cool looking machine, and we can also add more woodcutting related stuff, so I'm attaching another building to the side. It's just gonna be this tiny small one, but it can serve as a wood storage. And I also added another log storage indoors with rails to hold it together, so the logs can go into the woodcutter and then the product comes out and goes down there. So now we can pretend we're actually lumberjacks, but we're actually wood spammers spamming saplings into this farm. So we need a nice and safe way down. So let's gather all of the things we need to make a bubble elevator. And speaking of bubble elevator, I also added one inside of my storage room so I can just easily go up without wasting any rockets. And this part of the house is still empty, so we have enough space for a way down. We also have enough space for a cute moss carpet in the middle. Totally not getting distracted or anything. But hey, it looks really cute and also makes this room brighter because I hid room lights under it. And the bubble elevator is gonna be in front of this window, so now we just have to dig straight down. I'm so scared because I know there is a cave nearby. I have a feeling it's right under me. No creepers will be crawling in here. And now we just need to add in the soul sand, and then we just fly up again and spill water down from the top. And I totally have made a mess spilling water, so good that I blocked off the farm. And now we just need to grow kelp all the way to the top, and also dug another hole, which is just a fall pit all the way to my death. Just kidding, there's water. And now we break the kelp here, and we also have a bubble elevator going back up. And I also made a little room where the bubble elevator comes out and tried to decorate it. I even added some cute paintings, but the rest of the farm is still a messy, ugly hole. But that's okay because it's covered up and nobody's gonna see it. But we have to decorate this room in the house, and I think in this little space here we could add a little storage. And since we now have copper golems, we can make automated storages. I looked up some tutorials on how to make the copper golem as efficient as possible, so now I just trapped a little guy in here, which is kind of horrible. And we have a really cool system because we can just put all of the stuff we want him to sort into this chest, and then he's gonna do his thing and dump it all in here. But I don't just want this to be any random storage. I want it to be for all of the saplings, so when I want to use my wood farm I don't have to go all the way down here to my storage room and then go through all of the chests to get the saplings. So we can can just come in here and retrieve them. And to get the golems to sort them into the correct chest, we just have to add one of them. And now we can just dump all of the saplings into this chest. And the golem is gonna do its thing and look through all of them until he finds the correct one. And it looks like he found it. He just added the cherry. And while the golem was sorting my stuff, I decorated this wall here and added a little tree. And I used the shelves to add all of the saplings so I know where everything is. The golem is very slow at sorting stuff though, so while he still works, I can decorate more of this room. I added another wooden beam and also decorated the ceiling so it's not super messy anymore. And I even decorated my bubble elevator and added some little stairs and item frames so we know which is up or which is down. But we also have these empty shelves here, but they're not gonna stay empty. I'm gonna add a bunch of flower pots because I want to use it to display all of the saplings we have in the game. Just like a little sapling museum. And I think I have all of them but one, the red nether fungus. So we definitely have to get it. And maybe by the time we return, the golem will have finished sorting my stuff. Hello, creepy fungus biome. I hate it here. Okay, let's quickly grab some mushrooms and some of this nilium thing. Ooh, and now let's go away before we anger the pigs. I'm so out of here. We survived it for the museum because now we can add the red fungus here. And we have some empty pots in case Minecraft adds some more tree types. Please a light blue wood type. Please Minecraft. Please Minecraft. And the golem is still not done, but it's looking really good so far. He didn't mess anything up. And even if you put something in there that doesn't belong in these chests, he will figure it out and put it in this chest that's back here because this one is empty. And then it's gonna end up in this barrel and I can get it again. Now we got a really nicely decorated room, sapling storage, and an entrance to the wood farm. So now we can keep working on the outside part of the sawmill because I want to add a retaining wall in front of it that covers up this messy hole here. But the stone wall isn't just gonna be a simple retaining wall. It's also gonna hold in all of the water. Let me explain. When I built my sawmill, I basically researched actual real-life sawmills, and some old ones use water wheels to power themselves. And I thought it would be such a cool idea to add a water wheel to my sawmill and at the same time also introduce some water features to my little lumber town. This is looking so cool already. Now all that's missing is water, so we're gonna add it all over this little canal. And we also have to waterlog the water wheel. So it's gonna go all the way through here and flow down there. But I blocked it off here because I'm not sure where it should go from here yet. But we can figure that out later. Oh my gosh, it started raining. I mean, that's perfect because I want to add water that flows down onto the wheel. The water can come in through a hole in the house and we're just gonna imagine that it's being pumped up from the ocean. And then the water can flow along in these wooden kind of pipes thingies. I'm so good at words. And then eventually it's gonna flow down onto the water wheel. Oh yeah, that looks so cool. Now we just need a way up to the sawmill because the water kind of blocked off everything. And I think we can just do a big staircase over here. And the staircase goes right up to the water, but we can build a little bridge going over it. And I think it's actually so cute. And then from here we just go up these stairs and then we're in the house and can access all of the wood farm stuff. And also decorated the path using coarse dirt and some grass. So now a sawmill build is completed. But it doesn't end there. I need to finish terraforming this area and also add a way for the water to go. And make space for more builds because we're gonna need a lot more things to call this the ultimate woodcutting area. And the land itself actually gave us a sign on where the water should go because there's literally a water ravine right under here. And it leads directly to the ocean. So we just have to terraform this a little bit more and add some deeper layers. And of course it started raining again. Maybe it's another sign from the world that I should shower more often. And now we can finally release all of the water. And of course we have to add more so it fills up this entire river. And also grew a bunch of seagrass in the river. And I think it looks really, really cool. But now we also have several more flat spaces because we need to add more builds and more farms. One thing that definitely belongs into my woodcutting operation is a bone meal farm. Because this farm here goes through bone meal so quickly. And I don't even have a skeleton farm in this world. But I definitely don't want to make a skeleton farm because that one is slow and I have to manually kill the skellies. So we need something efficient that can run in the background while I continue building. So let's make a moss farm so we can get both bone meal and moss at the same time. Now let's craft all of the redstone components again. It always takes up so much wood to craft hoppers, but with this bone meal farm we're gonna get infinite wood soon. I crafted up all of the resources. We just need some lava, so I'm quickly gonna go to my lava farm and grab some. And I think this spot right here would be perfect for a moss farm. I don't want to dig a big hole again though. And why did it start raining again? Why Minecraft? And while it rained I dug a hole in the ground and this is how big the farm is gonna be. And now we can start adding complicated redstone stuff in the pouring rain. Then some stuff that I kinda understand but also kinda don't. Then we sleep so nothing blows up our redstone. And I'm also gonna link the tutorial for this farm in the description. Now we just add all of the water that pushes the moss into the hoppers over there, which at the same time serves as a stone generator. Ooh, lava, scary. And now we just have to turn on the farm and hopefully it works. Something is definitely happening and it looks like it's working. And I changed it up a little bit. So in these chests I'm gonna get all of the moss stuff, and in these I'm gonna get all of the bone meal. And now we just let the farm run run while I get moss and bone meal rich. And now I'm gonna gather some resources for the house that's gonna go around it, which means we can also finally get rid of our ugly manual wood farm. But for trees that need fir saplings to grow, like dark oak or the pale oak, we're definitely still gonna need a manual wood cutting area. So later we're gonna find a nice and pretty location to do that. Now I just need to grab the rest of the resources I need from my storage. But that also reminds me that last episode I asked you guys to name all of my copper golems that are roaming around in my storage room. So let's quickly visit our cherry blossom village. And our melon and pumpkin farm is overflowing again, which is good because I need lots of emeralds. And then we can go over to my library and let the villagers scam us into buying expensive name tags. And then we can say goodbye to a beautiful cherry town again. And now we have Amber, Penny, Gilbert the Great, Benedict Copperbadge, and Golemia McCopper. Why did it get more cursed with every name? But also thank you for all of the name suggestions. Now this is gonna be really funny when I gather resources and Gilbert the Great just casually walks by. I crafted up 2 chocolate boxes full of resources, but first let's check how our moss farm is doing. We got a bunch of bone meal already, but it's not a lot yet. But we have these chests full of moss. So I feel like since we don't need a lot of moss right now, we can just convert all of that into bone meal too. But now we just have to cover up the farm and build a beautiful house around it. And I'm actually so happy that we have another farm that's gonna give us resources because I love using moss in my builds, and bone meal is always so helpful if you want to get more flowers or greenery. And I added some hints that there's a moss farm inside of here, like mossy cobblestone and some moss on the roof. And one more thing to add is the flowering azaleas in flower pots. Now this definitely says moss farm, but actually bone meal farm. We're getting so rich. Now the main building is done, but just like on the sawmill, I want to add even more little structures to the sides. The wall is kind of sad and empty on this side, so let's attach another building to it. And it went right to the edge of my stony shore. I also replicated the walls of the main building, but in much smaller scale. And now we just need to add another roof on top, and it's going to be a tough slab roof. And added some leaves and of course more azaleas. And now we have this really cute building on the side, and the whole building is looking so cool already. But now it's pretty unbalanced, so we need to add something on this side too. And this part here is going to be functional because I need a way to access all of the chests, and right now it's just really ugly. And of course it started raining while I was building. I made a mossy overhang that has a bunch of moss growing on the roof, and so this hole of chest doesn't look super messy, we can just cover it up using trapdoors. And then added more slabs, trapdoors, and coarse dirt so these trapdoors here don't stand out too much. And we can also add a bunch of leaves and definitely some grass patches because I love when things are a little bit overgrown. And then we can work on a path going all the way around to the entrance here because the entrance of the house actually leads to the lever that can turn on the farm. And I think it could also lead to my death if I don't light up this area here. We don't want any creepers in the moss farm. I decorated the path and also added some more decor, and now this whole building is looking so cool. And the path ends right at the river, so I have a cute idea to add another one of those little bridges here. So now we have 2 cute bridges in my base, and I think it makes sense if we connect the bridges together and have a little path going over to the sawmill. And I extended the path to go all the way over there, and I added a 3rd bridge because this area needs to be connected to my main base. So I'm gonna take some time and do some terraforming and then try to make a little road look pretty even though it's going through my messy early game area. Now we have the coziest walkway to our wood cutting area. And now let's take all of our bone meal because now it's time to properly try out the wood farm and get tons of logs. This farm actually comes with a built-in bone meal dispenser, so we can put all of this in here, and then we can just stand here and from the wood and the bone meal just gets dispensed into my hand again. I tested a bunch of different wood types until I was out of bone meal. I was only here for maybe 15 minutes and we have so many resources already. Look at all of these beautiful logs. And I gave all of the saplings to the golem, so now he has something to do. But I also have something to do because we still have a lot of space on this side, and I want to build another functional thing here. I'm gonna use all of the logs from the wood farm to craft up the resources I need for my build. It feels so good to have that farm now. This spot right here next to the sawmill could be perfect for another building. And I want to add another copper golem auto storage, but this time for some of the wood types. So we can add a poor little golem in here again. I'm so sorry. I feel kind of bad for trapping them in there, but at the same time, they love sorting stuff, so this is their dream job, right? And now the whole module is done, and I also decided to label the input and output chest. I just had to make it cursed. But now we get to make it cozy because I want to add a little overgrown cottage around this. So far it's just a stony box and looking kind of creepy. So let's make it cozy, and I want to add a little window. And we can do the campfire trick, and that is we just add a campfire, extinguish it, and then put a little fence gate under it. And it looks like a really cute overhang. Now we just need to build the roof, and I'm going to use stripped spruce wood and oak to create a really nice log cabin kind of roof. And thanks to our moss farm, we can use some moss to decorate the roof too, and also add some moss carpet and some grass growing all over it. Guys, guess what? It started raining again! This is so funny at this point. And I just realized I gave the log storage a log roof. That was literally so unintentional, but it's so perfect. And we can also decorate the inside because it's dark and creepy in here. I added some more wooden support in the ceiling, and also this little window up there, which I think is really cute. And now that we have bone meal, we can also add cute things like glowberries. And we can just shear them so they don't grow all the way to the bottom. And now this room is looking really, really cute. Now we have another place to put all of the wood in case my storage room is overflowing, because I want to have double chests full of every single wood type. And I'm also gonna make a path and some steps going up this hill to the log storage. Every path looks so much better with coarse dirt and some grass. And I also just had another idea, because we have this little passageway in between the builds and there's still a lot of space behind the sawmill, and I think that's the perfect space for a manual tree chopping area, you know, so it's nicely hidden behind the sawmill and nobody can see it from the other side. I just need to reshape the land a little bit so we can have a path go through here behind the house, and also need to make sure that it looks good in the water too. And then we just get rid of this entire side of the hill here, and now there should be enough space for a little wood cutting area. And I think I still want to make it a little bit pretty and add a little fenced off area so we can chop the trees inside of here, and we can also use some tough bricks to create a little border around it. And now we can come here and plant our tall trees and bone meal them, and then we have a really cozy time chopping them down. And I also added a second module over here, and maybe we can also add a little bit of decor so we know what wood types can be grown here. I love adding these log piles and then rails around it. And of course we can also grow the dark oak trees here, so those logs also get their own pile. And look, we got some visitors admiring my beautiful wood cutting area. Okay, I have like 5 minutes until they reach the shore and kill me. Let's decorate this really fast. Let's add a path going all the way around this hill, and the pillagers are still not here yet, and they're still not there, so we can peacefully decorate the path using coarse dirt. And it looks like they made it now. Quick slaying break. Bye guys. No way, I got a pillager head. Wait, those are so rare. Ha ha ha. And now we have a decorated path going down here and then to my little manual tree farm. And now manually chopping trees is even more fun too, because I can do it in this beautiful area. But of course the automatic farm is way more fun than the manual one, so I spent some time here, and it can even do acacia or cherry. And I added all of my new wood to my log storage. And I've been celebrating how I have all of the wood types, and then I remembered I don't have all of the wood types because I completely forgot about the nether trees. And these couple are the only nether mushrooms I own. And the only way to get them is to bone meal this warped fungus. So why don't we just make a farm for it? This area right here definitely deserves some love. So I'm gonna put it right here, but I think I'm gonna go dig down a couple layers so I can build a house a little bit lower in the ground so I don't cover up my beautiful water wheel. And I even dug down 2 layers, and now we just have to take down this wall. And I think we can manage to put the farm inside of this hill here. I totally just wrecked my beautiful terraforming, but it's okay, it's for science and farms and stuff. And this farm also relies heavily on bone meal, so I'm really happy we made that moss farm. And then we just need to add the 2 nillium blocks we have on top of that, and of course the rest of the redstone. And something happened already, this stuff grew. But now I think it's done. We just press this note block. It's gonna be so loud, so I'm just gonna back off. But look, I can see all of the mushrooms jumping around. Now we have almost a stack of each of the fungi and a bunch of these creepy roots. But I don't have to throw them out. I can just turn them back into bone meal. Now we just have to decorate the farm. And of course it started raining just as I wanted to build. Seriously? Also, I just realized my elytra is full of holes. How am I even able to fly? This doesn't make any sense. And after the rain was gone, I built the tiniest little house over my farm. And I think it looks really nice, and most importantly, it doesn't obstruct the view of my water wheel. And we also need to see if the farm still works, so let's turn it on. And it looks like it does. And now, of course, we also need to work on a little path leading to the farm. And we also need to extend this wall all the way to the ground. And I think it looks much better now, but I also want to decorate this part down here. And I think it would be cool if we changed the land to look like all of the nether tree growing has kind of corrupted it. So now we can use some blocks that we don't normally use. But to get that block, we need a silk touch shovel, so let's see if we get lucky with the enchanting table. Please. Yes! I literally got myself a silk touch book because I was not believing in the enchanting table. I'm sorry I doubted you, enchanting table. I love you forever. You're the best. Now let's fly over to a tall spruce biome because they have all of this podzol growing there. It kind of looks like decaying leaves, so it's perfect. Also, I just casually found one of those trail ruins. That's so funny. I should definitely not get distracted and definitely not loot this. I'm totally not getting distracted and excavating this ruin. Definitely not. I'm just cleaning. The place was filthy. I also totally didn't get an advancement. You saw nothing. This totally wasn't me. And getting all of this garbage serves me right for getting distracted. But I also got this cool armor trim. I also just realized I never put any armor trims on my armor, so let me know in the comments what kind of armor trims I should use and which color it should be. I got a bunch of podzol and some other plants that would thrive in a decaying environment. And I think we also have some more cool plants in our storage. Now we can replace the lush grass with podzol, coarse dirt, and also some brown concrete. And I turned this area from this to this. Now we have this really weird looking area with all the dried plants and also some fungi. And of course we also gotta have some woodcutting related decor like a log storage. And maybe also a wagon that could be transporting things. I think it would be cute if this one transported some pods and they're holding all of the saplings. And I think it's a really cute wagon. I also added some more decor over here and now this area is looking really good. But now we actually need to test if our wood farm can actually grow the nether trees. Because I hate farming them manually, so I'm not gonna grow them here. So let's go down here. Let's hope I won't break the farm. We just need to replace this dirt block here with one of these Nillium blocks. I mean, it hasn't blown up yet, so does that mean it's working? Let's also try it with the crimson trees. It's actually working. We never have to farm nether trees manually ever again. I'm so happy about this because I never used the wood type because I don't want to farm it. But now it's so easy. Now we have another wood type we can add to our storage. And now that everything here is so decorated, this side of the river looks kind of sad. So let's change that. Let's first add a fence to separate the wood cutting area from the rest of my base. And of course it started raining. Then we can add some more log piles and spam a bunch of greenery all over the place. This area looks so much better now, but I have the feeling that something is missing. I mean, this is a wood cutting operation, so imagine not having any trees. I'm just gonna go around and place some oak logs where I think custom trees would look really good. And now we just need to get a bunch of wood and of course a lot of leaves. And now I have a bunch of resources, including a whole shulker box full of spruce wood that I just farmed in the wood farm. And now it's custom tree time. I'm gonna add a bunch of different sized custom trees in all the empty spots around the builds. And it always surprises me how much of a difference they make. And I really love how my little wood cutting operation turned out. We now have farms to get bone meal and a bunch of wood types, and places to cut manual trees and store all of the logs. Now all this place needs is a name, so if you have a name suggestion, let me know in the comments. This is my Minecraft world where I spent almost 1,000 days building my base. We have beautiful builds and functional towns containing industrial farms, but we also have empty spaces, messy terrain, and a frog pit? So today I want to transform my entire base, terraform the land, add a bunch of new buildings, and turn this place into the ultimate survival island. This island is huge, so I'm going to divide it into different parts and tackle them one by one. The first project is the farm. I built this farm when the Spring to Life update came out that added all the animal variants, so now we have pens for all of them. And of course it just started raining. We got a pig pen, a chicken coop, a giant farmhouse for all the cows, with a very sus name. Why did I name it that? And we also have a horse stable. But this farm is lacking one important thing: functionality. I wanted to have a purpose beyond housing cute animals, and I know exactly what that's gonna be. I constantly need wheat to breed my cows and then harvest the food from their carcass. Wait, that sounds so horrible. And I also need wheat to make packed mud and mud bricks, which I love to use for these paths. There's a sheep following me. Awkward. And we have this giant empty area in front of our farm, so we can turn it into a giant crop field. Let's first fill all of our buckets with water, and then we can create holes all over this field. And of course somebody doesn't want me to plant a field. Oh my gosh, why is it so many? I've never seen such a huge pillager patrol. I told you guys to never come back here. Die. I survived. And I got a pillager head. Har. But now let's make this area look a little bit less of a battlefield and more of a cozy crop field. So let's finish adding all of the water sources and then cover them with wooden slabs so we don't fall in. So now it looks like there isn't even any water at all, but it's definitely still under here. And now we just have to turn everything into farmland. Making a giant crop field is the easy part, but turning the island into a fully connected base is a huge challenge. Because I want things to make sense, but also look nice and give me a reason to walk through there. So I need to put a lot of thought into what I'm doing. My brain cells are screaming right now. Just kidding, I only have one. I actually changed up a bunch of terraforming and added some wooden retaining walls. And now we have 3 different kinds of layers for the field. Now we just need a huge amount of seeds and then plant them everywhere. And now all of the seeds are planted, and I can't wait to see how this looks once all the crops are grown. But of course there are a bunch more things we have to do to turn this area into the ultimate cozy farm. One thing a crop field definitely needs is a windmill. So let's quickly go down into my storage room and gather all of the resources for it. And of course the main build material is going to be spruce wood. Totally not obsessed. Let's craft it into a bunch of different materials like stairs and slabs. And when you can't figure out what other blocks to use, it always helps to look at the surrounding area, because all of these farm builds follow a very similar block palette. So we can also grab some birch wood, and I like to strip it beforehand so I don't have to worry about it later. And another thing we need is bricks. And I think the windmill should go right up here overlooking the field. Let's see if I can build the windmill faster before all of the crops have fully grown. I'm gonna keep the windmill on a smaller scale to match all of the other farm buildings because they're all not super giant either. I think the windmill turned out really well, and most importantly fits into the whole farm vibe. I'm just gonna have a little path go around the windmill and to its door. And I just wanted to grab coarse dirt, and these guys are here again. You know what that means, right? You're all gonna die because I'm so good at Minecraft. I'm on 1 heart. Oh my gosh. Anyway, let's get some coarse dirt. And then we can use it to decorate the path and the ground around the windmill. And then we can decorate some more by adding some leaves to the windmill and some grass patches on the coarse dirt. Let's also go to our iron farm. I'm so sorry, little golem. And we can grab a bunch of the poppies that the golems drop. And then we can place them on the side of the cornfield. Because poppies are commonly found growing on the edge of wheat fields in real life too. This place is looking so cool already, but there's a lot more we gotta decorate. Another farm-related build we could add is a hay cart. Let's clear some space here and add it right into the crop field. Small builds always help to break up the terrain if it's just the same thing, like a crop field. These are gonna be the wheels, and we can add some buttons to them. And it's actually so creepy how the farmland turns to dirt even though the slab doesn't touch it. Minecraft logic, am I right? Now we have this giant wagon and we can spam a bunch of hay on top of it. And some signs can go around it to hold it all together. And I think this looks really good. That just gave me another idea. We could cut a little path right through the field, and then we can turn everything into path blocks. And I also have a mod that lets you make mini blocks of all of the blocks in the game. You just put it in the stone cutter, and then you get a mini hay bale. And they're gonna be a really cute addition to the hay cart. Look at those little baby hay bales. But this place is actually so dark and gloomy at nighttime. I think I'm just gonna hide a bunch of lanterns on the slabs where the water is. And to make sure the monsters never show up, we can also add something else. Let's add some armor stands into the field, and then we can add the heads of the mobs who annoyed us while we built this. We can also make some leather armor and then dye it gray, so it looks like the armor stand is actually dressed up as a pillager. I also have a data pack that lets me change how the armor stand looks, so we can have it actually show its arms, which is really cool. And we can actually try and give it the crossbow. Oh my gosh, yes, I just fell and trampled my crops. I bet I'm gonna get jump scared by this guy thinking he's real. I just trampled my crops again. And added another one over here in a different pose. And over here we have an injured wandering trader leaning against the hay cart and hiding from the pillagers. I just wanted to make scarecrows, but now I turned it into a whole battle scene. Also, don't ask how I got the wandering trader head. And now the crop field part of the farm is completed, and I think it's looking really good. Which brings us to the other side of the farm, because we have a bunch of empty spaces in between these buildings. And I actually want to try and squeeze another house in here. One that's going to be essential for my survival in this world, because right now this is the place where I get food. And this isn't my farming area, so we gotta relocate it. But of course in a much prettier way. I collected a bunch of resources for the house, which is mostly the same stuff as on the other builds. Oh my gosh, I just got jump scared by my own creation. But now let's take our resources and let's build the house. And this house is actually going to be a little barn, because I want to lock up a bunch of cows in there, so the barn is the perfect, beautiful distraction from the horrors inside. I mean, nothing. And I have an idea on how to decorate this even more using the new shelves. We can add a lovely trim up here, and there's actually a way to change how the shelves look. We just add a bit of redstone behind them, and look, they actually changed their texture. And we also need to make sure the inside looks presentable for the cows, so I'm just gonna cover up this messy ceiling using a bunch of stairs and some light in the ceiling so nothing else spawns here. I'm talking to you, creepers. And now we just dig a really nice, lovely hole. We can create a pen alongside the wall so the cows can never escape. And then we add a carpet on top of it so I can get in but they cannot get out, which is another weird Minecraft logic, because why can I not jump over this but I can jump on this when this is a pixel higher? And I used the pale moss carpet for a reason, because now we have this beautiful effect of the vines spreading all over the walls. And now it's a great moving day for our cows. Look, they're so excited already. They will finally be released from that horrible pen, and they just have to follow me to their new home. Oh my gosh, I got jump scared by the pillager in the field again. Welcome to your new life in another pit. Teehee. I'm stuck in the cows. This is so creepy. So now we have a nice unlimited food source in a beautiful barn. And the reason I built this as close as possible to the chicken coop is because I want to build something else here too. A cow meat grinder. No, I'm kidding. I want to add some more farm-related decor. Go away, cow. So I was thinking we could add storage silos. And I think we can actually manage to fit 2 of them in here. Now we just built them up using bricks and a little bit of terracotta and some granite. I built these 2 tall cylinders, and they cannot have any windows because silos are meant to store grain inside of them, so nothing from the outside world should get in. And we can close this off with a nice wooden slab roof. Another thing that silos have are these weird tube kind of things coming out of them. These things, I don't even know what they're called. They're looking really cool already, but I think they're missing some decor. So I had the silly idea to make a ladder going up there, but I'm not actually crafting a Minecraft ladder, I'm building one. So we got the cool new shelves on the side, and then trapdoors going all the way up. Oh my gosh, it looks so cool. It's better than the normal ladder. And I mean, we could actually use the ladder. We just go in, and then we just jump up trapdoor by trapdoor, and then we're at the top. And a singular pillager just came over. Go away. Now we just have to make a little path going to the cow torture barn. I mean, beautiful animal sanctuary. And the path can also go over to the silos. And I want to attempt to build something that I'm not really sure how to do. I want to build a tractor. I rarely build vehicles on Minecraft, so this is going to be a really fun challenge. I also don't have the resources I need, so I have to go to the Nether. And I'm here for this black stone because that's going to be really cool for tractor wheels. And I also want to use mangrove for a red tractor, but I only have 9 logs. So let's just quickly fly over to the mangrove swamp because it's not far from here. And I know mangrove can be a little bit annoying to harvest, but when you have an efficiency hoe, it goes super fast because you can just go through it like this and then uncover all of the logs. I'm almost home, but I just realized I'm almost out of rockets and I didn't bring my ender chest with my rocket box. This could have gone so wrong. The pillagers scared me again. Stupid pillagers. And now we can craft up our mangrove wood. And now let's build the tractor, and if I do it right, it's gonna look super cool. So we got the big wheels and the small ones in classic tractor fashion, and now we just need to connect it all with mangrove. Okay, this is looking so cool already. And I also used those shelves again. And then we can use some blast furnaces for the engine. And now we've got a really nice red tractor, but it doesn't end there, because we could also attach a trailer to the back of the tractor, and then we can store stuff on top of it. And of course that's gonna be a bunch of hay bales, because everything is full of hay, so that makes sense. And I think I've just found my favorite use for the shelves. They make this trailer look so good and super detailed. I can't believe I actually just made this. This is so good. And after obsessing over my red tractor, it was time to get back to work and decorate the rest of the farm. I just did some basic decorating of the path, and I can't believe I managed to fit all of this into this tiny space. Speaking of tiny spaces, we also have some next to the horse stable, and I planted some sunflowers here, so maybe past me was giving me a sign. So we could just add some more coarse dirt, and then we just plant sunflowers everywhere, and occasionally add some leaves and grass patches to mix things up. Now we have a really beautiful sunflower field here, and added another little retaining wall to this side, matching the one on the wheat field. We also have this path here that branches off from my base and goes all the way to the farm, but it also goes all the way over here, and then it just stops. And I just got a really cool idea for what to do here. We have a horse stable, but we have nowhere to ride the horses, and our farm area is pretty much completed now, so we cannot fit a horse riding track anywhere here. But then I took a look behind the buildings, and there's so much space, so we can continue the path to go behind all of the farm buildings, and then connect to my happy guest area, and then reconnect to the farm path all the way back to the stable. And we gotta do a bunch of terraforming for that. And I actually love terraforming so much, because breaking so much dirt is so satisfying, and then reshaping the land to look how I want it to look is so fun. There's a cave here. So I freed up enough space for a big road, and also made sure the hill behind it looked nice too. And then I just had to cover up a giant water hole, and now I think we can work with this area. And now I just need to turn everything into path blocks, but my shovel is almost broken, so I'm just gonna use a random different one that I don't really need. I love being in the late game where I just have a bunch of diamond tools at my disposal, which means I can spend more time focusing on building. You know, I was considering being lazy and not decorating this path because it's behind all of my buildings, but I'm gonna ride my horse through here, so it has to look pretty, right? I cannot be lazy today. Also, speaking of lazy, look who's coming over there. No trespassing in my base. He's running up that hill, and he just burned to death. Womp womp. And now we can take our horse and we can try out a little riding track. I decorated it with a bunch of leaves and greenery, and also added some fences so we don't fall in the water. And there's a cute happy gas floating around. Then we can go around this corner. Wait, I just realized I'm not even done with the path because we have to go around here. Also, there's a pillager and a pig in the tree. We got a bit of an empty space in between the happy gas area and my industrial town, so I'm glad we get to add the horse riding path here. So the spot has a purpose now. Now let's take our horse again and explore the new path. And we actually have to jump over this little water stream, which I think is super fun. And then we have flowers all over the area, and we just get to ride up these steps here, and then it's connected to this path which leads right around my farm. And then I'm coming out by the wheat field and my tractor. I love the tractor. It's the best build ever. I love it. Now we can have a lovely time riding through our base in a nice circle and admiring all of the builds. Now the farm is complete, so let me know in the comments what we should name it, because it definitely needs a name. But there are several more projects waiting for us, so our work has just begun. I also repaired all of my tools and stocked up on food and rockets. So now it's time for the next part, the mining outpost. And it just started raining as I said that. Why Minecraft? We got a lovely industrial building which leads down to my branch mine, and we also have a quarry right here which leads down to the caves. But luckily we don't have to go down there because we have to focus on this side over here because it's completely empty. We need to think of all of the mining related things that are in the game and then add them to this place here. I'm so glad I repaired my shovel because there's gonna be a lot of digging ahead of us. Let's also go down to our storage and grab a bunch of stone and stone bricks. And we luckily have 6 double chests full of stone because we dug out this entire room. So now these blocks can finally be put to good use because I want to build a giant wall and separate the different layers of this area. And then we can fill the holes in between so everything is on one layer. But we also need to light it up under here, otherwise things will come crawling. And we don't want things to come crawling. One platform is done and looking really good. So we can do the same thing again and add another one, but this time on a bigger scale. Then we can also build a staircase so we can go up each layer. The walls are just stone bricks right now, so we gotta punch them out and add in some cobblestone and decide in stone. It definitely looks much better with the texture texture. Also, while I've been working on this wall, I kept hearing frog noises. And then I realized I stood on a hole full of frogs. Dude, there's literally a pit full of frogs under here. This is from the time I tried to get frog lights by moving them to the Nether, so I had to breed them here first. And we can figure out something nice for them later, but first we gotta work on this nice wall. And now this is definitely an area I can work with. And the next step is making a path. Since we already have the stairs in place, we know exactly where the path should lead. But I don't want to make it out of path blocks because we have this beautiful packed mud and mud brick road here. So good that I just made a giant crop field because now we can harvest all of it. I just got jump scared by the pillager again. And now we can combine wheat with mud and then we get packed mud. And I also like to texture my path using those brown mushroom blocks because they're literally the same color as the packed mud, just with a different texture. And then we need more coarse dirt because we always do. And we also need brown concrete powder, again for the texturing. The first platform is going to be entirely filled with my packed mud and mud brick path. Then I'm just going to continue downwards and connect to the other staircase. And it can also branch off in other directions where I plan to add more mining related decor. Now that most of the grass is gone, this place is looking even more industrial. And also added mud stairs instead of stone brick because now it looks much better. Now I want to work on this space up here, and I'm going to take inspiration from the things we already have here, which are all of these crates full of ores. But I think I'm actually going to break them first, and then we can move them over to the edge of the platform. Now the iron and copper crates are over in the corner, and now we get a much more open path leading to our industrial town, and it's no longer covered in crates. But I also want to add more crates over here, but this time also using those new shelves because they can also look really cool as crates. And in those crates we can add some more things you can find in the mines like amethyst or calcite. Now it's looking really cool, but this spot here is still empty, and I think we can build another of those little wagons. But this time it's not going to transport hay, this time it's going to transport a bunch of iron ore. And of course it also needs the mini blocks. And I've got another cool build done. I added some grass patches and greenery, and now this area is done, which brings us down the stairs to the next area. And I think it's time we also add something functional here. But before you can build that, we actually need to build a giant rock on this hill, which is kind of a weird thing to do, but it's going to make sense later. Now we've got this beautiful giant rock overgrown by grass and moss, but I actually want to put something inside of here. So first we gotta dig out a little room inside of the rock, and also make sure we don't fall into this ravine that's right under us. But the best part is gonna be how we're getting inside of the rock. Let's grab a bunch of redstone materials. I'm gonna have such a big brain redstone moment here, or I'm just gonna fail miserably. It's going to be so embarrassing if this doesn't work, but if we press this button, the door will open, and it closed again. Yay! We got a secret door! And to get out, I just place a pressure plate, and now I can walk right out again. And the door is so hidden that nobody's ever gonna see it. Now we just have to add something inside of here, and I want to add a little farm that's mining related. So let's grab some lava, and then we can try to add a little cobblestone generator inside of here. I'm gonna put the water inside of stairs, and we can place some hoppers going into a barrel. And now we add all of the scary lava, and it's all going to turn into cobblestone as soon as it touches the back of these stairs. And now we have our own cobblestone generator, and we just stand here, and then we can just mine the blocks, and the lava is just gonna regenerate it over and over, and all of the blocks end up in the barrel. So if I ever need cobblestone and don't want to go mining, I can just come here and chill in this farm in the safety. And it's dark. Oh my gosh, look at this skelly. It's wearing copper armor. I've never seen that before. Let's ignore him and decorate the rest of this area. We gotta add another mining related thing, and I was thinking to build a giant crane that can haul a bunch of ores from one platform to the next, or lift stones out of the deep caves. And I think it's looking really good. I also continued building the road and added another crate full of iron ore. And I love building cranes so much, so I had to build another one in a different location. This one here is a little bit smaller, and it has a hook so it can haul stuff out of the water. I don't know for what you would need it, but it looks cool. Now we just gotta fill the remaining empty spaces with more decor, like a little stone cutter table that can cut tiny little stones, and of course more crates that can store ores. And I actually didn't put any of the ores here. Instead I put a bunch of blocks that can be found underground. Now we just need to continue a little mud brick road to this area too, and then it's gonna look really good. Also guess who got jump scared by the pillager again, and then I realized they were actually here. That's so creepy. And they're trampling all of my crops too. Be gone. And down here we can add more ores like lapis and deep slate gold ore. And I think the ultimate flex would be if we had some diamonds. Oh my gosh, I just flew into the wall. Wait, we're actually so diamond rich. So we can display them in here. And it feels so wrong, but I'm gonna turn one of those diamond ores into a mini block. We just sacrificed diamonds for pretty decor, but we can do it because we're so rich. Well, until I die in lava and lose all of my stuff. Now this part here is decorated, which leaves this part over here. And this area here is big enough to fit a little water well. I looked it up, and mining operations actually heavily rely on water because it's used to process all of the ores and crush them and wash them. So having a little well here is going to be perfect. And I really love how it is looking. And I also added a little bit of lore because down there is a frog guarding a little golden ball. Let me know in the comments if you know that fairy tale. And by adding this well, we actually completed this entire area. Look how cool this is looking. This is actually the ultimate mining operation. And I just had an idea on how to bring this to life. Minecraft recently added copper golems, so it would be really cool if we had a couple of them just roaming around the area. Look at this little guy. He fits right into the mining operation. And I had an even better idea to let the copper golems stay in place. We just make one of those oxidized ones, and they're gonna freeze and turn into a statue soon. And we can take a bunch of them and just place them all around this area. This place is about to turn into Copper Golem Town. We got a little guy sitting on the wagon. One is operating the giant crane and one is stuck on the crane. And another one is guarding my secret rock. And my favorite ones are these two freaking out because a child has fallen into the well. Teehee. Now another area is complete. And we still have this part down here with the frog pit, but we're gonna get to that later because it's actually day 999 in my world right now. So I need to prepare because I want to do something silly for day 1000. But first I gotta sort all the mess I created while building my mining outpost. I want to do something dangerous and start a raid. And so I can survive it, I'm gonna need a shield, and I'm also gonna need my chest plate. But before we do that, let's sleep the night away and wake up on day 1000. It's so unreal to me that we actually survived 1000 days in this world already. And if I can do math correctly, that's over 300 hours of real life playtime. We spent so much time building in this world, and I can't wait to build even more. But first we need to fly to a village and annoy them with a raid. There's one kinda close to my base, but still far away enough so nothing can creep over to my houses. We just need to lock up this villager, now he's trapped, and then we gotta make sure that nothing can kill him. And look, we also got an iron golem who can help us. And I would just drink from this ominous bottle. I've never triggered a raid in this world, so let's see what's gonna happen. Hi, pillagers. Ew, they're running so fast. Oh my gosh, he has an axe. He has an axe. Where's he going? Hello? Ah! No. Get wrecked. I'm so strong when I have my chest plate. Here comes the second wave. Where's your axe, Mr. Axeman? Ah! Ah! He's behind me! Wait, I started my Elytron. I'm so stupid. Where are you guys? Hello? And the stupid pillagers can't even spawn properly because now they're hiding in some cave. I knew it! You're down there with a cat. That's so weird. Die. I missed. And now day 1000 is already over and I spent the whole day fighting creatures. Let's sleep the night away and let's fight the next raid wave. Die. 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 Woo! There's a guy. There's a freaking giant cow. Should I be brave and go in and fight the guy? Rah! Die, Mr. Cowman. He's just running away. He died. They're all running away instead of fighting me. You idiots. Now there's one more remaining and I bet he's in a cave. I see you there, you stupid Axeman. Die, die. Why did he not fight back? And there's the guy I'm after. Oh, he's running so fast. Come back here. No, not the Vexes. Die, Mr. Man. Die. Yes, he dropped a totem. Stop shooting me from that giant cow, aka Ravager. Get him, Golem. Good Golem. Oh, he got stuck in the sheep pen. Die now. Yes, he dropped his head. After sleeping, this is like day 3 of fighting this raid. Bye, pillagers. Get him. Get him, Golem. Yes. Don't tell me they've gone caving again. Oh no, there's a witch. Die, little witch. Oh my gosh, there's this guy. Let's kill this guy first. And then we just slay him. Yes. Another totem. Not the Vexes. I hate Vexes. Go away, you little sword creatures. Oh my gosh, there's another wave of those cow people. No. Ah! Oh my gosh, no! Fly away! I'm gonna get ya. There's another totem on the ground, let's go. He made it to my bed! Stupid guy! Stop standing there, that's my lookout! This better be the last wave, because I'm so over you guys. Look at this zoomer over there, that's so creepy! I will get you! Got him. You can go away. Ow! They set me on fire! That's creepy! Okay, where's the last one? Hello? They also killed my golem, which is tragic. Okay, now this is hilarious. The last guy managed to lock himself into the house. What an absolute idiot! Die. Yes, he dropped his head. That's so cool. Yay! We did it. Ah! Stop ruining my moment! I got all of them. And I didn't even die. I never really got close to dying. That is so cool. This poor horse witnessed all of it. It's probably traumatized for life. Or it just doesn't care. Also, look at our haul. We got a bunch of pillager heads and so many totems of undying. This was so much fun and such a great way to celebrate 1000 days in my world. And to remember this battle, I want to rename one of the totems to 1000 days. And the date, so I always know what day I reached 1000 days. Then we can hang up an item frame and display the totem in our house. And it's right next to the day I created this world. And we got to 1000 days in less than a year, which is pretty cool. And maybe when we reach 2000 days, we can go fight the warden. But now it's time to get back to work. And now that we've reached 1000 days, we should continue where we started when we first created this world. This was the first house I built in this world, but there's a lot of empty space behind it. And a creaking just spawned behind me. He's my own personal punching bag. And I think this creaking would love it if we had our very own garden. No, 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 no. Dang it! So this brings us to our next big project, the garden. But before this place can actually become a garden, there's a lot of work we need to do on the terrain. So I want to flatten the ground first and then add a giant wall around it that's made of a bunch of different tough blocks. We've got this nicely textured wall encircling my new garden perimeter. And it's nice and tall so the monsters can't even see me. Unless they find the entrance, of course. But they're stupid, so I'm not counting on it. And in here we have all the space to create my beautiful cozy garden. The first thing we need is a path from my house to the garden. So I think we should just go around the side. And then of course we can link it up to my little entrance down here. We could also go around the house in a full circle and link it up to my little shed here. The shed that belongs to the creepy creaking. I got rid of all of the stuff that was here. So now we can have some steps going up there and a little path connecting it all together. So now we can run in a circle all around the house in the pouring rain with the creaking chasing us. No, I see him. He's coming. He's coming. He's coming. It's so creepy. No. Okay, they are smart. They found the entrance to my garden. No. And now we can peacefully continue working on the path during daylight without anything chasing us. But we also have this mess on the shed because this is my bone meal machine where I can just put greenery in there and then it gets converted into bone meal. And I think that's a really useful machine and a reason to visit the garden. So I don't want to get rid of it entirely, but I want to move it down a couple blocks. And then we just need to hide it, and I think I want to disguise it as a little compost area. And then we can surround it with podzol because that's kind of the most composty block there is in the game. And then let's add some greenery like dried grass, ferns, and mushrooms. I think it's looking really cool, and the bone meal machine is nicely disguised, but we know it's here and we can still add our seeds to it because we now have tons of it thanks to our new wheat field. And we can open this trapdoor to collect the bone meal down here. And now this compost is making loud annoying bone meal noises, so we can go as far away from it as possible and build something here in the garden. I went to my storage to craft a bunch of resources, and then I saw all of my copper golems have frozen in one place. That's actually so tragic. Oh my gosh, they keep their name when I bring them back to life. Yay! I was so scared they would lose their name because they have so many silly names. But now I've got all of the resources, so let's get back to work. I want to have a cozy space in my garden where I can relax from having a hard day working and grinding as I always do. So an overgrown cottagecore gazebo is going to be perfect for that. And under here we can have a little sitting area so we can make some benches and use the shelves to make them look even cooler. I love the shelves so much. And then we can also have a little round table in the middle. You know, as round as it's gonna get in Minecraft, which is basically a square. Maybe the creaking wants to hang out with me. Come on. Yay! He's here in the gazebo. His name is Sparkly and he's creepy. This is so beautiful. Ow! He ruined the moment. I'm sleeping. It's definitely much cozier during the day. Oh my gosh, seriously? Okay, the timing of that rain is so funny. Good that I now have a beautiful gazebo to wait out the rain. I have a feeling I'm gonna spend a lot of time here because it always rains in my world. And once the rain was over, I went flower picking in the nearby forest because I want to have beautiful flower beds all over my new garden. We got little fields for each of the flowers, and then we can have a path go in between them. And what if we surround the entire thing with azalea leaves too? I also added a wheelbarrow in the front. And now look at this beautiful flower field. I love it, so I want to add more. This time we can make raised flower beds and surround them with the spruce shelves. And those can have the tall flowers inside of them. This looks so good. And it looks even better when it's all decorated. We can also add little things to the garden, like a tiny bird bath. But we also need a bird to go with it, so I'm quickly gonna go over to the jungle. I just need to find a bird sitting in the trees. You're in a tree, but you're not a bird. I found a green bird. Hi, little bird. Yes, first try! No way, I come back to my base and the pillagers have taken over? I told you to never, ever come back to my base! And now we can make the bird sit in the bird bath. I wonder if I can spill water on it. That is so cute. Look at the bird. It's taking a bath. We can also build a wooden archway at the side entrance of the garden. And I think it's really cute. And I think little garden gates are super fun to do. And we have another entrance right here, so we can build another one. This time I want to put even more work into it and make it super organic. Okay, this is it. This is the gate of all garden gates. The best gate that ever gated. I'm totally not obsessed with this gate. But now our garden is done and looking really beautiful and full of greenery. And the bird fell out of the bird bath. And look at how detailed and decorated our base is. There are just a couple empty spots left, but we have this stain in the landscape, the early game area. When I started my world, I chose this space to have all of my food sources, like my cows, sheep, and chicken, and bamboo in a random crop field, and a little shed full of bees. The good thing is we relocated our cow farm, so this pen can go. And I also have a bamboo farm in my industrial town, so all of this can go too. We also have this giant wheat field, and I don't know if we're ever gonna eat potatoes, so this can go too. Now I can pretend the farmland is a pillager and I can just step on it. Get trampled. And I think we can also get rid of all of the sheep because we have an automatic sheep farm. I'm setting them free, totally. This is not murdering you're hearing in the background. You saw nothing. Now that just leaves the chickens and the bees. We have a chicken coop at the farm, but I don't want to turn this into a slaughterhouse because I want to breed chickens so I can get feathers so I can craft arrows. So these guys don't belong on a farm. They belong in a restaurant. Wait, that doesn't make any sense at all. My single brain cell stopped working. I'm totally gonna build a chicken restaurant, so let's gather some resources for it. I got a whole shulker box full of stuff, so now let's go and build it. Oh my gosh, he's in my house! Hello? What are you looking at? What's up there? Ah! There was nothing there. And I think I found the perfect location for a new chicken restaurant. And I've got the perfect block palette for this house. It's basically the same as my starter house and my iron farm, and this new chicken restaurant is gonna lie right in between. So it's finally going to connect those builds together and it looks like a whole area. I added some chimneys and a little outdoor sitting area to indicate that it's a restaurant, but we still gotta do a lot more decorating in the front, and the spruce shelves are gonna help with that. And thanks to the shelves that I'm totally not obsessed with, we have this beautiful entrance. This cow's obsessed with it. I'm also gonna decorate the inside and add a little stony floor, and we got a little sitting area, and over here we could do the counter, and now we can get the chickens over to the restaurant, and then they can all go behind the counter. Oh my gosh, that was so creepy how they all flew over it. So the chickens are gonna live behind the counter, and we can breed them and get infinite feathers, which is kind of horrible, and I wish there was a way to get feathers without killing the chickens. We can also add chairs and tables to our outdoor sitting area, and now we have a really beautiful restaurant, and we can walk in, order some chicken burgers, and we can also go outside and enjoy them out here. Now I'm craving chicken burgers. All of the animal pens are gone, so we have this whole area that we can decorate. This was the messiest, ugliest early game area, so the best thing we can do is to dedicate it to the most beautiful things. But first I gotta go hit the mines, because I'm out of tuff and I want to use it to build in my early game area. I mined out so much tuff that I actually created new caves here, but now my inventory is full and I think that's enough, so let's get out of here. The next thing I want to do is terraform the area next to my chicken restaurant and the iron farm, but now we have this hideous wall. So let's change that and use the tuff we just mined to build a beautiful retaining wall. We can add some polished tuff blocks on top, and then we connect the pillars using slabs, and we can decorate it by adding some stairs underneath, and we can add some deep slate one block inwards, and I think this wall looks really good, and it also matches the area because we have a similar wall by my starter house. Now this side over here and the shore is looking kinda ugly in comparison, so let's take all of our stone blocks because we have another terraforming project to do. I'm building a little rocky shore using stone and andesite, and occasionally adding some mossy cobble and moss. Just like the tuff wall, I want the rocks to enclose the early game area so it feels more like a cozy, sheltered spot to chill. We're so gonna chill in this area because I've now decided this is going to be a little park. First I'm gonna plan where a path should go, and then we can figure out what other builds to add here. I did a rough outline of the path, and we could have it go around in a circle and then go over to the shore, and then we have several spots around it to add little builds, and in the middle of the circle we could add a giant fountain. I think it would be cool if it was some kind of monument for this world, so we need blocks that represent this place. I started this world when the Pale Garden update came out, so we definitely gotta use those blocks, and I also love using tuff in all of my builds, so we gotta use that too. I want this fountain to be huge, so let's start by building a big circle out of tuff and using a bunch of different variants of it. I tried to make it as detailed as possible because lots of detail is also something that represents my base. Then we can dig out the center, and in place of the dirt we can add a bunch of stone bricks. I even added a drain in the middle, but now we gotta add all of the water. But right now this is just a sad water hole, so we actually gotta turn it into a fountain. And this is where all of the pale oak comes in because I want to use it to build beautiful swan statues in the middle of the fountain because they're one of my favorite birds and they can be a symbol of this world. I also added some tiny water fountains so we can actually call this thing a fountain, and I think it's looking so cute. I love these birds. And we can also add some flowers in little flower pots all over the fountain. I also did the usual path decorating using coarse dirt, grass, and leaves. And of course a park also needs benches so you can sit and enjoy the view. And of course I'm going to use the shelves again to make them look really good. This is so cozy already, but we're gonna make it even cozier. There's a little opening in between the rocks and a path going down here so we can have a little step downwards, and then we can make a little dock area so we can come out here and actually enjoy the sunset. Now that we have a dock, something boat related would make sense, and we have another empty space here. So a boathouse where you can store all your boats would be cute, and I'm going to build it using the same block palette as the chicken restaurant. It's just a tiny little pale oak hut with a dark oak roof and some spruce decor, and then we can fill in the roof with a bunch of tuff slabs. And we can also have some shelves inside of the shack, and I actually want to display some boats in there. Oh, look who came and wants to rent a boat. Oh my gosh, her name is Catherine. Let's try and put the boat here, and then we just row it into position. Okay, yeah, this looks really good. And I also managed to get one on the top shelf. I also continued the path going through it, and now the wandering trader can rent some boats. Come on, Catherine, give me money. Enjoy your life at sea. Also, no refunds. Bye. I love my new swan park so much, but I can't shake the feeling that something is missing. And then I realized I never planted any trees. A park without trees cannot even be called a park at all. And I want to build some custom trees. Oh my gosh, it started raining just as I said that. So I'm gonna be in my storage and pretending the rain doesn't exist. And while the weather was gross outside, I made myself a little tree building box. This part of my base is full of custom birch trees, and since the park belongs to my early game area, we also gotta add a bunch of custom birch trees here. I started simple and built small birch trees at the entrance of the park first, and I think they look really cool. But I also wanted bigger trees, and the easiest way to build them is to design them in a separate creative world first, and then use the Lightmatica mod to help you rebuild them in survival. The trees made such a big difference. This looks so good. I also grabbed a bunch of leaf litter, and they do look like sheep droppings in my hand, which is kind of weird, but we can use them to decorate the spaces all around the trees because Minecraft has these falling leaves effects, so it makes sense that some of the leaves have fallen down and dried. Everything is full of leaf litter now, and I think we got some really cozy sitting spots under these trees. This area in front of the rocks is still kind of empty. Let's try to squeeze some standing tables in there, and they can belong to the restaurant so we can enjoy our chicken burgers out here. We even got some colorful parasols on top, so we're always protected from the sun, which means our beautiful swan park is finally done now, and I love how it's looking. I want to spend all day here and take beautiful walks around the fountain and chill on the benches under the trees, but I can still see the mess of this bee house behind me. There's this huge empty spot where the crop field was, so let's give it all to the bees. First we wait until nightfall, when all of the bees are sleeping and have gone into their hives, and we can pick them all up using our silk touch tools. And I can tear down their ugly hut without them escaping. I never realized glass takes longer to break than mining stone or wood. The ugliness is gone, leaving a blank canvas to paint, build on. And I think it wasn't such a bad idea of past me to put the bees in a glass house. We just need to make it prettier using white stained glass. And of course my spruce wood. There's a chicken in my storage room, and I have no idea how it found its way down here. That's creepy. Then we can adjust the terrain a bit to have enough space for the new bee house. I marked some spots for where the house should go, and I think it's going to be really cool. Building a little glass house for the bees brings back memories from when I played 100 Days as a beekeeper, which was so much fun, so I'm happy we now have a bee area in my forever world too. It looks so cute, especially with the tower on top of it. There isn't a lot of space in here, so we gotta use every single corner to get as many bees as possible in here. Let's add all the campfires in the ground, and then we can add the beehives on top of it. The campfire smoke can go through 2 layers of beehives at once, so we have a lot of honey in here now. Guys, I just angered the bees. Why am I like this? I just wanted to add a nice floor in here. No, one just died. Let's give them some flowers so they won't hate me forever. Now we definitely have to breed more bees, but it looks like we have tons of them now, so this is gonna be fine, as long as I don't accidentally punch them again. The next day it was raining again, so I worked on a simple path leading to the bee house while feeling gross and soggy. With the path done, this leaves a bunch of empty spaces all around the bee house. Let's first separate the bee area from the park by adding a fence that goes all along this side, and then this enclosed space here could be the beekeeping area. We could add giant barrels that store honey. They look so cool, but we need something like a tap where the honey can flow out of into these little containers. And guess who's back at my base? They went into Barkley's shed. How dare you disturb my creaking while he's sleeping? Let's craft a tripwire hook, and then we can add them on here. Okay, yeah, this is perfect. We also need to craft honey blocks, so let's see if our bees have been busy. Yay! Wait, this is the first time that I collected honey bottles. I think I've always just sheared them. Let's craft the honey blocks, and then we can put them in there. Wait, if I never crafted a honey block too, we can actually get another advancement. We just have to slide on it. Yay! Sticky situation. I also built a little beekeeper's workstation here, and we have some stuff in the item frame. And I'm gonna use the armor stand book again to actually make the item frames invisible. Now it looks like we actually have the stuff on the table. Let's see how my bone meal farm has been doing, because I'm gonna need a bunch of it for my next project. Oh yeah, we're so rich. Let's bone meal the tall flowers until we have several stacks. Then we can collect some ferns in the spruce forest. And lastly, some cozy flower picking in the forest. Now let's build a hedge all around the bee area. But then we can create something magical inside of that area. And with that I mean using all the flowers we just gathered to create beautiful, colorful flower fields. First I'm adding some coarse dirt patches all over the ground. And then I'm planting a mix of leaves, tall flowers, and small flowers. But of course also grass patches and ferns. We can also place some beehives into the field so we have them free roaming the area. Now the bees are happy. We have a nice honeycomb source. So another area is completed. Well, except the other side of the path where there's just an ugly empty space with one singular root of dirt. Be gone. I quickly solved that problem by digging a hole, and then we can add a pond here. The best part is that I added a waterfall going all the way down my hill and into the pond. I also added a little salmon family with little salmon babies, which is so cute. Which means this area is beautiful too now. Look at this incredible space we just created. Which brings us to the final area we gotta transform, the riverside. We don't only have this entire shore that's still completely empty, empty and waiting for some decor. But we also have messy parts in the river where the water just disappears entirely, which doesn't make sense at all. Or places where the water isn't deep enough and we got some ugly sand patches. Before we can work on the shore, we gotta make sure the river looks presentable, which means getting rid of all of the ugly spots so we have a nice circle of water all around my little base island. It was literally just 2 hours of this and some more of that, internal and external screaming. And now that we've established that I hate mining underwater, we can actually get back to working on the ground, which brings us to the frog pit. It's time we create something beautiful for them because those poor guys cannot suffer in this hole any longer. I want to give them a little house to live in, and for that I'm going to use mangrove, sandstone, and spruce wood, which I think is a really good block palette. After crafting up a bunch of build materials, I got to work and went looking for a nice spot to build this house. I think we first got to get rid of all of the sugarcane that's growing by the shore because it's in the way. I think I found a good location for the frog house right here on this side next to this little bay. So let's get rid of some grass layers. Then we can figure out the layout of the build itself, and I think a little house would be perfect for the frogs. First I built up the spruce pillars of the house. Next we can fill the parts in between with sandstone, and lastly we can add a nice mangrove roof on top. I also decorated the entire house, and now we ended up with this little cottage. The land around it is still looking messy though, so I'm going to add a giant porch which turns into a dock because of course this house is for frogs and it's by the river, so it needs some water elements. I added an overhang to the side with a bunch of barrel storage, and we have some more storage on the docks, and I think this place is really nice now. Of course I also did some work on the inside and added a pretty ceiling, and we also have this little hole which is going to be the frog pond because they're also going to need water inside of here. Then we take a bunch of slime and open up the frog pit. Frogs love slime, so they're gonna follow me all the way over to their new home. Look at them walking, it's so cute. It's also kind of creepy to have so many frogs following me. Now most of them are in here and we have so many. I didn't even know the pit was so full. But if we wanted to have more frogs, we could breed them, and then they lay the tadpoles in the water here. But we also got some frogs that escaped and they can live out here. And we can finally say goodbye to the messy frog pit because now we have a beautiful frog house in our base. And the entire left side of the house is waiting to be decorated. We have a staircase coming down from our industrial mining area, and we also have the crane lifting something from up here. So I was thinking to continue this grass layer a little bit more to over here. Then this place up here could have more mining related storage containers. Of course we also need a path to go through here. I also want to craft some candles and dye them red because I've got a really cursed idea. A mining operation sometimes needs explosives, right? So we could add some TNT here. Oh my gosh, this is so dangerous. And the candles as little dynamite sticks. Imagine a creeper comes along and blows this up. And maybe we can actually make a mini TNT. Yes, look at these tiny little mini TNTs. This is so good. I think this whole place looks really cute, and we got another little area decorated. Then we can have some steps going down here, and I have something really fun in mind for this. First we gotta get rid of all of the grass and then replace it with sand, creating a beautiful beach. I added some birch planks and sandstone patches here and there to make this look more detailed, and I think it looks like a really nice beach so far. But we could also add additional detailing because we got this tall and short dry grass that I found in the desert, and we can have a couple of those growing all over the beach. We can also add some little rocks made of sandstone, and of course it's raining again, which isn't very beach vibes at all. But I think the beach looks cool even in the pouring rain. But I'm so glad we can sleep the rain away now. This kind of looks like an abandoned beach, but I don't want it to be abandoned. I want this to be my cozy vacation spot. We're gonna need fences, we're gonna need trapdoors. I only have one. And we also need a bunch of different wool colors, and my wool farm has been producing tons of it. And then we can set up a bunch of colorful parasols on the beach. The first is gonna be white and cyan colored. Then we can also have some pink. Then we have lime green and light blue. And lastly, some red and magenta. This looks so cool from above. And underneath, we gotta have some cozy beach chairs so I can sit here and relax. I have a feeling I'm gonna spend a lot of time here. I added beach chairs under all the parasols and also built a cute little sandcastle that has water going all the way to the river. And this is supposed to be a bucket. We can also add some more beach vacation related stuff here, like a lifeguard chair, which means I get to use more shelves again. So now we got this really high chair, and I can sit here and pretend to be a lifeguard and yell at all the drowning villager children. I just had a really cursed idea. We just need a villager head, and I have a villager breeder. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so horrible. I'm sorry. Please drop your head. Yes! Yeah, run for your life. I'm so sorry. But look, I have a villager. Head. I fell in a hole. Let's do some more cursed armor stand magic. Now we've got an actual drowning villager child we can yell at. This is just so creepy. I'm scared. I also just had another idea on how to use shelves to decorate the water. We just need to strip a bunch of different wood types first, and then we can craft shelves in all of the different colors, and they're gonna become pool floaties in the river. Oh yeah, this is the best thing ever. And we can just jump in and enjoy the water. I don't know if I should love it or be scared of it, but I added some more armor stands here. So we have a wandering trader building the sandcastle. We got a drowned, not drowning in a pool floaty. And we got two pillagers chatting on the beach chairs. And these are actually not normal pillagers because look, they have a different eye color because this is a Vindicator, aka the Axeman. And this is an Evoker, the one who spawns Vexes. So I actually used the heads from the raid to decorate my beach. Now we just gotta add a fence to separate the beach from the rest of the area. I also added some more custom birch trees behind the beach. And I thought my mining area liked trees too, so I added some smaller ones here. We got big trees over here and some smaller ones over there. And this beach is looking really good already. But we have this one sad empty spot here. And I can only think of one thing to go next to the beach, a lighthouse. And for this build, I'm gonna need to chop down some more pale wood because I used my last blocks on the custom trees. Also, another block I want to use is tough, so we won't be going for the usual red and white stripes a lighthouse often has, but we'll do white and gray stripes. Then we also need a light source at the top, and I'm using copper bulbs, and to light them up, I can just step on a pressure plate and then break it. And now this is my cute tiny lighthouse, and we have a path leading to it. We also have a door that I weirdly put at the side, and we also have a grass patch inside of it. Super exciting. And the lighthouse was the last thing we needed to add to this beach area, and look how cool it is. All of the little details created this beautiful spot, and I'm really happy with it. I just want to exist at this beach and build a sandcastle with a wandering trader. But we actually have a little bit more work to do because we have this area right here. And I saved something really cool for this. Why am I stuck flying in the water? I want to build another house that's sitting on a cliff here, so we gotta do a lot more terraforming. And so the building is gonna look even more majestic. I'm gonna build a stony, rocky cliff where it's gonna sit on. After building so much custom terrain in this video, I feel like I'm getting really good at it. This is definitely an improvement to the area. And I left a lot of empty space on top of here so we can put our build here. Let's get some oak blocks and also some birch. I'm out of birch. I'm sure there's still some in my wood storage. Yes, the tree farm is the best. And of course, we also need some spruce wood. I like spruce wood. I am basically building an observatory on this cliff, but instead of it observing the present, it is observing the past, because inside of it is going to be something really cool to show our progress in this world. This observatory is looking really cool. Why did it start raining just as I said that? Seriously, Minecraft, why? That was so funny, but let's ignore that and take a look inside, because I've already decorated the ceiling and also added some little bushes, but the rest of it is still empty, and the stuff I'm gonna add here is going on the walls. And I'm in your walls. I basically have maps of my world all over the place, and the most important ones are up in my base in my secret attic, because here I kept a map from the first couple of days in my world when I've only had my starter house, and we also have one from 200 days in. The problem is if I grab them, I'm gonna update them and ruin the whole thing, so we gotta be really careful about this. Let's craft a cartography table, and we also need some glass pane. Okay, basically now we take the map, and we cannot have an empty slot in our hotbar. Please don't update, please map. Okay, it's still there, it's still there. Now we lock it using a glass pane. I totally didn't know this before, but I looked it up, and that's such a cool thing. It doesn't update, guys, it doesn't update. This is so good. Let's do this again with this map here. We can also craft more maps, and then we can use those to duplicate the maps we have, so we have 2 of each, because I still want the first ones to be in my house. I added item frames to the walls of the observatory, so we just have to do a little puzzle and make sure we got it right. The first 2 are in, but we need more. We actually have a bigger one over here by my industrial town. This map is from around 700 days, and it's way more detailed already than the previous ones. And there's one last map we have to create of the area right now. But before we can do that, we actually have to finish decorating this side here. And it's literally just a tiny little area left. But of course it's raining again. But we cannot let that stop us, so let's get back to work. It's such a strange feeling that after decorating this area, this entire island will be done. And the next time I want to build something in this world, I'm gonna have to move on to new lands across the river. But this island will always be my base and the central location in my world, because it has my storage and many useful farms I need to progress in this game. This is my forever world, which means it's the place I can always come back to. Something like a home, but in a blocky game. I added a bunch of custom trees, creating a little birch forest. I also made a walkway going all the way to my garden, and we also have another beach down here. But I also added details like little rocks scattered all over the place, or a cute picnic site in the forest. But you might notice that this area has some more spruce trees too, because I decided the area around my garden was still too empty, and covering it up with trees seemed like the best solution. Now that everything is decorated, we just need to get some maps. I'm actually not sure how many I need, so I'm just gonna make 8 of them. And now we just click on them, and then we get a beautiful version of our base. Oh my gosh, everything is decorated. I managed to fill all of the 8 maps, so there isn't even enough space on this wall. So I think we're gonna have to break one of those pots, which might look weird. And now we just have to add in the map. And I'm literally freaking out seeing this already. Look at this cool map, and look at how everything is decorated. This was the world during the first days, then during the first 200, after 700 days, and after 1000 days. Well, more like 1100 days, because I just spent 30 hours transforming my entire base. That's how long it took. Basically around 100 in-game days and 30 real-life hours. But it was so worth it for this beautiful base. We transformed the farm, the mining outpost, the back of my base, and the early game area, and of course the entire riverside. I'm so happy with how this place turned out, and I can't wait to build more things in the next 1000 days. I hope you enjoyed this video. I'll see you next time. Bye!